$2,000 and it's no more effective as a first line drug than methotrexate $480, people might say that's the drug because I can get it for a $25 copay. So you'd have to temper that a little bit.
Oh, you mean people are so they don't care?
They don't care. Their insurance is going to cover it. It's a $25 copay, but we can figure out how to deal with it. But the main point is that if we assume the appetite is going to keep going in there, we could require that there be outside evaluation of the message that reasonable, unbiased viewers take away from the ads. And the ads would have to tell the truth.
And the truth should have like some truth guardrails, meaning like the cost that we talked about, the effects compared to things that actually, lifestyle changes. Um, it's just these detailed, very strict guardrails of what actually has to be specified.
And I would make it against the law to have family picnics and dogs catching frisbees.
So you mean 95% of the ad, yes. I mean, there's something dark and authentic about those advertisements, but they seem, I'm sure they're being done because they work for the target audience. And then the doctors, too. Do you really buy a doctor's opinion? Why does it have such an effect on doctors? Advertising to doctors. Like, you as a physician, again, like everything I've seen, I love you. And people should definitely look you all from. There's a bunch of videos that you give me talks on YouTube, and it's just it's so refreshing to hear the clarity of thought about health policy, about healthcare, the way you think throughout the years. So it's like it's easy to think about like if you're criticizing big pharma, that's one part of the message that you're talking about, but that's not like your brilliance actually shines in the positive, in the solution, how to do it. So as a doctor, what affects your mind? And how does big pharma affect your mind?
Yeah. Number one, the information that comes through legitimate sources that doctors have been fine to rely on, evidence-based medicine, the articles in peer-reviewed journals, the guidelines that are issued. Now, those are problematic because when an article is peer-reviewed and published in a respected journal, people and doctors obviously assume that the peer reviewers have had access to the data and they've independently analyzed the data and they corroborate the findings in the manuscript that was submitted, or they give feedback to the authors and say, we disagree with you on this point, would you please check our analysis and if you agree with us. That's what they assume the peer review process is, but it's not. The peer reviewers don't have the data. The peer reviewers have the manuscript that's been submitted by usually in conjunction with or by the drug company that manufactures the drug. So peer reviewers are unable to perform the job that doctors think they're performing to vet the data to assure that it's accurate and reasonably complete. They can't do it. And then we have the clinical practice guidelines, which are increasingly important as the information, the flow of information keeps getting brisker and brisker, and docs need to get to the bottom line quickly. Clinical practice guidelines become much more important. And we assume that the authors of those clinical practice guidelines have independently analyzed the data from clinical trials and make their recommendations that set the standard of care based on their analysis. That's not what happens. The experts who write the clinical trials rely almost entirely on the publication presenting the results of the clinical trials, which are peer reviewed, but the peer reviewers haven't had access to the data. So we've got a system of the highest level of evidence that doctors have been trained over and over again to rely
manipulation is going on with that data? Is it at the study design level? Is it at literally there's some data that you just keep off, you know, keep out of the charts, keep out of the aggregate analysis that you then publish, or is it the worst case, which is just change some of the numbers?
It happens. All three happen. I don't know what the denominator is, but I spent about 10 years in litigation. And for example, in Vioxx, which was withdrawn from the market in 2004 and the biggest drug recall in American history, the problem was that it got recalled when a study that Merck sponsored showed that Vioxx doubled the risk, more than doubled the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots, serious blood clots. It got pulled then. But there was a study, a bigger study, that had been published in 2000 in the Journal of Medicine that showed that Vioxx was a better drug for arthritis and pain, not because it was more effective, it's no more effective than levoraptan, but because it was less likely to cause serious GI complications, disease and proliferations. Now, in that study that was published in the New England Journal, it was never corrected. It was a little bit modified 15 months after the drug was taken off the market, but never corrected. Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA knew that Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA's analysis of the data from that study said that the FDA wasn't going to do the analysis without the 3 heart attacks. And the important part of the story is that there were 12 authors listed on that study in the journal. 2 were Merck employees. They knew about the 3 heart attacks. The other 10 authors, the academic authors, didn't know about it. They hadn't seen that data. So Merck they had an excuse, complicated, and the FDA didn't accept it, so there's no reason to go into it. But Merck just left out the 3 heart attacks. And the 3 heart attacks, it may seem 3 heart attacks in a 10,000 person study seem like nothing, except they completely changed the statistics so that had the 3 heart attacks been included, the only conclusion that Merck could have made was that Vioxx significantly increased the risk of heart attack. And they abbreviated their endpoint from heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots to just heart attacks.
So those are maybe in their mind they're also playing by the rules because of some technical excuse that you mentioned that was rejected. How can this?
No, let me interrupt. No, that's not true. The study was completed, the blind was broken, meaning they looked at the data, in March of 2000. The article was published in March of 2000. There was an email by the head scientist that was published in the Wall Street Journal that said the day that the data were unblinded, that it's a shame that the cardiovascular events are there, but the drug will do well and we will do well.
But removing the 3 heart attacks, how does that happen? Like, who has to convince themselves? Is this pure malevolence?
You have to be the judge of that. But the person who was in charge of the data safety monitoring board issued a letter that said they'll stop counting cardiovascular events a month before the trial is over, and they'll continue counting GI events. And that person got a contract to consult with Merck for $5,000 a day, I think for 12 days a year, for 1 or 2 years. That was signed, that contract was signed within 2 weeks of the decision to stop counting heart attacks.
I want to understand that. I want it's been reading a lot about Nazi Germany and thinking a lot about the good Germans because I want to understand so that we can each encourage each other to take the small heroic actions that prevent that. Because it feels to me removing malevolent people, who is just a pure psychopathic person, that there is just a momentum created by the game, like you mentioned. And so it takes reversing the momentum within the company, I think requires maybe small acts of heroism. Not gigantic, I'm going to leave and become a whistleblower and publish a book about it, but small, quiet acts, pressuring him, like what are we doing here?
Number live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen.
Looking in the mirror,
Toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told this story many, many times. You've been grilled.
Right. But the data, hiding the data, makes it too easy to live in ignorance. So, like within those, inside those companies, your idea is that the reviewers can even push back on that idea. I assume you mean that data is made private except to the reviewers. The problem, of course, is that you probably know the peer review process is not perfect. As individuals, it feels like there should be a lot more eyes on the data than just
Yeah. This is not a hard problem. When a study is completed, the clinical study report, it's usually several thousand pages. What it does is it takes the raw patient data and it tabulates it in the ways,
Rabbi!
What up, pimp?
in the ways that the company.
Yo, Rabbi!
How you living, Flags? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Hey, man, I was bad for a month, bro.
Why was that?
You know, I told someone that the KMS and die and all that stuff, you know.
Yeah, why do
And I
people
said to me,
do that?
I was angry. I shouldn't have said. I would be more happy. You know, bro, Rabbi, I've been here like a couple times. Every time I came, you were knocked out, bro.
Hey, that's what happened. I know you were here not too long ago, but I did want you to know that I wondered where you were. I'm glad that you're back. Are things back rocking and rolling? Are things back rocking and rolling on Kick? Excellent.
Things are back. Things are back on track slowly. You know, this year I want to make it my best year of my life, you know?
Absolutely. I completely understand. So what are your goals for 2025?
My goals for 2025 is get like my dream type body. I want to be more happier, like, you know, happier than I was last year. Last year I was like good, but this year I just want to be more positive, and I just want to grow out the street and stuff, you know?
Excellent.
What are your goals, Rabbi?
Always go viral. That's always an important one. To be able to continue my stream, I'm starting to see more and more people here, which is great. We were up really late last night. It was a friend's birthday, and then we did a countdown at midnight, which was cool. And just with that, continue getting more friends, continue getting more famous. Little by little, it's happening. And I've made some good friends in some other communities, and live streaming my life in their discords as well. Shout out to Aiden Ross for allowing me to. I've been in there now like for 7 months straight. I'm the number one streamer in the history of his Discord. I'm the number one streamer in the history of iShowSpeed's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in the history of KSI's Discord. So, you know, I'm starting to network with those people. I am also in a bunch of other streams, and I'm in a Wall Street Bets stream, if you're familiar with that community on Reddit. I'm in Maya's Playhouse. I am in a bunch of like Minecraft and Blocks Fruits and just really big ones. Discord with millions of people. So those are always good, and more people find out about me.
Wait, I have like, how do you grow a Discord, you know?
Yeah, great question. So the first thing I think that I kind of cheat because I've got my kick bots that like literally, you know, spam everybody. But if you're not going to do that, okay, what you do is first you make sure all your followers know about it. You make sure all the people on social media that you have know about it. Then once that's done, I mean, if you want, it's not a bad idea, I don't think, to get a nice little cushion at the beginning. So for like $50, you can get 1,000 people. Like $30, you can get 1,000 people in there, if you want. If that's something that is interesting to you, so that when people join,
Wait,
people
are they real people? Wait, are they real people?
they are,
Oh shit.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah. So you can increase your numbers there. Now, I'm not saying every single one is going to interact with you and be like a real G, but a lot of them will check you out. They will certainly connect with you, and I think that when someone, there are a couple things when you're working with Discord. One is you want to have a pretty large Discord as soon as possible, and the reason why is because if you have a small Discord, there's a higher and higher chance that it can get banned or that somebody can be malicious. And then what happens, and it's a really sad one, is if somebody uh, gets your account, your Discord nuked, is what it's called, then you can lose your account as well. And that's
Yeah, that happened to me before, man. Yeah, someone was, because a streamer wanted to watch Spider-Man 30 minutes before I came out.
oh wow.
And I lose my account. Yeah, so yeah, they was watching movies, and I was a mod in the Discord, and I lost my OG account.
Exactly. So especially if you have any kind of leadership role in another Discord, and fortunately that hasn't happened to me, but I am in some subreddits on Reddit, specifically on growing your Discord. So there are a lot of subreddits. This is another piece of advice. You just go to, like, there's Discord growth, and there's a subreddit. You go in there, you post about yourself, and you post what your Discord's about, and you'll get a dozen or so people in there, and then they'll start spreading that. I get a lot of people, and like today, interestingly, I had like 6 people or something who just randomly came in. One person told all their friends about me. They came in here and we spoke for like hours. They were just asking me questions about
Yeah,
things.
I was talking to one of your friends this morning earlier. We were just like chatting about like the life stuff and like how the world's moving. That stuff.
Excellent. And you'll get random people who join your server as well. One thing that I do is the link that I send out sends people in here immediately. The reason why I do that is because I want to talk to you. If you're going to press my link, I'm in here. So it's basically a shortcut into my little world. People aren't ready for that though. So they'll come in, they'll click it, and be like, oh, I don't want to talk to someone right now. But they'll still check it out. And if they like it, they get comfortable. They'll come back, or it doesn't have to be immediately. They just, well, once I'm in their friend list or their Discord list, then I'm always active. So my channel or my server is always lit up in there. And that's another thing that's important. I think you don't have to be in your Discord 24/7, but whenever you are streaming, it's important to be in your Discord. Kick doesn't have a way for you to be able to just talk with your audience aside from your chat. And if somebody wants to come in and just have a discussion with you, or even just be around you, the best way to do it is Discord. So it's kind of a multi faceted
Yeah.
strategy where you're live streaming on Kick, but in addition, you are available in Discord. Now, I understand some people, that's a lot, and so they don't want to be talked to while they're streaming because they got so many other things going on, and I get that too. But I would say that those are some ways. I'm trying to think of other ways that you can really get a lot of growth. Oh, I know. Okay, so I don't know how many Discords you're in, but like with a free Discord account, you can be in up to 100 different servers. And many of the servers have, and if you have Nitro, it's 200. But if just a regular account has 100, what I don't think is a bad idea is just having like a burner Discord account. And what you can do is just join 100 different Discords, and many of them have a section where you can do self promotion. So you can tell people about yourself and say, "Hey, I'd appreciate it if you join my Discord," and you can put your Discord link in there. I know like some big streamers on, like, off the top of my head, who allow that. Do you know who Cornelius the Cat is? She's on Kick. She's a streamer.
I'm not too familiar. I think I've heard the name before though.
That's okay.
Wait, I got a question before Rabbi, before we like get too deep. I wanted to ask you something because I don't get too distracted with this content. I think I'm gonna forget the question. Okay, do you think like nostalgia is killing new ideas? Like, do you think like we don't have any new innovative stuff in the world because we're too sad of looking back in the past and the good old days?
I think
Like, do
that
you think nostalgia is killing
I think
new
if
ideas?
I think if anything, nostalgia holds a very special place in society. Do I think it's killing new ideas? No. If anything, I think people use vintage or use nostalgic events or nostalgic items to be able to recreate things for the future. So, like, what am I talking about? Like, for instance, somebody might think that, well, here's a perfect example like records, the record industry was dead for many years and has had a resurgence. But it's not old record players that are being used, it's new record players that are using perhaps old records to be able to give these things a second life. I mean, there are only so many different things that we can do uh, currently that we're allowed to do
Absolutely.
with bandwidth.
Yeah, but I feel like oh god, yeah, but I feel like with like nostalgia is a great thing, but I feel like in the terms of entertainment and art and stuff, I feel like everything is getting rebooted, everything is just getting remade. We're just getting like regurgitated the same stuff that we already seen, and they just keep remaking it, you know?
Absolutely. Let's take for instance TV. Okay,
Okay.
there's a website. It's called TV Tropes, and you'll see this is a very interesting thing that every single um like for instance every single television show that you see on TV right now has been done in the past previously. Every single idea, whether it's like a crazy neighbor next door, or two people, one thinks one's cheating on the other. All of these storylines have all been done before. There's so much art now that everything has been done, and it hasn't just been done in television. Before it was done in television, it was done in radio, and before it was done in radio, it was done in vaudeville, and before it was done in vaudeville, it was done on the stage.
Just that book.
So basically,
And what
everything is.
about and like
Go ahead.
it's being just like we've all so everything so you trying to tell me like everything that we're seeing now, mainly in entertainment, like we've seen it before, but
Absolutely,
just like rebranded.
absolutely. So
Yeah,
here,
I see. I get that.
here's just the A's. But like these are all things that you'll see in television and movies today that have already been done. An abandoned area, an abandoned mascot, an abandoned ship, abandoned shipping, an aborted art, a bouncy springy index, a bridge series tropes, abstract strategy game, absurdism. I mean that's just A. Let me just check out what the next like an action horror, action girl, um, things having to do with
That's actually
cameos.
crazy.
And isn't that interesting? So like, if you're ever watching a television show and you're like, man, this seems like it's familiar to me from a previous show. They've all been redone. The thing is, there are only so many different combinations that you can do, and Hollywood writers have basically run out of new ideas. So everything is going to be
It's like
reused, and some people
yeah,
like
but
that. Go
I
ahead.
feel like with that too, right? Because I feel like some people too just hate new things and just that's why like I'm like with the nostalgia because I see like some people be like, man, I can't enjoy this new thing because I like this old thing better. People don't give new things a chance. I feel like, you know.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're 100% right there. Especially that's how Hollywood works. Essentially, when you have a television show or a series or something, you get maybe one season to really get it renewed, and it's difficult to get that renewed for two, three, four, five, six, 7 seasons, like used to be done. I was looking this up the other day. There's a show on CBS known as Lassie. It's about a dog. I don't know if you're familiar
Wait,
with
I'm
it.
just talking about that. Yeah, I'm just talking about that this morning with my roommate. I'm not even joking. That's
Excellent.
actually crazy.
Excellent. Okay, so Lassie was on television for many years, more than a decade. It was on. It's like the eighth longest running series in the United States ever. And in today's day, they would never let that happen. Where there just would be some executive who would say, "I'm sick of this dog. I want the dog off the air," and he would have gotten or she would have gotten canceled after 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Very rarely is something continued. Now, if it is if it has a niche, like Law and Order has a niche, and like some like what else has a niche like that? Well, there's certainly Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Um, and like these
soap operas and stuff
soap
like that.
operas, exactly,
Yeah.
where they have a niche and they can continue. But even as we've seen, the soap opera industry has died. I mean, you remember when
Yeah.
you would turn on the television during the day and it would be soap opera after soap opera.
And be like, yeah, it'd be full and beautiful, days of our lives, all those stuff.
100%. Absolutely. You know exactly what it is, but it's no longer that. Now what is it? It's reality television. It's talk shows. Why? They're cheaper. They're cheaper to produce. People don't understand that a soap opera generally has to have a new episode every single day. So that's a lot of.
Them shit just have episodes every single weekday. Like really.
Exactly.
That shit was probably expensive as hell to maintain when you think about it. For years, like 30, 40, 50 years they've been doing that.
Exactly. And the acting suffers because of it. They can't do as many takes. They don't get a chance to memorize their lines. And the entire industry suffers. Now it's reality television. People, if you are aware, have basically just, especially during the day, aren't the same people who are watching at night. So they can really just put junk on the air. The only thing that they're really selling during the day are things for perhaps medical devices, different pharmaceuticals, and personal injury attorneys, because those are the people who are at home during the day. And so,
I mean, TV networks are slowly dying too. That is a sad thing to think of. Because I can't remember the last time I sat down and watched a TV show or TV network type stuff.
I agree with you. I had this conversation recently with a friend. Television. You're not of a generation that had you're a little younger is what I'm trying to say, but you're still old enough to understand what I'm going to be talking about. But back in the day, there were certain nights for television that everybody would like. You've even seen this with Game of Thrones. Sunday night was really big for Game of Thrones or Curb Your Enthusiasm. But those are more modern and those are more niche. When I was a kid, it was Thursday night was must-see TV. You get Friends, you get Seinfeld, and everybody kind of stopped what they were doing to be able to watch the show.
Oh my, yeah, I remember they said what's the point? They said when the last episode of Friends came out, they said I forgot how many viewers they have. It was it was a crazy number. They said most people in America was watching that.
Absolutely. Now take that even back a generation before I remember, or before I was born. And literally, like you're saying, the whole nation would stop and watch the end of MASH, the last, I can remember a little bit, the last Cheers. And it also depends on how the show has gone. There are some shows, there's a show that I really, really love. I'm very nostalgic about. It's The Cosby Show. I don't know if you ever saw The Cosby Show, but I love The Cosby Show. But what happened with the... Go ahead. Oh, I love The Cosby Show. It's a show that I've always been nostalgic about. I watched it when I was a little kid, but what ended up happening with The Cosby Show...
Yeah, that was one of the favorite. That was one of the first sitcoms that ever came out, right?
Well, it was certainly one of the biggest. It wasn't one of the first. I mean, really, television kind of starts in the 1950s, and this was a show from the 1980s and 1990s. But what made it unique, it was the first major black sitcom. And I shouldn't say that. You had the Jeffersons, you had What's Happening, you had Different Strokes. Yeah, Good Times.
Stafford and Son.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But no one had ever seen, let's say, we had a doctor, a lawyer. They were very successful in Brooklyn, and the storylines were very understandable for mass appeal. But what ended up happening was there were some contract negotiations that went awry, and also there was a spin-off known as A Different World. So some of the characters from The Cosby Show went to another show, and that kind of killed the show because it was we were all used to watching the same people every week, and now we have to watch them on another show, and they ended up having to bring it back. So I can tell you the finale of The Cosby Show was not as big as the finale of MASH or the finale of Cheers, perhaps, or the finale of Seinfeld or the finale of Friends. And when you would watch these shows, you would be with your family or you'd be with your friends. You would connect with them. It's not like that anymore. You don't have to be home on a certain night for a television show. You can literally just watch Netflix and stream new things. You get the whole season at once, which is a really interesting aspect. So let's say a television show like Stranger Things, which is somewhat in its own way, a more modern version of a of one of these very popular series. You get if Stranger Things comes out on Saturday, let's just say, there are people who will binge it all by Monday. And so when you're at the water cooler on Monday, someone's like, "Hey, did you see Stranger Things?" You're like, "Well, I saw 1 or 2 episodes." "Oh, well, I've seen them all. Here's what happened." Nobody's ending on the same day on this at the same time. When previously you would say, "Hey, did you see the finale of whatever the show was?" And everybody would have seen it because it was on at a certain time. So when it comes to this series,
Yeah, that actually is true.
absolutely.
That actually is true.
When it comes to series, people don't have that connection anymore. It doesn't have as much
What's
mass appeal. What does is sports and live television. So what am I talking about? Like the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, like perhaps some comedy specials that air live. What else? Like sports are really big. Why? Because you can't watch those later and get as much enjoyment out of them because you know what the score is. You know who won. You know the outcome of it. So sports are really the last feature of live television, and that's why they're the most popular television shows in the United States. If you look at the rankings every year, the top 20 events, top 20 shows in the United States are generally all football games, all NFL games. And when the NFL has so much power in the United States over what's going to be on the air, people are forced to watch it. It essentially becomes part of the culture. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, it's kind of the current situation. Getting back to your original question, though, what about nostalgia? The If you've ever seen the series Mad Men, this isn't a correct quote. It's a correct quote from the show, but they say that nostalgia is Greek for a word, and the translation isn't exactly right. But essentially, it is nostalgia is the idea of an aching heart from the past, something like that. There's something that we long for in the past that we once really enjoyed, and we want to bring that back. And but we want to put a modern twist on it as well. There are some other aspects that can cause some issues when it comes to these shows or whatever it is. So, for instance, there are agendas that want to get pushed. So somebody may say, look, I want to have a sitcom of a mom and a dad and 3 kids. Okay, well, 40 years ago, and let's say, and we have neighbors as well. Okay, well, 40 years ago, it would have been a mom and a dad and 3 kids or whatever, and neighbors. Now it might be a gay couple, it might be a transgender person next door. There are all kinds of agendas that are pushed that aren't necessarily, they don't necessarily connect with everyone in society, but and so people just don't fall in love with the shows like they once did, but the agenda gets pushed. Other things that you may find, a lot of people like, I think I'm probably not unique in this, but they like shows that they can really get into where there's a family, where you can see the children grow up and do cool things, and they deal with things that are that your average American or average person in the world is dealing with.
Like character development and stuff, like how they grow from who they were to what they become now, that stuff.
Exactly. But it's difficult now in today's day and age, especially in the influencer world, where somebody can make more money just being an influencer than they can on a television show anymore. So why do I want to be on this little television show when I can just be on Instagram and go to parties and do all kinds of other things? So there are some connections, I would say, that people still want to keep from the past, and there are other people and agendas that want to get pushed. When it comes, there's a saying, at least it used to be on TV Land: times change, people change, great TV doesn't. And it's true, times do change, people do change, but the ideas, the stories that we have don't really change. I mean, I was naming some of the things that at least are TV tropes, but they're also movie tropes. The evil prince. We've seen evil princes in many different, Disney stories, and in things like Wicked, or similar things. Things like a crazy ex-girlfriend or crazy ex-boyfriend. These are all stories that have been told not just for 10 years, not just for 100 years, but even going back, even to like medieval periods, where you can have someone who finds a shoe or someone who eats an apple or whatever it is. And but nostalgia is important, and I think that the higher level of nostalgia that occurs, the more people long for previous days. And there's a lot of money in this too. So the industry likes to play up nostalgia, and because they know if you bought a record player, let's just say in 1950, and then records went out of coolness into the 80s and such, you're going to need a new record player. So that's an opportunity to sell you a new record player. Or but some things used to work better than they currently do. So for instance, I don't know, did you ever have an iPod?
Oh yeah, the iPod Nano and stuff. Yeah.
Exactly, perfect. So you know that when you were a kid and you had an iPod Nano, that you could put songs on it, never have to pay a dime to Spotify, and always listen to all the music that you wanted, and you were fine with that. Well, that's a nostalgic aspect of society, and people want to recreate that. And it's more difficult to do now because you don't have as many options to buy those things, and they're actually not always seen as cool as perhaps streaming, but they're free, and they're it's a one-time purchase, and then you add your music to it, and you're done. And generally, people aren't listening to this huge amount of music. If I give you 200 songs to listen to for the rest of your life, you'd be absolutely fine. They'd all be bangers. You would be the songs that you would normally listen to. There's enough variety in that you'd be fine. And with an iPod, you could listen to 2,000 songs. You're never going to listen to that many songs. Here's the thing, though. The powers that be recognize that once they sold you that, you weren't purchasing anything anymore. So a company like Apple that used to come out with an iPod every year, different generations, iPod Nano, iPod Shuffle, they recognize, you know what? We can make more money on people if we charge them $5 a month for their music or $10 a month for Apple Music, and we have this recurring cash flow from them. Essentially, a profit stream that we didn't have, which is Apple Music. And the same thing happens with Spotify and YouTube Music and all that other stuff. And really, we're moving to a day, as Klaus Schwab has said, the head of the WEF, the World Economic Forum, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Essentially, you won't own your music, you won't own your television, you won't own your car. You will be essentially having a monthly payment on all of these things. And because everyone around you is doing the same thing, you'll be happy. You think that that's the only way. You won't even recognize that, hey, you used to own your device and own basically the music once you purchased it, and you used to own your car and you used to own your house. We're moving away from those days into a dark future where you own nothing. Perhaps you'll be happy, but perhaps that's only if you can afford to be happy. It's dark, and that's why I think people want that nostalgic sense. I think as well, especially in the winter, people get nostalgic. There are holidays. It reminds them of being with their families. And so these things go through cycles, not just in time periods, but throughout the year. And that has some sentimental value as well, especially nowadays. And then we'll get into a new year where, like, once we get a new type of device that revolutionizes things, people become less nostalgic and they start becoming more forward thinking. Go ahead.
Right, so I have a question, right?
Absolutely.
I was talking to one of your friends about this morning. So, do you think the internet is going to be like the peak of human discovery? Like, do you think there's going to be something past it? Because we had the radio, we had television, now we have the internet. Do you think there's something that's going to be like? You think the internet is just here forever?
Well, I think a version of the internet is here forever. It's still in its infancy. But what I think is the next version, we'll have a virtual world with like virtual reality, but there's something known as a neural network, which I really think is the next version of the internet. So you don't have any connections there aren't any wires or anything, but basically your mind can download things from the air. And perhaps you need a brain-computer interface to be able to do this, but this has already successfully been done. This is what Neuralink is.
Yeah, Elon Musk already did something like that, right?
Exactly. It's been successfully done in 2 trial cases. I know of one of them. The man's name is Nolan Aspro, and he is a quadriplegic person The way he became quadriplegic is he just jumped into a pond one day and landed on his head or took a bad fall in the water, and he couldn't use his arms or his legs anymore. And he basically said, "Look, sign me up to be the first person to have this tested on me because I'm not living that. My quality of life isn't very good anyway. If I die, I die." Okay, so he made a major sacrifice, and he was on the Joe Rogan Experience. He was on the Lex Friedman podcast, and he's able to play video games better than you and I combined. His hand-eye coordination, or essentially the equivalent of it, is like an auto aimer, and you basically can't beat him. I mean, to the point where they're talking that in video game competitions in the future, you have to check people if they have a brain-computer interface because they'll just be so much better than an average human being. And we're moving towards a world where that's going to become more and more popular, and you'll be able to download information wirelessly to this brain-computer interface. So what kind of information would you be able to download? For instance, all of Wikipedia. You could just have in your mind at any given time. The entire thesaurus, the entire dictionary, the entire encyclopedia. So that you wouldn't have to go...
So would that implant be able to unlock your brain and make you like think about other stuff? It's not like, so you put the implant in. What if someone like hacks it or something? Because you know, like with computers and stuff, there's always ways to find to put like a virus or something like that in like devices.
Yes, so this has been addressed to the best of people's ability currently. It is encrypted. Now, nothing is totally impermeable, so everything can be penetrated in one way or another. But it is in its infant steps, and the security on it will improve. But that is certainly a concern. That you can have bad actors who may perhaps want to change someone's behavior or alter the information that they're getting. Another worrisome aspect of this is, what about the people who are pushing out the information? What if they aren't giving you the correct information? What if they are altering it so that they're pushing their agenda? There are a lot of concerns when it comes to a neural network, but this is really the next wave. So we have the internet, which is basically at a keyboard. We're going to have augmented reality, which is coming very soon, which you'll have like heads-up displays. So basically, like my glasses, I have like old-fashioned glasses, but in the future, you'll have glasses that will be able to tell you, perhaps you'll be able to like read a teleprompter on your glasses. You'll be able to know the temperature of things. You'll be able to perhaps know distances just immediately through some type of heads-up display. And then you're going to get into, we've already moved into this a little bit, the virtual world, where you're going to be able to live your entire life virtually. You never have to get off your couch or out of your bed or out of a chair. You can live your entire life in this virtual world.
I don't know if I want that though, because you know that sounds like the plot of Wall-E.
Yes, it does. Well, it's important.
Like I don't. It's unfortunate because like I feel like with AI too, like we're losing artists and like creative people and like minds and stuff like that.
Let's talk about that. That's an excellent point, Flax. Excellent point. Okay, so previously people have had to have jobs going back to antiquity, and those jobs take up a lot of their time. With AI, especially in the next 2 decades or so, it is going to replace 95% of people's jobs. You won't have coders anymore.
Oh shit!
Oh, absolutely.
I learned that from Good Burger.
There you go. You won't have people working at fast food anymore. You won't have people who do mining for coal or mining for lithium or mining for cobalt. That will all be done by robots. You won't even have surgeons anymore. There are surgeons today that are robotic that are better than any surgeon on earth. The only thing that a surgeon currently has to do is just basically oversee the robotic process. But it can be done halfway around the world, which is really interesting. You won't have lawyers, perhaps. There will be law firms still, but you won't have lawyers in the traditional sense. Essentially, every law brief, every paralegal that would normally assist on these things, this can all be done by ChatGPT, and it can be done instantly. It can search all of the law cases that have ever, and it's perfect.
That is so crazy because ChatGPT and AR are their very, 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 very early stages. It's already
so good.
Like you can make a video of 2 celebrities hugging right now, and I mean you can tell it's AI. But like, if that's how it is early,
it's close.
In the next 5-6 years, it's going to be some Oh no.
It's very
But a little
close.
scary.
It's very close. You're 100% right. Okay, so what's that going to mean? It means that the majority of people in the world will be unemployed. So then what happens? We're going to need something known as universal basic income. This has already been tried in California, in some cities, and it is expanding, where basically people get $1,000 a month or so. But when your food is taken care of and your rent is taken care of and everything having to do with your transportation is all taken care of, and you just have $1,000 on which to live, that's actually manageable. And what's that going to mean? It means people are going to have a lot more free time, and that's where it gets into art. So you were saying that basically with AI, isn't that going to be detrimental to the artistic world? You would think so because AI can just produce so much art so much faster, and it's excellent. However, when it comes to people purchasing art, AI art will not have as much value as real human art. Something that a ceramics that people created, or a painting, or perhaps a piece of music. If a human created it, it's going to go up in value because these will be rarer items. Essentially, AI created art will be a dime a dozen. Anybody will be able to have that. But human art will, in my opinion, have much more value in the coming future, and we will have maybe a a second renaissance. So we had a renaissance
Yeah,
500.
we talked about this before. So you think it's best to like invest in art right now?
No, not right now. No, but it will be in the future. If anything, if I were going to tell you to invest in anything art related right now, it might be NFTs. And the reason why I say that,
No.
wait. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Obviously.
I'm not talking about very expensive NFTs. I'm talking about NFTs that have already hit their bottom floor, that are worth pennies, like 1 penny each. Okay, so you buy 100 NFTs at 1 penny each. You like them just for their art. They bring you joy. And what people will have in the future, they don't currently have this, and this is why the NFT world isn't that big. But in the future, there's something called the frame, and it's essentially a frame that you put in your house. It's a digital frame, but it's very big, and people will display their art using this frame. And so when you are at someone's house and you're looking, normally you look at a picture on their wall or a poster on their wall or something, it will be this cycling uh, display of all of the NFTs that they have. And what is going to make that interesting is that will give more value to NFTs because there'll be a way for people to see your art, a way of people for people to see what you have, and a way for it to be displayed in a professional, classy way. Now, when I say if you're going to invest in NFTs, I'm saying you can buy 100 NFTs for $1 each one, even more than that. But I'm just saying, like ones that you just like their color. Why do I think that's important? You're going to say, well, Rabbi, they were worth hundreds of dollars, and now they're worth a penny. What makes them valuable? With time, most anything on earth increases in value. What am I talking about? If you buy a doll today and you keep it in its packaging, in 50 years, that doll's going to be worth money. Or if you buy even like a lamp, give it 50 years, it'll be an antique. It will be worth money. NFTs, an NFT from 2018 or 2019 or 2020 will be worth a lot of money in the year 2045, 2055, 2065. Because not because it was beautiful or not because people it spoke to someone. It's simply because of the age. And so basically, there's a market of NFTs that have been rug pulled. That if there are any that you like just based on what they look like and they're cheap, I think that those are fine investments. Why? Because you're not losing anything on it. It's $1 to buy 100 of them. So I'm not saying, hey, there's this one NFT and you should buy. Don't buy NFTs for an investment. You should buy them for how they make you feel. But there's an opportunity to be able to buy them on the floor. I mean, even you can buy. I mean, you can buy. Sometimes you can buy 10,000 NFTs for a little bit of Bitcoin. I mean, like huge amounts if you wanted to. And what will happen in the future is you'll have your digital wall. People will come over to your house. They'll be looking at your art, and it will be scrolling through. And they'll say, "Hey, where did you get that? Or when did you get that? I really like the look of that." And you'll say, "You know what? You're never going to believe this. I bought it for a penny in 2025, and now it's 2045, 20 years ago, and it has gained value because it has had a resurgence. Things go through ebbs and flows, and So whenever, like for instance, a cryptocurrency like Hawk2a coin just had its rug pulled. Okay, fine. But there's an opportunity that 30 years from now, when Hawk2a is still an influencer, perhaps, or has her own show or something like that, that coin could be worth a lot of money. People don't see things with such a macro perspective. They see things with micro perspective. Hey, what have you done for me lately?
Yes,
How can I make a quick buck on this?
Yeah,
And
so that now.
exactly. And I'm
No one is everyone's like impatient now, but everyone's like to get rich fast as hell.
exactly.
I mean, I'm like that too, you know.
I
And
understand.
everyone wants to, you know, if they yeah.
I understand that, and I get that. But if you're a long-term investor, if you're a diamond-handed investor, and someone who doesn't sell, and someone who buys art because it's important to them, you'll recognize that macro is the way to do this. Especially when you get into some of the technology about which I talked, which are things like life extension technology, stem cells, human growth hormone, things like nutrenics, nootropics, things like ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We're going to get you from your average life expectancy flax of age 80 to age 100, 120. And then we may perhaps be able to move into mind uploading technology where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a, a cybernetic being, cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, and you'll be able to live a digital immortality. Once people are able to do that, which is within a generation or two, that's when things really change because you can make an investment in 2025 and get dividends on it perhaps in 3025 just because you're going to not die.
I feel you, man, I feel you. But wouldn't that like the meaning of life like uses those, you know, like I think everyone should like, not I think that should be the process of life, like you live and you just are no longer here, you know.
Absolutely. So there are two schools of thought. There's the Homo sapien school of thought, where you live to your average life expectancy and die. And then there's what's known as Homo techno. So basically, it's a breakaway civilization that's currently happening here on Earth of people who are transhuman or at least are, now I'm not saying transgender, transhuman, meaning people moving away from the traditional Homo sapien route of death being inevitable into a world where they can upload their mind and live forever in perpetuity. So the mindset you're describing is really the Homo sapien mindset, but there's another type of classification of people in the future that will be taking advantage of this type of technology. And it's not going to be everyone. There are going to be some people who say, I don't want a brain computer interface. I don't want I don't want life extension technology. I just want to die when I die. That's fine. That's your choice. That's great. But then there will be other people who will use every type of advantage that they can to be able to live a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer until eventually they are able to take advantage of mind uploading technology. We already know that people have been interested in this for almost 100 years at least in the world of cryonics, basically the freezing of yourself. There are people who are currently frozen in labs, and eventually the technology is going to be at the point where we will perhaps be able to unfreeze them and give them a new lease on life, so to speak. Some people have had their entire bodies frozen, some people just their heads, but eventually there's going to be some scientist or some person out there who says, I want to make it my goal to revivify all these people. I want to bring them all back to life. And then they may be able to live a digital immortality in perpetuity with the other people who consider themselves transhuman.
Yeah. Rabbi, I didn't go back to truth, man. It was good talks. Always nice talking.
Absolutely. Flax, I'll try to do less sleeping, and and I want you to know I'm always here for you, my man.
I miss you as well. I haven't talked to you in a minute, bro. It's always good to talk to you because I learn something new every day.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear that. These are very high-level conversations, Flex. I appreciate them very much. I appreciate having them with you. Best wishes to you on Kick, and I'll do my best to spam you as much as I can so you don't forget about me. And if you ever need anything from me, you let me know. Okay, buddy?
I got you. Rabbi, later, man. Be safe, bro.
You as well, Flax. Take care. That was Flax, baby. Let's see if that was recorded. Fuck yeah. This guy needs to go into a 30, 20, 90, 100, yeah, that's right. I gotta take a shower. I have to take a shit.
Engaged document. As I became more experienced as an expert in litigation, I could go through those documents pretty quickly. Quickly, maybe 20 hours or 40 hours, but it doesn't mean 3 months of my work. And see if the company's, if the way the company has analyzed the data is consistent with the way, with their statistical analysis plan and their pre-specified outcome measures. It's not hard, and I think you're right. Peer reviewers, I don't peer review clinical trials, but I peer review other kinds of articles. I have to do one on the airplane going home, and it's hard. I mean, we're just ordinary mortal people volunteering to
They, the motivation is not clear.
The motivation is to keep, to be a good citizen uh, in the medical community, and to be on friendly terms with the journals, so that if you want to get published, it's sort of an unspoken
Yeah.
incentive.
As somebody going through the same career, that's that motivation
Good.
would be a lot better.
Yes, you should get more recognition or in some way academic credit for it. It should go to your career advancement.
It's an important paper, and you recognize it's an important paper as a great peer reviewer. That this is not in that area where it's like clearly a piece of crap paper or clearly an awesome paper that doesn't have controversial aspects to it and it's just a beautiful piece of work. Okay, those are easy. And then there's like this very difficult gray area which may require many, many days of work on your part as a peer reviewer. It's not, not just a couple hours, but really serious reading. Like some papers can take months to really understand. So if you really want to struggle, there has to be an incentive.
physicians hired by the journals or shared by the journals, who were independent of any other financial incentive to go over these kind of methodological issues and take responsibility for certifying the analyses that are done, and then pass it on to the volunteer peer reviewers.
Yeah, I believe in even in this, in the sort of capitalism or even social capital. After watching Twitter in the time of COVID and just looking at people that investigate themselves, I believe in the citizenry. People, if you give them access to the data, like these like citizen scientists arrive. A lot of them on the, it's kind of funny. A lot of people are just really used to working with data. They don't know anything about medicine, and they don't have actually the bias of that a lot of doctors and medical, and a lot of the people that read these papers will just go raw into the data and look at it like they're bored almost, and they do incredible analysis. So there's some argument to be made for a lot of the data to become public, like be anonymized, all that kind of stuff, but for a lot of it to be public, especially when you're talking about things as impactful as some of these drugs.
I agree 100%. So let's turn the microscope. Let's get a little bit more granular on the peer review issue. We're talking about pre-publication, and that is critically important. Once the paper is published, the horses are out of the barn, and docs are going to read it, take it as evidence-based medicine. The economists call what then happens and stickiness, that the docs hold on to their beliefs. And my own voice inside says once doctors start doing things to their patients' bodies, they're really not too enthusiastic about hearing the results.
Yeah, that's the stickiness thing. So that bar, once it's published, and the doctors, that's when the stickiness thing.
Yeah, it's hard to put that toothpaste back in the tube. Now, that's pre-publication transparency, which is essential. And you could have whoever saw that data pre-publication could sign confidentiality agreements so that the drug companies couldn't argue that we're just opening spigots of our data and people can copy it, all the excuses they make. You could argue that you didn't have to, but let's just let them do it. Let the peer reviewers sign confidentiality agreements, and they won't leak the data. But then you have to go to post-publication transparency, which is what you were just getting at, to let the data free and let citizens and citizen scientists and other doctors who are interested have at it. Kind of like Wikipedia, have at it. Let it out. Let people criticize each other.
Okay, so speaking of the data, the FDA asked 55 years to release Pfizer vaccine data. This is also something I raised with Albert Burla,
What
Pfizer.
is that?
There are several things I didn't like about what he said. So some things are expected, and some of it is just revealing a human being, which is what I'm interested in doing. But he said he wasn't aware of the 75 to 55.
I'm sorry. He wasn't aware of.
How long? But here, I'll explain this.
Do you know that since you spoke to him, Pfizer has petitioned the judge to join the suit in behalf of the FDA's request to release that data over 55 or 75 years? Pfizer's fully aware of what's going on.
He's aware. I'm sure he's aware in some formulation. The exact years he might have not been aware. But the point is that that is the FDA, the relationship with Pfizer and the FDA in terms of me being able to read human beings was the thing she was most uncomfortable with. That he didn't want to talk about it. And that relate it was clear that there was a relationship there that if the words you use may do a lot of harm, potentially because like you're saying there might be lawsuits going on, there's litigation, there's legal stuff, all that kind of stuff. And that there's a lot of games being played in this state. So I don't know how to interpret it if he's actually aware or not, but the deeper truth is that he's deeply uncomfortable
you speak to him? How long?
Wow, time flies when you're having fun. 2 months ago.
2 months ago. So that was just recently. It's come out. Just in the past week, it's come out that Pfizer is battling the FDA. Pfizer has joined the FDA in the opposition to the request to release these documents in the same amount of time that the FDA took to evaluate them. So Pfizer is offering to help the FDA to petition the judge to not enforce the timeline that he seems to be moving towards.
So for people who are not familiar, we're talking about the Freedom of Information Act request to release the Pfizer vaccine data, study data, to release as much of the data as possible, the raw data details, or so, actually not even the raw data, it was data, it was not any detail to it. And I think the response from the FDA is that, of course, yes, of course, uh, but we can only publish like some X number of pages a day,
500 pages.
500 pages.
It's not a day though. It's
Whatever.
a week, I think.
The point is, whatever they're able to publish is ridiculous. It's like um, my printer can only print 3 pages a day, and we cannot afford a second printer. So it's some kind of bureaucratic language for there's a process to this. And now you're saying that Pfizer is obviously more engaged in helping this kind of bureaucratic process prosper in its full absurdity, Kafkaesque absurdity. So, what is this? This really bothers me.
This is really troublesome. And just to put it in just plain English terms, Pfizer's making the case that it can. The FDA and Pfizer together are making the case that they can't go through the documents. It's going to take them some number of hundreds of fold more time to go through the documents than the FDA required to go through the documents to approve the vaccines, give the vaccines for FDA approval. And the FDA's argument, talk about Kafka-esque, is that to do it more rapidly would cost them $3 million. $3 million equals 1 hour of vaccine sales over 2 years. 1 hour of sales. And they can't come up with the money. And then Pfizer is joined the suit to help the FDA fight off this mean judge who thinks they are releasing the data. But evidently Pfizer is not going to come up with the $3 million either. So, but for $3 million, I mean, maybe the FDA should do a GoFundMe.
Well, obviously the money thing. I mean, I'm sure Elon Musk comes along and says, "I'll give you 100 million. Publish it now." I think they'll come up with another. So I mean it's clear that there's cautiousness. I don't know the source of it.
Well, there's only one explanation that I can think of, which is that the FDA and Pfizer don't want to release the data. They don't want to release the 300,000 or 500,000 pages of documents, and I don't know what's in there. I want to say one thing very clearly. I am not an anti-vaccine. I believe the vaccines work. I believe everybody should get vaccinated. The evidence is clear that if you're vaccinated, you reduce your risk of dying of COVID by 24. And we've got new subvariants coming along. And I just want to be very clear about this. That said, there's something I would give you 10 to 1 odds on that there's something in that data that is going to be embarrassing to either FDA or Pfizer or both.
So there's 2 options. I agree with you 100%. One is they know embarrassing things. That's option 1. And option 2, they haven't invested enough to truly understand the data. I mean, it's a lot of data. That they have a sense there might be something embarrassing in there, and if we release it,
Nonetheless, the data are about the original dose. And the emergency use authorization was based on the first few months of the data from that trial. And it was a 2-year trial. The rest of that data has not been opened up, and there was not an advisory committee meeting to look at that data when the FDA granted full authorization. Again, I am pro vaccine and not making any advice. But I suspect that there's something pretty serious in that data. And the reason why I'm not an anti-vaxxer, having not been able to see the data that the FDA advisors seem to be willing not just to put effort into preventing the release of, but seem to have quite a bit of energy in preventing investment of quite a bit of energy in not releasing. The reason why that doesn't tip me over to anti-vaxxers is because that's clinical trial data, early clinical trial data involved several thousand people. We now have millions of data points from people who have had the vaccine. This is real world data showing the efficacy of the vaccine. And so far, knock on wood, there aren't side effects that overcome the benefits of vaccine.
So I'm with you about because 3 shots of the vaccine. There's a lot of people that are kind of saying, well, the data, the real world use, large scale data is messy. The way it's being reported, the way it's being interpreted. Well, one thing is clear, it is being politicized. I mean, if you just look objectively, don't have to go to at the shallow surface level. It seems like there's 2 groups that I can't even put a term to it because it's not pro vaccine versus anti-vaccine. It's pro vaccine, triple mask, Democrat, liberal, and then anti-mandate, whatever those groups are. I can't quite because they're changing. Anti-mask, but not really, kind of. For those 2 groups that use political nature, not scientific nature, they're bickering. And then it's clear that this data is being interpreted by the different groups differently. And it's very difficult for me as a human being to understand where the truth lies, especially given how much money is flying around on all sides. The anti-vaxxers make a lot of money too. Let's not forget this. From the individual perspective, you can become famous if you get anti-vaxxer. So there's a lot of incentives on all sides. And there's really people emotion, fear, and also credibility. You know, scientists don't want to lose their reputation. They speak out, whatever, like speak their opinion, or they look at some scientific data and it gets interpreted some kind of way. It's clear that fear is dominating the discourse here, especially in the scientific community. So I don't know what to make of that. And the only happy people here is flying all ahead. I mean, with every single variant, there's very, I would say, outside of arguably a very flawed system, there's a lot of incredible scientific and engineering work being done in constantly developing new, like antiviral drugs, new, new vaccines to deal with the variants. So they're happily being a capitalist machine, and it's very difficult to know.
And let's just put this in perspective, folks. The best-selling drug in the world has been Humira for a number of years. It's approved for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis and 8 other indications. And it's sold about $20 billion globally over the past few years. It leveled out, it peaked at that level. Pfizer expects to sell $65 billion of vaccine in the first 2 years of the pandemic. So this is by far the biggest selling and most profitable drug that's ever been come along.
Can I ask you a difficult question? In the fall, when we were operating in here, on the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, what was done well and what was done badly, we see now. It seems like we'll know more decades from now. But now, in the fog of today, there's $65 billion flying around. Where do you land?
So we're going to get to what I think is one of the key problems with the pharmaceutical industry model in the United States about being revenue-driven. So in 2016, the NIH did the key infrastructure work to make mRNA vaccines. That gets left out of the discussion. And Pfizer BioNTech actually paid royalties voluntarily to the NIH. I don't know how much it was. I don't think it was a whole lot of money. But I think they wanted to avoid the litigation that Moderna got itself into by just taking that 2016 knowledge and having that be the foundation of their product. So Pfizer took that and they did their R&D. They paid for their R&D, having received that technology. And when they got the genetic code from China about the vaccine, about the virus, they very quickly made a vaccine, and the vaccine works. And President Trump, to his credit, launched Operation Warp Speed and just threw money at the top. They just said, we spent 5 times more per person than the EU early on. Just pay them whatever they want. Let's just get this going. And Americans were vaccinated more quickly. We paid a lot of money. The one mistake that I think the federal government made was they were paying these guaranteed fortunes, and they didn't require that the companies participate in a program to do global vaccinations. So the companies, doing their business model, distributed the vaccines where they would make the most money. And obviously they would make the most money in the first world. And almost 85% of the vaccines went to the first world. And very, very few vaccinations went to the third world. So what happened is there was such a low vaccination in May of 2021. There was an all hands on deck cry for help from the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the IMF, and the World Bank made a plea for $50 billion so that we could get to 40% vaccination rate in the third world by the end of 2021. And it was unrequited. Nobody answered. And now Africa has about a 8.9% vaccination rate. India is coming up, but it's been very low. The problem with all this is I believe that mRNA vaccines are excellent vaccines. But if we leave the third world unvaccinated, we're going to have a constant supply of variants of COVID that are going to come back into the United States and harm Americans exactly like Delta and Omicron have. So we've made a great drug. It reduces the risk of mortality in Americans who get it by a lot. But we're not doing what we need to do to protect Americans from Omicron. You don't have to be an idealist and worry about global vaccine equity. If you're just ordinary selfish people like most of us are, and you're worried about the health of Americans, you would ensure global vaccine distribution. Look, let me just make one more point. That $50 billion that was requested by the four organizations back in May of 2021, 32 billionaires made $50 billion from the vaccines at that point. Took it into their private wealth. So what had been taken, this enormous amounts of money that had been taken into private wealth was enough to do what those organizations said needed to be done to prevent the subvariants from coming back and doing what they're doing.
The money was there. Well, how does the money-driven motivation of big pharma lead to that the vaccines?
because they can make,
More money in the United States.
they're going to distribute the vaccines where they can make the most money.
Right? Is there a malevolent aspect to this where, boy, I don't like saying this, but they don't see it as a huge problem that variants will come back. Yeah.
I think it's the issue we were talking about earlier on, where they're in a different culture, and their culture is that their moral obligation as no freedom per se is to maximize the profits that they return to shareholders.
And don't think about the bigger picture.
The collateral damage. Don't think about the collateral.
And also kind of convince yourself that if we give into this capitalist machine in this very narrow sense of capitalism, that in the end they'll do the most good. This kind of belief that like if you just maximize profits, we'll do the most good.
Yeah, that's an orthodoxy of several decades ago, and I don't think people can really say that in good faith. When you're talking about vaccinating the third world so we don't get hurt, it's a little bit hard to make the argument that the world's a better place because the profits of the investors run up.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think that the belief is hold. I mean, I've interacted with a bunch of folks that kind of, it's, I don't want to mischaracterize Ayn Rand, okay? I respect a lot of people, but there's a belief that can take hold. If I just focus on this particular maximization, it will do the most good for the world. The problem is when you choose what to maximize and you put blinders on, it's too easy to start making gigantic mistakes that have a big negative impact on society. So it's really not what you max.
Right. And if we had a true democracy and everybody had one vote, everybody got decent information and had one vote, Ayn Rand's position would get some votes, but not many. And it would be way outvoted by the public.
Let me ask you about
Athleticism is unprecedented.
this very difficult topic. I'm talking to Mark Zuckerberg of Meta. The topic of censorship. I don't know if you've heard, but there's a guy named Robert Malone and Peter McCullough that were removed from many platforms for speaking about the COVID vaccine being risky. They were both on Joe Rogan's program. What do you think about censorship in this space? In this difficult space where so much is controlled by, not controlled, but influenced by advertisements, big pharma, and science being influenced by big pharma. Where do you lean on this? Should we lean towards freedom and just allow all the voices, even though they go against the scientific consensus? Is that one way to fight the science that is funded by big pharma, or is that do more harm than good, having too many voices that are contending here? Should the ultimate battle be fought in the space of scientific publications?
And particularly in the era of COVID, where there are large public health ramifications to this public discourse, the ante is way up. So I don't have a simple answer to that. I think everyone's allowed their own opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed their own scientific facts. And how we develop a mechanism that's other than an open internet where whoever is shouting the loudest gets the most clicks and rage creates value on the internet. I think that's not a good mechanism for working this out. And I don't think we have one. I don't have a solution. So ideally, if we had a philosopher king, we could have a panel of people who were not conflicted by rigid opinions decide on what the boundaries of public discourse might be. I don't think it should be fully open. I don't think people who are making who are committed to an anti-vaccine position and will tailor their interpretation of complex scientific data to support their opinion, I think that can be harmful. Constraining their speech can be harmful as well. So I don't have an answer here, but
I tend to believe that it's more dangerous to censor anti-vax messages. The way to defeat anti-vax messages is by being great communicators, by being great scientific communicators. So it's not that we need to censor the things we don't like. We need to be better at communicating the things we do like, or the things that we do believe represent a deep scientific truth. Because I think if you censor, you get worse at doing science, and you give the wrong people power. So I tend to believe that you should give power to the individual scientists and also give them the responsibility of being better educators, communicators, expressors of scientific ideas, put pressure on them to release data, to release that data in a way that's easily consumable, not just like very difficult to understand, but in a way that can be understood by a large number of people. So the battle can be fought in the open space of ideas versus in the quiet space of journals. I think that we no longer have that comfort, especially at the highest of stakes. So this kind of idea that a couple of peer reviewers decide the fate of billions is this doesn't seem to be sustainable, especially given a very real observation now that that the reason Robert Malone has a large following is there's a deep distrust of institutions, deep distrust of scientists, of science as an institution, of power centers, of companies, of everything, perhaps rightfully so. But the way to defend against that is not for the powerful to build a bigger wall. It's for the powerful to be authentic, um, and maybe to allow them to get fired, and for new minds, for new fresh scientists, once more authentic, more real, better communicators to step up. So I fear censorship because it feels like censorship is an even harder job to do it well than being good communicators. And it seems like it's always the C students that end up doing the censorship. That it's like it's always the incompetent people, and not just the incompetent, but the biggest whiners. So like what happens is the people that get the most emotional, most outrage will drive the censorship.
There he is.
And it doesn't seem like reason.
Hey, did you talk with Flax this morning?
Yeah, we were chatting with Flex this morning.
Oh, excellent. He said,
Dropped in to say hey.
"You're right."
We just hung out for a little bit.
Were you able to get sleep?
Yeah, I got some sleep, and I also took some naps.
Oh, that's excellent. I saw you guys were here till very early, so shout out to you. Flax just
Yeah.
came in. We just did a
We
little
all had a really good conversation all night.
excellent. Apologies. I'm just so tired. I'm still tired. I had such a bad headache, and that's what happens to me when I stay up for more than like one consecutive day. I get just a really bad headache, and I
Don't
get
worry
it.
as well, man. You don't need to say sorry. You need your rest.
Yeah, but it's
We all
kind
do.
of like just having to leave your own party early. But it wasn't my party; it was your party. We had
No.
Flax come in, and he and I just spoke for like an hour, and or I shouldn't say that long, not that long, but maybe like an hour ago is what I was trying to say. And he and I have some good conversations on just futurology, and he asks really good questions, so that's good. I think once his stream is done, I'm gonna go and clip my part of it and then upload that somewhere on YouTube so people can see that, which I think will be cool. Um,
Nice.
let's see here. So, anything new in your neck of the woods?
No, nothing. Just chilling.
Excellent. We had a lot of random people come in today, and that was interesting. So I awoke and just started having people come in, from another Discord, and some of them spoke English, but others Spanish. They all spoke English, but not that strongly. So there was a lot of translation, but they were nice. They were like six guys who kept coming in all day, just like randomly. I'd be like, I oh wait, actually, there's a guy before then. There was a guy from Tunisia who came in, and he came in and he was like, "Hey, can I ask you some questions?" And I really had to go to the bathroom at that time, but I was like, "Yeah, I'll go." He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm watching a podcast." And he's like, "Well, can I ask you some questions?" And I'm like, "Oh, what are your questions?" And he's like, um, he's like, "Hey, I found you from the Fuzi um, Discord, and I know you're not there anymore, but like, what do you do, et cetera, et cetera." And so I was like, "Oh, okay. He's not trolling me or anything. He's just he's being a nice person." And so I spoke to him for like an hour, and he was very engaging. He has great questions. And like by the end of it, I mean, like I knew I had an ally online, and he knew he had an ally online, and he was just really really nice. And um, so I spoke to him for an hour, and then these like right when that gets done, it's very interesting how life on this side works basically, and you see it a little bit where I'll be like talking to somebody for an hour or sometimes longer than that. And I have to go to the bathroom, and somebody else will come in immediately when that person's gone. It's almost like they wait for each other. So then these other guys came in for uh they spoke Spanish, but they were in here like all day, just in and out, in and out, in and out. And so what they would do, they would ask me, yeah, they would ask me a bunch of questions, and then I would answer them, and I'd be like, "Do you have any other questions?" And they'd be like, "No." They'd leave for 5 minutes and come right back, and so that was interesting. Just getting a lot of not a lot, but like six people in here is more than usual. And then the people in Aiden Ross's Discord started getting my attention, and um, they've been seeing me from the same angle for like 6 months or so, and so I changed it up on them a little bit and changed the cameras on them so that they could see like just other. I gave them basically like a room tour, and they they're getting to be better to me. Like before, as I previously said, they would just make fun of me, but now if like somebody will just be like at Rabbi Rothschild just to get my attention, and another person will be, and they'll be like at Rabbi Rothschild, and they're like, "Hey, he'll get to you when he has time. All right, calm down." So, and it's just more people who are in my corner, which is definitely good. We've got
I love to hear that.
excellent. Yeah, I do too. The Wall Street Bets people, I'm growing on them like a weed. Um, so like even that guy who had this was so interesting to me. I could have almost screenshotted it. It was just so bizarre that guy with the swastika, the pink swastika, he's like wishing everybody a happy 2025. And he wishes a bunch of people a happy 2025. And then at the end, he puts a special message out there and a rabbi. And I'm like, wow, to get friendly wishes from this guy who's embracing this type of ideologies is quite interesting. And I appreciate any love that I can get. And I'm starting to morph into that group as I don't want to say a leader because I don't want to lead those. I mean, I'll lead people, but I would want to change their behavior before leading them. But like they're not making fun of me as much. They like even so um I made this GIF, and it's like got a lot going on within 8 seconds, and it's like pump the charts. And whenever anybody posts any chart anywhere in Discord or anything, I reply with that, basically like, "Hey, I want that to go up as much as possible." And so these guys, but like ideally, what I'd like is that it gets started being used, of course, across the entire internet, obviously, but at least by the guys in this Wall Street Bet, even by this Wall Street Bet server, even if they just do it almost to just within themselves. And I also posted it in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu group. Those guys, I okay, so there are some guys from Nigeria in that group. I think you're aware of that, but if you weren't, the reason why is the cryptocurrency has done some sponsorships with some villages in Nigeria and to build wells. So we've built wells there, and we've also sponsored some soccer teams there. Nothing huge, but like we've got a pretty big Nigerian contingent. Well, what ends up happening is, I mean, these guys are in Nigeria and they like don't have money, and absolutely everybody understands that. Well, frankly, sometimes they use different accounts of each other, and I get confused on who's who. But one of the guys came to me today, and he was like, I don't know, just messaged me on Discord, and I was like, hey, why aren't you in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new Telegram? And he's like, he wanted to know if there was any news about the coin or anything. I'm like, why don't you just check the Telegram? He's like, I told you I was banned. And I do remember he told me he was banned, and I previously tried to get him unbanned, but it was just kind of like an at mods, like, can somebody please unban this person? I didn't really follow up on it. But then today I was like, oh yeah, I forgot you were banned, and I tried to get you unbanned, but it didn't work, and he didn't follow up on it, or he wasn't like any updates, and so I was like, oh, maybe he got unbanned. I don't know. But I went to ask them, hey, can you guys please unban this guy? His name's Bitcoin. His name's Real Schiller X. And I asked a couple mods, and they're like,
I know him, yeah.
okay, X, he comes in here. And the thing is, if you're coming in here, I want to help you. You're part of the community. And so I'm like, can somebody unban him? And when I thought it would be a really easy, oh yeah, sure, it was just an accident. He posted the link or something like that. They're like, I don't know if we want to let him back in. I'm like, why not? And even like more lights, like, yeah, don't let this guy back in. More lights, like the head dev, or like one of two head devs. I'm like, come on, why? What did he do that's so wrong? So I'm like, please provide me evidence, because he keeps messaging me, and I even said to them, we're never going to have a big community if we ban everybody if they make one mistake, especially a permanent ban. I don't feel that's right. So please tell me what he's done, and then I'll make a determination whether to just say to him, hey, you've done too much, or come on, can't we give him another chance? So they're like, well, he DMs everybody for money. And I'm like, okay, I understand. And I can't blame him.
That makes sense.
I truthfully can't blame him. He's in Africa, and they have nothing there. And he if you're so hungry, like, I don't know his situation, but I know some of these guys who message me, and it's heartbreaking. They're like, I'm hungry. I can't. There's no food. Can you please give me something? It's like, oh, it's heartbreaking. So they're like, he just DMs us for money, and sometimes he wants to shill other coins. And there was something else that they said that was somewhat of a complaint. Those were the two big ones, though. And so I'm like, okay, let me have a talk with him, and so normally I don't do this. I really never do this, but I was already in a messaging with him, and so I just hit the voice call, and I'm like, I wonder if he'll pick up, and he did. And I'm like, all right, so you're listening to me, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, look, they're gonna let you back in under a couple conditions. You can't DM anybody that you need money ever. So just pretend this group doesn't exist if you need something, or else you're just going to get kicked out, and there's nothing I'm going to be able to do to help you. The second thing is you can't shill other projects. So especially in DMs, hey, I've got this great idea, yada, yada, yada. And the third thing is, when someone is like, hey, is there any way you would create content? You can't be like, well, pay me to do it. If you want to create content, that's fine. If you don't want to, that's fine. But don't have everything associated with money. And I understand you're doing something, so you think that you should get money for it. But some people just make content just to help build the community. He's like, I understand. I won't do that stuff. I'm like, okay, fine. So I go back to the people at in Telegram, and I'm like, all right. So I've spoken with him. Like, firstly, I'm like, look, guys, I normally wouldn't put my ass on the line for someone. But I was really kind of mad that I'm like, hey, I'm asking for this guy to get unbanned, and I'm getting some pushback on this. Is this going to have to be a situation where I'm like, fine, then I'll stop streaming in your Discord and I'll change my clothes? Because basically I've done this now for a year and a half, and I don't really ask for anything. The one time I'm asking for something, you're not going to do it because of some mistake that this guy made 4 or 5 months ago. And the reason why he perhaps made the mistake is because he was desperate, and we don't know what kind of circumstances he's in. And so they're like, no, I mean, like we'll let him back in. I mean, he does create content for us, and he can be really funny. So I told him once they let you back in, you thank them, and then I told him just calm down in there. Don't send messages. You can upvote stuff or whatever, but just give it a month before you start really getting things, shaking things up in there. And so I said, when you get back in, I want you to thank them and let them know that you essentially be on your best behavior. So I was able to get him back in, but even all that was just like an unnecessary hour of just bullshit. And I know in the Bitcoin Obama community, I could ask for moderation privileges and maybe get them, but I really don't want them. I don't want to be associated with any cryptocurrency as like a leader or a member of it, just because I like the neutrality that I can have to say like, hey, I'm not even a moderator. This isn't my coin. I have no connection to it except the fact that they sponsored me in merchandise, and I think that it's a good investment if people are interested. So that was good. Got him back in, and I was really, really exhausted. So I took another like I don't even know, maybe a few hour nap. And then I awoke to Flash yelling at me in here, wake up, wake up, wake up. And I heard him, and it was kind of just like this thing that like if I react to him, then he's gonna know whenever he comes in here. If he just starts yelling at me, he'll be able to get me. So I let a little time pass, and then he came back in, and then that's when we had the interview. And I just took a shower, and I'm doing some laundry, and yeah. So the new year is off to the new secular year is off to a kickstart, and I always get I don't know why, but like there's so much going on, especially when Hanukkah runs from like towards the end of the year. There are all these secular holidays that occur. There's Hanukkah that occurs. There's it just seems like time moves so quickly, and I bet you feel the same way, especially having your birthday be right. Or, it's like thing after thing after thing after thing, and then before I know it, it's the new year, and it'll be like January 3rd or something before I really have like I've acknowledged like, oh, it's no longer 2024, it's really the new year, and then moving on from there. It happens to me basically every year, but I think it also has to do with me being up late, usually on December 31st. Not always. Sometimes I go to bed early, but generally, if I do, then I'm tired the next day, and all that stuff happens. So,
Yeah.
very long story short, it's been a good day thus far, and I hope for it to continue. Yeah, I got these people who, all right. So like Real Shiller X, he says, okay, good morning. Okay, I'm just gonna tell him, good morning. Hope you have a great day. All right, so that's what's new with me. Glad things are normal for you. I'm just gonna continue with the
Yeah,
podcast.
everything's going pretty normal.
Excellent.
Sorry, my brain is like in and out. I've been maybe because the same thing. I was up late last night. Me and Elle were just chatting.
You were up very, very late, and that's wonderful.
Well, the sun was coming up.
Excellent, excellent. I saw, and I'm
it
like,
made me tired, and kind of, my brain is a little floaty still from lack of sleep. That's all. Sorry if I was
No, you're
zoning
fine.
in and out of combo.
No, the same thing happens to me when I am up all night, and then the next day there's like a hangover that I experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of like a hangover. Absolutely, that's a perfect way of putting it.
Right. With no alcohol.
It's like I was right in the cover. Exactly. I don't really drink at all. I can't even remember the last time I drank. You know. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we're getting old, Ben.
That could be.
Maybe we're getting old.
That could be.
He's just objectively observing how censorship in this current. There's so many forms of censorship. If you look at the Soviet Union with the propaganda or Nazi Germany, they're very different forms of censorship. People tend to conflate all of these things together. Social media trying desperately to have trillions or hundreds of billions of exchanges a day, and trying to make sure that their platform has some semblance of quote healthy conversation. Like people just don't go insane. They actually let use the platform, and they censor based on that. That's a different level of censorship, and even there, you can really run afoul of the people that get the whiny C students controlling too much of the censorship. I believe that you should actually put the responsibility on the self-proclaimed holders of truth, aka scientists, as being better communicators.
I agree with that. I'm not advocating for any kind of censorship, but Marshall McLuhan was very influential when I was in college, and his that meme, the medium's message. It's a little bit hard to understand when you're comparing radio to TV and saying radio's hotter or TV's hotter or something. But we now have the medium's message in a way that we've never seen, we've never imagined before, where rage and anger and polarization are what drives the traffic on the internet. And we don't, it's a question of building the commons. Ideally, I don't know how to get them, I'm not pretending to have a solution, but the commons of discourse about this particular issue about vaccines has been largely destroyed by the edges, by the drug companies and the advocates on the one side and the people who just criticize and think that even though the data are flawed, that there's no way vaccines can be beneficial. And to have those people screaming at each other does nothing to improve the health of the 95% of the people in the middle who want to know what the rational way to go forward is and protect their families from COVID and live a good life and be able to participate in the economy. And that's the problem. I don't have a solution.
Well, there's a difficult problem for Spotify and YouTube. I don't know if you've heard, this is a thing that Joe Rogan is currently going through as a platform, whether to censor the conversation that we've done with Joe. So I don't know if you've heard that Neil Young and other musicians kind of spoke out saying they're going to leave the platform because Joe Rogan was allowed to get on his platform having these kind of conversations with the likes of Robert Malone. And it's clear to me that Spotify and YouTube are being significantly influenced by these extreme voices that you mentioned on each side. And it's also clear to me that Facebook is the same. Going back and forth. In fact, that's why Facebook has been oscillating on the censorship. It's like one group gets louder than the other, depending on whether it's an election year. There's several things to say here. So one, it does seem, I think you put it really well, it would be amazing if these platforms could find mechanisms to listen to the center, to the big center that's actually going to be affected by the results of our pursuit of the scientific truth, right? And listen to those voices. I also believe that most people are intelligent enough to process information and to make up their own minds. Like they're not, in terms of, there's it's complicated, of course, because we've just been talking about advertisement and how people can be influenced. But I express their argument full, I think people can hear it and make up their own mind. And if those arguments have a platform on which they can live, then other people can provide better arguments than they disagree with it. And now we, as human beings, as rational, intelligent human beings, can look at both and make up our own mind. That's where social media can be very good at, like, this collective intelligence. We together listen to all of these voices and make up our own mind. Humble ourselves actually often. You know, you think you know, like you're an expert, you say you have a PhD in a certain thing, but there's this confidence that comes with that. And the collective intelligence, uncensored, allows you to humble yourself eventually. Like as you discover, it all takes a few times, looking back 5 years later, realizing I was wrong. That's really helpful for a scientist. That's really helpful for anything to go through. And only through having that open discourse can you really have that. That said, Spotify also, just like Pfizer, which is why this podcast, I don't know if you know what RSS does, but podcasts can't be censored. So Joe's in the unfortunate position of the only one on Spotify. So Spotify's been actually very good at saying we're staying out of it for now. Uh, but RSS, this is pirate radio. Nobody can censor it. It's the internet. So financially, in terms of platforms, this cannot be censored. Which is why podcasts are really beautiful. So if Spotify or YouTube wants to be the host of podcasts, I think where they flourish is free expression, no matter how great.
Yeah, but I do want to push back a little bit on what you said. Because I have anti-vax friends. I love them. Dear church, and they'll send me stuff. And it'll take me an hour to go through what they send to see if it is credible. And usually it's not. It's not a random sample of anti-vax argument. I'm not saying I can disprove the anti-vax argument. But I am saying that it's almost like we were talking about how medical science, clinical trials, the presentation of clinical trials to physicians could be improved. And the first thing we came up with is to have pre-publication transparency in the peer review process. So bad information, biased information doesn't get out as if it's legitimate and you can't put it back, recapture it once it gets out. I think there's an element of that in the arguments that are going on about vaccines. And they're on both sides, but I think the anti-vax side puts out more units of information claiming to show that the vaccines don't work. And I guess in an ideal situation, it would be real-time fact-checking by independent people. Not to censor it, but to just say, that study was set up to do this, this is what the conclusions were, so the way it was stated is on one side of this argument.
But that's what I'm arguing. I agree with you. What I'm arguing is that this big network of humans that we have, the collective intelligence, can do that real time if you allow it to, if you encourage people to do it. And the scientists, as opposed to, listen, I interact with a lot of colleagues, a lot of friends who are scientists, they roll their eyes. Their response is like they don't want to interact with this. But if that's just not the right response. When a huge number of people believe this, it is your job as communicators to defend your ideas. It is no longer the case that you go to a conference and defend your ideas to two other nerds that are working on the same problem. I mean, sure, you can do that, but then you're rejecting the responsibility to have explicitly or implicitly accepted when you go into this field that you will defend the ideas of truth. And when you defend them, it's in the open battlefield of ideas. You become a better communicator. And I believe that we have a large, you said you invested 1 or 2 hours in particular, but that little animal tracking at scale, I think that allows us to progress towards truth. At least, at least I hope so.
I think you're an optimist. I want to work with you a little bit on this. Let's say a person like Joe, who, by the way, had me on his podcast and let
An
me.
amazing conversation. I really enjoyed it.
Well, thank you. I did too. And I didn't know Joe. I didn't know much on his podcast.
You pushed back on Joe much. Great.
And he was a gentleman. We had it out. In fact, he put one clip. At one point, he said something that was a little bit wrong, and I corrected it. And he had the guy, Jamie. He had Jamie check it, and was very forthright in saying, John's got it right here. You got to modify it. In any event,
Got him.
well, I wasn't trying to get him. I was just trying to.
You totally. It was just a beautiful exchange. There was so much respect in the room, pushing back and forth. It was great.
Yeah. So I respect him. And I think when he has somebody on who's a dyed-in-the-wool enthusiast, the question is, how could you balance, if it needs balance, in real time? I'm not talking about afterwards. I'm talking in real time. Maybe you report, well, he does report it, obviously, but maybe when there's a statement made that is made as if it's fact-based, maybe that statement should be checked by some folks, imaginary folks who are trustworthy. And in real time, as that discussion is being played on the podcast, to show what independent experts say about that matter. That's really interesting.
By the way, for some reason this idea popped into my head now. I think real time is very difficult, and it's not difficult, but it kind of ruins the conversation because you want the idea of I think what's very possible is before it's published, it's pre-publication. Before it's published, you let a bunch of people review it, and they can add their voices in post. Before it's published, they can add arguments. Arguments against certain parts. That's very interesting. Sort of as one podcast publish like addendums. Publish the peer review together with the publication. That's very interesting. Might actually do that. That's really interesting. I've been doing more debates. We at the same time have multiple people, which has a different dynamic. Because both people, it's really nice to have the time to pause by yourself and fact check. Look at the study that was mentioned, understand what's going on with the peer review process. They have a little bit of time. That's really interesting. I think that you would, I'd like to try that. To agree with you on some points from that anti-vax, I've been fascinated by listening to arguments from this community of folks that's been quite large called flat earthers, the people that believe the earth is flat. And I don't know if you've ever listened to them or read their arguments, but it's fascinating how consistent and convincing it all sounds. And you just kind of take it in, just take it in like listening normally. It's all very logical. Like if you don't think very well, no. Like, the thing is, the reality is, at the very basic human level, with our limited cognitive capabilities, the Earth is just pretty flat. You go outside and you look flat. But when you use common sense reasoning, it's very easy to play to that, convince you that the Earth is flat. Plus, there's powerful organizations that want to manipulate you and so on. But then there's the whole progress of science and physics of the past. But that's difficult to integrate into your thought process. So it's very true that people should listen to the flat earthers because it was very revealing to me how easy it is to be convinced of basically anything by charismatic arguments.
And if we're arguing about whether the Earth is flat or not, as long as you're not navigating airplanes and doing other kinds of things, trying to get satellites to do transmission, it's not that important. But if we're arguing about how we approach the worst public health crisis in I don't know how long, I think we're getting worse than Spanish flu now. I don't know the total global deaths from Spanish flu, but in the United States, stays with you.
Plus the economic pain and suffering.
Yes, yes, and the damage to the kids, school. We got a problem, and it's not going away. So when we get a problem like that, it's not just an interesting borrowed conversation about whether the Earth is flat. There are millions of lives.
Let me ask you yet another question. Issue I've raised with Pfizer CEO Albert Rabbi. It's the question of revolving doors. That there seems to be a revolving door between Pfizer, FDA, and CDC. People that have worked at the FDA now work at Pfizer, vice versa, including the CDC and so on. What do you think about that? So, first of all, his response once again is there's rules, very strict rules, and you follow them. Do you think that's a problem?
Wow.
And also, maybe this is a good time to talk about the Pfizer play by the rules.
Let's one at a time.
One at a time.
Okay, and this is speaking about Pfizer, but it's an answer to the question. Yeah. So there's this drug Adjuvant that was approved by the FDA maybe 6 months ago. It's a drug to prevent the progression of low-grade Alzheimer's disease. The target for drug development for Alzheimer's disease has been the amyloid, producing the amyloid plaques in the brain, which correlate with the progression of Alzheimer's. And Biogen showed that its drug Adjuvant reduces amyloid plaques in the brain. They did 2 clinical trials to determine the clinical efficacy, and they found that neither trial showed a meaningful benefit. And in those 2 trials, 33% more people with the Adjuvant developed symptomatic brain swelling and bleeding than people in the placebo group. There was an advisory committee convened to debate and determine how they felt about the approvability of Adjuvant given those facts. And those facts aren't in dispute. They're in Biogen slides as well as they should be. The advisory committee voted 10 against approval and 1 abstained. So that essentially universal, unanimous vote against Adjuvant. Now the advisory committees have been pretty much cleansed from financial crimes. So this advisory committee votes 10 no, 1 abstention. And the FDA overruled the unanimous opinion of this advisory committee and approves the drug. 3 of the members of the advisory committee resigned. They said, we're not going to be part of this. The FDA is not going to listen to a unanimous vote against approving this drug, which shows more harm than benefit. Undisputed. We're not going to participate in this. And the argument against approval is that the surrogate endpoint, the reduction of amyloid, the progression of amyloid plaques, is known by the FDA not to be a valid clinical indicator. It doesn't correlate. 27 studies have shown it doesn't correlate with clinical progression. Interrupting the amyloid plaques doesn't mean that your Alzheimer's doesn't get worse. So it seems like it's a slam dunk, and the FDA made a mistake, and they should do whatever they do to protect the bureaucratic reputation. So the head of the Bureau of the FDA, the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research that approves new drugs, who had spent 16 years as an executive in the pharmaceutical industry, issued a statement and said, what we should do in this situation is to loosen the prohibition of financial ties of interest with the drug companies so we get less emotional. Said that it's in print.
People are just too emotional about it.
People were just too emotional. The 10 people who voted against it and the no people who voted for it, it's all too emotional. So this gets back, this is a long answer to your short question. I think this is a wonderful window into the thinking of the FDA that financial conflicts of interest don't situation when I think it's obvious that they wouldn't.
But there's not a direct financial conflict of interest. It's kind of like it's not like Albert said. There's rules. I mean, you're not allowed to have direct financial conflict of interest. It's indirect.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I'm not denying what you said is true. But the FDA, the high official of the FDA, is saying that we need to allow conflicts of interest in our advisory committee. And that, she wants to change the rules. So Albert Orlo would still be playing by the rules. But it just shows how one-sided the thinking is.
But do you think that's influenced by the fact that there were pharmaceutical executives working at the FDA and vice versa?
And they think that's a great idea.
Who gets to fix this? Do you think it should be just banned? Like if
I
you
don't
work,
know. Two separate questions. One is, should the officials at the FDA come from pharma and vice versa? That's one thing. And the other question is, should advisory committee members be allowed to have financial conflicts of interest? I think, in my opinion, and people might say I'm biased, I think advisory committee people should not have conflicts. I think their only interest ought to be the public interest. And that was true from my understanding of the situation. It's the afterward in my book, I spent some time studying it about Agile. I think it's a slam dunk that there ought to be no conflicts of interest. Now, the head of CEDAR, Center for Drug Evaluation Research, thinks that that's going to give you a biased result because we don't have company influence. And that, I think, shows how biased their thinking is. That not having company influence is a bias.
but when we try to load that in, I'm trying to empathize with the belief that companies should have a voice at the table. I mean, yeah, it's part of the gang with the central government policy, right?
But they have a voice. They designed the studies.
Right. That's their voice.
They
That's
analyze
the
the
whole point.
data. I mean, what bigger voice do you deserve?
But I do also think, on the more challenging question, I do think that there should be a ban. If you work at a pharmaceutical company, you should not be allowed to work at any regulatory agency. You should not. I mean, that go back and forth. It just, even if it's 30 years later.
I agree. And I have another nomination. We're in this crazy situation where Medicare is not allowed to negotiate the price of drugs with the drug companies. So the drug companies get a patent on the new drug. Unlike every other developed country, they can charge whatever they want. So they have a monopoly on a utility. There's no one else to make the drug. Charge whatever they want, Medicare has to pay. And you say, how did we get in this crazy situation? So how we got here is that in 2003, when Medicare Part D was passed, Billy Towson was head of the Ways and Means Committee in the House, played a key role in ushering this through with the non-negotiation clause of it. And after it was passed, Billy Towson did not finish out his term in Congress. He went to pharma for a $2 million a year job.
This is incredible.
You might think that a ban on
I spoke with Francis Collins, president of NIH, on this podcast. He and NIH have a lot of power over funding science. What are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? In this interplay with big pharma, how connected are they? Again, returning the question, what are they doing right? What are they doing wrong?
So my knowledge of the NIH is not great. That's my knowledge. That said, broad brushes, the NIH is doing the infrastructure work for all drug development. I think they've participated in 100% of the drugs that have been approved by the FDA over the past 10 years or so. They've done infrastructure. What they do is not work on particular drugs, but they develop work on drug targets actually beneficial, then the drug companies can take the research and choose to invest in the drug specifically. That's our model. Now, 96% of the research that's done in clinical trials in the United States is about drugs and devices. And only a fraction of the 4% that's left over is about preventive medicine. How to make emergency. I think, again, from the satellite, the NIH is investing more in science that can lead to commercial development rather than, as you said at the beginning of the podcast, there's no big fitness and lifestyle industry that can counter pharma. So I think at the NIH level, that countering can be done. And the diabetes prevention program study that we talked about before, where lifestyle was part of a randomized trial and was shown to be more effective than metformin than preventing developing diabetes, that is absolute proof positive that investing in that kind of science can produce good results. So I think that we're aimed at drug development. And what we ought to be aimed at is an epidemiological approach to improving the health of all Americans. We rank 68th in the world in healthy lifestyle, despite spending an extra $1.5 trillion. And I believe strongly that the reason why we've gotten in this crazy position is because the knowledge that we're producing is about new drugs and devices. And it's not about improving population health. In this problem, the NIH is the perfect institution to play a role in rebalancing our research agenda.
And some of that is on the leadership side with Francis Collins and Anthony Fauci, not just speaking about basically everything that just leads to drug development, vaccine development, but also speaking about health and lifestyle, speaking about health, not just sickness.
Yes, and investing. Investing.
I mean, it's like one is the other. One, you have to communicate to the public the importance of investing in health. That leads to you getting props from investing in health. And when you invest in health more, that communicates. I mean, everything that Anthony Fauci says and Francis Collins says has an impact on scientists. I mean, it sets the priorities. And I don't think the sad thing about leaders, forgive me for saying the word, but mediocre leaders, is they don't see themselves as part of a gang. They don't see the momentum. They can fish in the water. They don't see the water. Great leaders stand up and reverse the direction of how things are going. I actually put a lot of responsibility. Some people say too much, but whatever. I think leaders carry the responsibility. I put a lot of responsibility on Anthony Fauci and Francis Collins for not actually speaking a lot more about health, not any bigger, inspiring people in the power and the trustworthiness of science. That's on the shoulders of Anthony Fauci.
I'm going to abstain from that because I'm not expert. But
Yeah, by the
I have to, but not on camera.
yes.
No, but seriously, the problem is pretty simple. That we're investing 96% of our funding of clinical research in drugs and devices, and 80% of our health is determined by how we live our lives. And this is ridiculous. The United States is going further and further behind the other wealthy countries in terms of our health. We rank 38th in healthy life expectancy in 2000, and now we're spending $1.5 trillion extra, and we rank 68th. We've gone down.
We have this excellent, there's a few charts that I'll overlay that tell the story in really powerful way. So one is the healthcare spending as percentage of GDP. That on the x-axis is years and the y-axis is percentage. The United States, as compared to other countries on average, has been much larger and growing.
Right. We are now spending 7% more person in dollars, we're spending even, the difference is even greater. But other costs vary with GDP. So let's stick with the conservative way to do it.
17.7 or 18% of GDP. 18% of GDP is spent on healthcare. 7% higher than the comparable country average. 17.7% versus 7% higher.
And 7% of $23 trillion GDP is more than $1.5 trillion a year.
And then you have another chart that shows healthcare system performance compared to spending. And there's a cloud, a point cloud of different countries. The x-axis being healthcare spending as a percentage of GDP, which we just talked about. That U.S. is 7% higher than everyone, the average. And then on the y-axis is performance. The x-axis is spending, y-axis performance. And there's a point cloud overlay this if you're watching on YouTube of a bunch of countries that have high performance for what they're spending. And the U.S. is all low on the right bottom side of the chart where it's low performance, high spending.
So this is a system that is abiding by spending that is directed by the most profitable ways to deliver healthcare.
You put that in the hands of big pharma. Is you maximize profit, you're going to decrease performance and increase spending.
Yes, but I want to qualify that and say it's not all big pharma. They're not responsible for all the problems in our healthcare system. They're not responsible for the administrative costs, for example. But they are the largest component of our rising healthcare costs. And it has to do with this knowledge issue. Controlling the knowledge that doctors have makes it so that doctors can live with this situation, believing that it's optimal when it's a wreck.
Let me ask you the big, so as a physician, for everything you've seen, you talked about 80% of the impact on health is lifestyle. How do we live longer? What advice would you give to general? What space of ideas result in living longer and higher quality lives?
This is a very simple question. Exercise for at least a half hour, at least 5 times a week. 2, don't smoke. 3, maintain a reasonably healthy body weight. Some people argue that being lower than BMI 25 is healthy. I think that may be true, but I think getting above 30 is unhealthy at that point. Now, that's largely impacted by socioeconomic status, and we don't want to blame the victims here. So we've got to understand that when we talk about all of these things, not cigarettes, but exercise and a good diet and maintaining a healthy body weight, we have to include doing those things the impediments to people with lower socioeconomic status being able to make those changes. We've got to understand that personal responsibility counts for some of these, but also social circumstances accounts for some of these. And back to your fishbowl analogy, if you're swimming in a fishbowl, if you live in a fish tank that's not being properly maintained, the approach wouldn't be to treat individual sick fish. It would be to fix your fish tank to get the bacteria out of it, whatever bad stuff is in there, and make your fish tank healthy. Well, we invest far less than other wealthy countries do. We have a mirror image in the spending on social determinants of health and medical determinants of health. We have exactly the wrong order. And not only does that choke off social determinants of health, which are very important, but actually just the ratio don't. We're kind of the Wild West. We let the market determine those allocations. And it's an awful failure. It's a horrendous failure.
So one argument against government, or sorry, an alternative to the government intervention is the market work better if citizenry has better information. One argument is that um, communicators, like podcasts and so on, for other channels of communication, will do the way by making your book, by providing information. The alternative to the government intervention on every aspect of this, including communication with doctors, is to provide them other information and not allow the market to provide that information by basically making it exciting to buy books, to get make better and better communicators on Twitter, books, op-eds, podcasts, and so on. So basically, there's a lot of incentive to communicate against the messages of big pharma. There is incentive because people want to understand what's good for their lives and they want to listen to charismatic people. They're able to clearly explain what is good for them.
And they do. And more than 80% of people think that drugs cost too much and the drug industry is too interested in profits.
But they still get influenced.
They can't get the vote through Congress. Democrats and Republicans alike are taking money from Congress. Somehow, it just doesn't work out that these even small changes. I mean, the pared down part of Medicare, the plan for increasing Medicare negotiation drug costs and Build Back Better, literally going to reduce the number of new drugs that are beneficial, uniquely beneficial, by about one new drug, two new drugs over 30 years. It will have virtually an indecipherable impact. And yet pharma is talking about the impact on innovation. And if you vote for this, if you let your congressman vote for this, you're going to severely slow down drug innovation, and that's going to affect the quality of your life.
Let me ask you about over medication that we've been talking about from different angles. But one difficult question for me, I'll pick one of the difficult topics: depression. So depression is a serious, painful condition that leads to a lot of people suffering in the world. And yet, it is likely they were overprescribing antidepressants. So as a doctor, as a patient, as a healthcare system, as a society, what do we do with that fact that people suffer? There's a lot of people suffering from depression. And there's also people suffering from overprescribing of antidepressants.
So a paper in the New England Journal by Eric Turner showed that the data, you put all the data together for antidepressants, you find out that antidepressants are not effective for people who are depressed but don't have a major depression. Major depression is a serious problem. People can't function normally. They have a hard time getting out, performing their normal social roles. But what's happened is that the publicity of Prozac Nation is a good example of making the argument that why should people settle for normal happiness when they can have better than normal happiness? And if you're not having normal happiness, you should take a drug. Well, that concept that serotonin metabolism is the root cause of depression is really a destructive. We have drugs that change serotonin metabolism, but we don't know if that's why antidepressants work on major depression. They certainly don't work on everybody with major depression. I forget what the number needed to treat is. I think it's around 4. 1 out of 4 people have significant improvement. But the people without major depression is that the feelings of life satisfaction and happiness, not sadness, have been medicalized. The normal range of feelings have been medicalized. And that's not to say that they shouldn't be attended to, but the evidence shows that attending to them by giving somebody a medicine doesn't help except that they feel like somebody cares about them and believes that they're suffering. But there are problems in living that give rise to much of this symptomatology of less than major depression. And let's call it what it is and figure out a way to help people in visual therapy, group therapy, maybe lifestyle modification at work. We're going to try that. But let's call it what it is instead of saying, oh, you're in this vast basket of people who are depressed, so we'll give you an antidepressant, even though the evidence shows that people who are suffering from your level of depression don't get better.
And that's a consequence, not focusing on preventative medicine, the lifestyle changes, all that kind of stuff.
Well, yes, but it's really a consequence of the drug companies creating depression that if you say I take a pill.
If you're non-major depression, how do you overcome depression?
Well, you have to talk about what's wrong.
So talk therapy, lifestyle changes.
Well, no, I'm not jumping to that. I'm saying that you ought to, the way you feel must be respected.
Yeah, acknowledge that you're suffering.
Acknowledge that you're suffering and deal with healthcare providers who acknowledge that you're suffering. So take that first step. And
Big
then,
first step, also.
big first step, yeah. Family docs are pretty good at that. It's kind of the arena that caused me to go into family medicine. The subjective experience of the patient. Okay, so you're a person who is not getting the enjoyment out of their life that they feel they ought to be getting. Now let's figure out why. And whether that means sometimes with a social worker, sometimes with a psychiatrist, sometimes with a psychiatric nurse. I'm not sure how you best do that most effectively and efficiently, but that's what you need to do. And it may be that there's a marital problem and there's something going on and one of the spouses that's actually select they have to live in a relationship. They can have history of trauma from youth. Somebody projecting onto their wrong situation. Maybe socioeconomic circumstances where they can't find a job that gives them self-respect or money to live on. Or that range, make a diagnosis. The diagnosis that the person feels sad or doesn't feel that they don't feel. The diagnosis is why the
Age 20 years. Family medicine. As a doctor, what do you think about the saying, save one life, save the world? This was always new to me about doctors. You have like this human in front of you, and your time is worth money. Your what you prescribe, your efforts after the visit are worth money. And it seems like the task of the doctor is not think about any of that. Or it seems like a great doctor, despite all that, just gets it all. Just cares about it. And somehow that feels more than ever you could into this one person is equal to save. It's not like political arguments, financial arguments, drive that ultimately is behind all of this. So do good for the world. And at the same time, equally true that all physicians need to have a sense of responsibility about how they the whole population's interest. That's
hypertension, you have this physician. Let's take the extreme example. Let's say you have a patient in front of you who, if you gave a $10 billion pill to, you would say, I would just be tortured by that as a physician. Because I know that $10 billion spent properly and epidemiologically guided way is going to save all lives. Why are doctors the answer is that they're trying to do their best. And there's this, it's the same kind of torture. That's a sort of future project. Maybe people will read my book and maybe they'll get a little more excited about it, become more legitimate in practice. I would feel the patient in front of them. They've got to make a decision. And they probably were many weirdos like me who behind the data. They're trying to get through the day and do the right thing for their patients. So they're tortured by that decision too.
And so, if you're not careful, big pharma can manipulate that drive to try to help the patient, that humanity of dealing with the uncertainty of it all. Like, what is the best thing to do? Big pharma can step in and use money to manipulate that humanity.
Yeah, I would say it quite differently. Sort of an outlet and opt-in. Big pharma will do that, and you need to opt out of it.
What advice would you give to a young person today, in high school or college, stepping into this complicated world full of advertisements, of big, powerful institutions, of big, rich companies, how to have a positive impact in the world, how to live a life they can be proud of?
I would say should that person who has only good motives go into medicine. They have an inclination to go into medicine and ask me what I think about that, given what I know about undermining American healthcare. And my answer is, if you got the call, you should do it. You should do it because nobody's going to do it better. And if you don't have the call and you're in it for the money, you're not going to be proud of yourself.
How do you prevent yourself from letting the system change you over year over year? Years, like letting the game pharmaceutical influence affect you?
It's a very hard question because the sociological norms are to be effective and to trust the sources of information that are largely controlled by the drug industry. And that's why I wrote 60, is to try and help those people in the medical profession to understand what's going on right now looks normal, but it's not. The health of Americans is going downhill. Our society's getting ruined by the money that's getting pulled out of that, pulled out of other social beneficial uses to pay for health care that is not helping us.
So fundamentally, the thing that is normal, question, so if you conform hesitantly.
Well, you have to conform. You can't become a doctor without conforming. I just need the proof. are many, and it's hard work. Um, but you have to continue. And even with my colleagues in my own practice, I couldn't convince them that some of the beliefs they had about how best to practice weren't accurate. There's one scene, a younger physician had prescribed hormone replacement therapy back in 2000, 2001, had prescribed hormone replacement therapy for one of my patients who happened to be a really good personal friend. And I saw that patient covering for my colleague at one point. I saw that her hormone replacement therapy had been renewed. And I said, "You have enough flashes?" Or any problem? No, 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 no. But Dr. So-and-so said it's better for my health. And I said, "No, no, no, it's not. The research is showing that it's not. It's harmful for your health. I think you should stop it." So my colleague approached me when she saw the chart and said, "Wait a minute, that's my patient. Maybe you're a friend, but it's my patient." And I went to a conference at my alma mater, medical school, and they said that healthy people should be given hormone replacement. And I said, "There's got to be drug companies." And she said, "No, no, no. It was at my university. It was not a drug company. You didn't go to a Caribbean island." I said, "Do you have the syllabus?" She said, "Yeah." And she went and got the syllabus, and sure enough, it was sponsored by a drug company. They're everywhere. And it's back to prove that groups of experts share unspoken assumptions. And in order to be included in that group of experts, you have to share those unspoken assumptions. What I'm hoping to do with my book, Sickening, and being here, having this wonderful conversation with you, is to create an alternative to this normal that people can pursue and practice better medicine and also prevent burnout. About half the doctors complain that they're burned out and at it. And I think that this is a subject I don't have data on. But I think that a lot of that burnout is so-called moral injury for practicing in a way that the docs know is important.
It's not actually providing an alternative to the normal, it's expanding the normal, it's shifting the normal, just like with food. I mean, you're basically looking for to shift the way medicine is done to the original, to the intent that it represents, the ideal medicine of healthcare.
Yeah, including in terms to have a revolution. And that revolution would be to practice medicine in a way that will be epidemiologically most effective, not most profitable for the people who are providing you with what's called knowledge.
You helped a lot of people as a doctor, as an educator, live better lives, live longer. But you yourself are a mortal being. Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of death?
I'm not. I faced it close.
Yourself?
Yeah.
How do you think about it? What wisdom do you gain from having to close to death? Factor the whole thing in.
It's liberating. It's very liberating. I mean, I'm serious. I was both. And, and there's a sense of, maybe the way it ends. And done my best. It's not been perfect. And it's here, it ends here. People around me are trying to do their best. And in fact, I got pulled out of it. But it didn't look like I was going to be pulled out of it.
Are you ultimately grateful for the ride, even though it ends?
Well, it's a lot. I think so. If I know, you can't take the ride if you know it's going to end well. It's not the real ride, it's just a ride. But having gone through the whole thing, I definitely freed me of a sense of anxiety about things. And it said to me, do your best every day. Because
I apologize for the ridiculously big question, but what do you think is the meaning of life, of our human existence?
I think it's to care about something and do your best with it. Whether it's being a doctor and trying to make sure that the greatest number of people get the best health care, um, or it's a gardener who wants to have the most beautiful plants, or it's a grandparent who wants to have a good relationship with his grandchildren. But whatever it is that gives you a sense of meaning, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, you really commit yourself. That commitment, that being in that commitment,
Put your whole heart and soul into the thing.
yep.
Or is it the Bukowski poem, Go All the Way? John, you're an incredible human being, incredible educator. Like I said, I recommend people listen to your lectures. It's so refreshing to see that clarity of thought. And obviously, your criticism of Big Pharma or your illumination of the mechanisms of Big Pharma is really important at this time. So I really hope people read your book, Sickening, that's out today, or depending on when this comes out. Thank you so much for spending your extremely valuable time with me today. It was amazing.
Well, Lex, I want to back to you. Thanks for engaging in this conversation, for creating the space to have it, creating a listenership that is interested in understanding serious ideas. I really appreciate the conversation.
And I should mention that offline you told me you listened to the Gilbert Strang episode. So for anyone who don't know Gilbert Strang, another epic human being that you check out. If you don't know anything about mathematics or linear algebra, go look him up. He's one of the great mathematics educators of all time. Of all the people you mentioned to me, I appreciate that you mentioned him. He is a rock star of mathematics. John, thank you so much for coming as well. Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Abrams. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Marcus Aurelius. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
How would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
It didn't just start showing up in 1947.
How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans?
What do we believe in? We believe in technology, so you show your support with technology, right? But the common thread is you're not alone, and there's something else here with you, and there's something that's, as you said, watching.
You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of the human organism at the level of individual cells. So let me ask first the big, ridiculous philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of human biology at the level of the cell?
The micro machines and the nano machines that proteins make and become, that to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing its environment. And at the heart of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine, a dynamic computation process. People think of the DNA as a linear code. It's codes within codes within codes, and it is actually the epigenetic state that's doing this amazing processing. But if you ever wanted to believe in God, just look inside the cell.
So DNA is both information and computer.
Exactly.
How did that computer come about? The big, continuing on the philosophical question, it's just both scientific and philosophical. How did life originate on Earth? How did this, at every level, so the very first step and the fascinating complex computer that is DNA, that is multicellular organism, and then maybe the fascinating complex computer that is the human mind.
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to the complex computer that is the universe, right? All of the so-called particles it's computing something. It's computing towards something. It was created in some ways, if you want to believe in God. I don't know that I do, but if you want to believe in something, the universe was created or at least enabled to allow for life to form. And so the DNA, if you ask where does DNA come from, or you can go all the way back to Richard Dawkins, the selfish gene hypotheses. The way I look at DNA, though, is it is not a moment in time. It assumes the context of the body and the environment in which it's going to live. And so, if you want to ask the question of where and how does information get stored, DNA, although it's only 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resources of our current technology. Because who and what you are is both what you were as an egg all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the different cell types and organs in your body. And so it's a computational reservoir of information and expectation that you will become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around a different way and say, if you wanted to create the best memory storage system possible, you could reverse engineer what a human is and create a DNA memory system that is not just the linear version, but is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. So you're talking about trying to come up with this optimal computer for this particular environment.
Right.
So if you were to reverse engineer that computer, what do you mean by computing all the possible things?
So who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain, let's read things, doesn't explain things, right? But the DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live and grow and become. So all the information that is you, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but it's embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the expectation of what the DNA expects to see.
So like some of the information, is that accurate to say it's stored outside the body?
Exactly. Yeah. The information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, if to linger on this point, if we were to run Earth over again 1,000,000 times, how many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume there's no such thing as fate, right, and there's not all pre-programmed, and that there is some sort of, let's say, variation of randomness at the beginning, like you would get as many different versions of life as you could imagine. And I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into into the substrate of the universe. It wouldn't always be left-handed proteins, right?
But I wonder what the flap of the butterfly wing, what the effects it has, because it's possible that the system is really good at finding the efficient answer, and maybe the efficient answer is that there's only a small finite set of them for this particular environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of, in a way, the answer from the universe, like the multiverse expectations, right? That, there's probably a zillion other kinds of universes out there in the multiverse theory. We only live in the ones where the rules are such that life like ours exists.
So using that logic, how many alien civilizations do you think are out there? There's like trillions of environments, aka planets, or maybe how many lifelike organisms do you think are out there thriving? And maybe how many do you think are long gone?
I think, well, in numerical, I think in terms of
Greater than zero.
much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be surprised what a waste, right, of all that space just for us, if we're never going to get there. That would be my first way to think about it. But second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, I would love if any of your listeners could find this National Geographic. I remember opening the page of the National Geographic. I was about, I think, 7 to 10 years old. And it was sort of a current picture of the universe. It was around probably 1968, 1969. And I just remember looking at it and thinking, what kinds of empires have risen and fallen across that space that we'll never know about? And isn't that sad that we know nothing about something so rare? And so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas of what people come up with. And I especially like science fiction writers that base it in good science, but base it also in evolution. That if you evolve a civilization from something lifelike, right, some sort of biology, its assumptions about the universe will come from the environment in which it grew up. So, for instance, Larry Webb is a great writer, and he imagines different kinds of civilizations. In some cases, what happens if intelligence evolved from a herd animal? Right? Would you lead from behind? Right? Would you be, in his case, one of them, the so-called puppeteers? And to them, the moral imperative is cowardice. You put other people forward to run the risk for you, right? And so he writes entire books around that premise. There's another guy, David Brin is his name. He writes the so-called Uplift Universe books. And in those, he takes different intelligences, each from a different evolutionary background, and then he posits a civilization based around where and what they came from. And so, to me, I mean, that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original question, is how many are there? I think as many stars as we can see. Now, how many are currently there? I don't know. I mean, that's the whole question of how long can a civilization last before it runs out of steam? And you, for instance, does it just get bored, or does it transcend to something else, or does it say I've seen enough and I'm done?
What does running out of steam look like? Destroy itself and be bored.
Or we've done everything we can, and they just decide to stop. I don't know. I just don't know.
That you almost worry that we stop reproducing, or we slow down the reproduction rate to where population can go to zero.
And we can't, and we collapse. I mean, so the only way to get around that is perhaps create enough machines with AI to take care of us.
What could possibly go wrong? To talk to people that told stories of UFO encounters. What is the most fascinating to you about the stories of these UFO encounters that you've heard that people have told you?
The similarity of them, the uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe something. That's not true, right? Speculation is just creativity. Speculation is the beginning of hypothesis. None of what I hear in terms of the anecdotes do I necessarily believe are true. But I still find them fascinating to listen to because at some level they're still raw data. And you have to listen. And once you start to hear the same story again and again, then you have to say, well, there might be something to it. I mean, maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in the human mind and human consciousness that creates these stories again and again. And it's coming out of the DNA, it's coming out of that pre-programmed something. And Jung can talk quite a bit about this kind of thing, the collective unconscious. But actually, one of the most interesting ones I find is this constant message that you're not taking care of your bone. This came long before climate change. It came long before many kinds of, let's say, current day memes around, taking care of our planet, pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best example of this, the one I find most fascinating, is a story out of Zimbabwe. 50 or 60 children one afternoon in Zimbabwe. It was a well-educated group of like black children who were at lunchtime in the playground, saw a crack, and they saw little men. And they all ran into the teachers, and they told the same story, and they drew the same pictures. And the message several of them got was, you're not taking care of your planet. And it got, there's actually a movie coming out on this episode. And 30 years later now, the people who were there, the children who have grown up, say it happened to us. Now, if it happened, was it some sort of hallucination? Was it an imposed hallucination by something? Was it material? I don't know. But these kids were 7 to 10 years old. You see them on video. 7 to 10-year-olds.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
And so,
Would
whether
you
it's real
want to watch
or not,
a
I don't know.
movie?
But I find that
Uh,
fascinating.
like,
and again,
I don't know if you would. If not, no worries. Just
Yeah, if you stream it, yeah.
All right, cool. I was gonna put on the Adventures of Baron Munchausen in Brazil.
Is
Terry
it-
Gilliam movie, but I don't know if you know them.
I'm down for it.
Cool. Yeah, the first one. Yeah, they're pretty cool. All right, let's see. Oh, this is all. All right. You got it?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna mute one of my YouTube streams so I don't get nailed for copyright. I've done that. All right, ready to go.
You see it?
Yep. Thank you.
All right, cool. These two movies are two of my all-time favorite movies.
Excellent. I'm excited to enjoy them alongside you.
Nice. I've seen them so many times. If I pass out to them, that they're phenomenal. So if you pass out to them too, I have them downloaded. You can watch them anytime too.
Very cool.
This is the first movie Uma Thurman was ever in.
No shit.
Yeah, for real.
So it's from the 80s?
Well, maybe she, yeah, maybe, all right, maybe she was in Johnny Be Good first.
Okay.
I can't remember actually off the top of my head.
I'll look it up.
What are you guys doing?
We're watching a movie. Feel free to enjoy.
Shit.
It just started. Cass Beansy, her first movie was Daddy Goodnight, 1987.
Okay. Then I was absolutely mistaken.
No big deal at all.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
This is all based on a real guy who served in the Prussian army, Hieronymus Munchausen.
Right, I think
He
I
actually
heard
told
of him.
these wild, outlandish stories.
Right.
He published it into a book like a couple hundred years ago. He's kind of like the real life Don Quixote,
Right.
but Prussian. That's Sting.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Now I remember that he's in this movie.
my hero. This is where the movie gets really visually stunning. One of my favorite fucking movie makers of all time, Terry Gilliam.
It's beautiful already. Just with the masks and everything and the costuming.
Yeah, he goes all out. He unlatches his legs. This is great. I love this. Oh man, forget.
Hey, welcome, Riser. We're watching a movie, big dog.
Oh, what up, though? Yo, it's The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, and then Brazil. Two Terry Gilliam movies. So Terry Gilliam was the guy who did all of the cartoon animations for Monty Python's Flying Circus and all the Monty Python movies. He directed most of them. And yeah, so this is like, oh. And this is a story about Baron Hieronymus Munchausen. And he told such outlandish stories that nobody believed when he was alive. He's a real person in history. But today, if you go to the doctor and tell them, "Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm sick," they call it Munchausen syndrome. If you keep telling the doctor, like, they're just making up stories at the doctor. And if you, yeah, so this guy is the reason for that. Today, though, it's only Munchausen by proxy, which is like pretending your kids are sick. But phenomenal. I don't know. It's a great story. Visually, it's very stimulating.
That's what I said.
What did you say?
Visually, it's very.
Visually, it's pretty stimulating. Nice. Yeah, he is very good with visual effects. You're like, never gonna believe what I did today.
What'd you do?
I can't believe that though. Hang on a second. What'd you say, bud? Oh, you'll never guess what I did today. What was that? I'm 27 years old, but today, for the very first time, I tried a kiwi. I had never eaten a kiwi in my entire life. What did you think? It's pretty amazing. Yeah, I like kiwis. They're good. I wish it was like just the juice though, kind of. Like the texture is fine. It tastes amazing, but I'm like shocked that there isn't kiwi juice. Like that's right, so just by itself, kiwi juice, yeah. No, I know what you mean. I eat the skin of kiwis. It dissolves like apple skin. Just gotta watch it.
You can get kiwi.
Yeah, the brown fuzzy stuff. It's actually, it's not bad. It feels like apple skin in your mouth. It's like, it's not, you think it was weird. I ate kiwis for like my whole life, but I was in my 20s when someone was like, you don't have to cut off all the skin. And I was like, what? Now I just rip the little like hard parts off the end and I just chomp it down.
I feel like that might alter the taste a little bit, so it tastes like fuzzy skin.
No, the skin doesn't really taste like anything, but it just kind of adds like a little bit of I don't know, it kind of like balances the texture out in a weird way.
Okay. Interesting. I'll try it out.
You're a meat for trying to steal his soul.
Yeah, just throw a lamp on it. Oh, a few candles, just melted Satan.
The Grim Reaper is not Satan. The Grim Reaper is impartial, neutral. Death is not evil.
Yeah, why didn't you have anything to worry about? She wasn't dead. You literally just lit the Grim Reaper on fire. That's crazy.
She's like the most badass little girl in the world. dude seriously like fought against the Turks in the Prussian War and went back up into Prussia and told everyone that he rode cannonballs across the battlefield. Nobody even. It's just the funniest fucking dude in history. And like he really told these stories as if this shit happened. Look at pretty young Uma Thurman. The girl on the left. Mm-hmm. Is the screen still working?
It should be. It says it is. It shows it's working on my side. Do you need to turn the volume up?
No, it's working.
Okay, cool.
So I have an idea. And I guess this might sound slightly naive or whatever, but I think that it's totally possible to create a good comedy movie for like a relatively low budget. All you need are 2 cameras and whatever like the props could be minimal. Like the budget of this film is obviously like a lot, but
This is an extremely expensive movie.
yeah,
All of the Terry Gilliam movies are expensive.
every fucking scene they have flying cannonballs that you have to fucking pound constructed. That's the evil. That's all like, I mean, maybe it's possible to produce a comedy and it have it actually be good enough to get, we'll go wherever. I mean, it doesn't have to be successful, but whatever. It could be, I just don't think like it would be that hard to write one that is like really hilarious and
Yeah.
yeah, man. I have one idea for one. It's just like a random idea in my head, and it was originally just to be like a 5-minute skit, but you could turn it into a whole movie. But I thought funny. I mean the I guess I wanted like the plot to be like, or not like the plot, but just like the overall progression of the film. Like normally it would be like, okay, the main character is in like a rut in life and things aren't going the best or whatever, and then he has some goal that he wants to get to, and there's obstacles in the way, but he eventually reaches the goal. Yeah, I think as a comedy, it could be like the subject is just kind of like has like this crappy life, and just his life just like there's no happy ending. It's just like a series of just like crappy events that happens in his life. They're funny along the way, as you as the viewer are laughing at his crummy life,
his misfortunes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. But there's no like he has a goal and he wants to get there or whatever, but it just never quite pans out.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. Yeah. Like
and
a funny.
That's just like that's just kind of like the overarching like style that make up the film.
Yeah, it's good.
I was gonna message you like when we were messaging today. I was like, oh, should I let Cassian know that I'm gonna take a shower and then go eat food? Like, is he just gonna be like, where the fuck did this guy go? I was talking to him, and then I thought about it, and my fucking computer crashed, and then I was like, I'm too lazy to type out my thumb, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to live a life. I always have my phone near me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and my other friend, like, ironically, you did like the same exact thing that I was gonna do to you to me. She's like, oh, I can't talk right now. I'm busy. I'm just like, I literally messaged her. I'm like, why the fuck are you even telling me that? Like, I don't care.
How busy
Don't
are
even
you?
put that on your fucking. Yeah. It's not an airport, but it's an announced departure.
Right, yeah. It's like, unless you come at me directly and tell me that you don't like me anymore, I'm just gonna assume that you'll get back to me.
Yeah. And I used to feel like very like kind of like, oh, I need to like respond urgently. Like they've seen that I've seen the message. Now they know that I've seen it. And then I love how Discord's like, yeah, we're not gonna tell the person if you've seen the message or not, because once you get like that red like notification, it's like, okay, game on. I know that you know that we all
know. You can have
seen my fucking letter.
Motherfucker. You know it's time to get them respond, so do it.
Yeah, but that was my brain. I was like, oh, priority, urgent, respond, ASAP. But now I just go my own way, and I'm like, I'll ponder it if I want to think about it 5 hours or a day or 2 weeks. I don't care. I'm not attaching. Like everything in my life is for me, and I'm selfish. Like unless it's like something important, like pick me up at the hospital or whatever. But that never been any time in my life. So
yeah. Well, I know what you mean. Like, it's like, you don't owe everyone in the world that's in your life constant explanations about yourself. But most people, dude, I'm telling you, like, this world makes you, it trains us. Me too. It's like we get trained to like feel like we owe everyone an explanation about every little thing that we do. And it's like, it starts off by having to ask your teacher, can I use the bathroom? Fuck all that shit. I'm using the shit.
do I have your permission to go take a shit? And
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and that's the most evil thing that they do to children, because it starts off the whole like you're just gonna be a cog in a machine, you're a fucking slave mentality. It's like if a kid asks to use the bathroom, they shouldn't have to ask either. But it trains you to feel like you owe everyone a constant explanation. Calling you words, it's like, I'm sick, I can't come in today. Oh, what do you got? What are the symptoms? So, fuck you, I'm sick, I quit now. Because you're an asshole. Yeah, no, be selfish. It's a good thing to do. You know what I mean? Sometimes, you know what I mean? You have friends, I have friends, I love you, like Rabbi, always respond. But yeah, it's like bodily functions, or I need a shower vibe supersedes a response. It's hard though, because most people feel like, why did it take so long for you to respond? Because I'm just a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I just like going at my own pace. I don't want to feel rushed. Myself is a better response if I think about it more.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure you like what you were responding with first.
My dog is I think it's because there's a salmon out on the counter. I think that's yeah, anyway. Have you seen the meme on the internet where it's like, not my house, not my pipes or some shit, and it's just like a picture of some guy like pouring all of this olive oil down the drain, like his hand, despite his landlord.
Yeah, and I don't think I saw that.
Yeah, it's just this meme where it's like, fuck it, I don't own the property, so you just pour excessive amounts of oil down the fucking drain every day to
That's so
hate
fucking
your landlord.
That's
hilarious as fuck. The opening scene of the movie I thought would be funny if there's like there's some guy who's living in like an apartment or whatever, and he gets a letter or knocks from a landlord that's like, "Yo, hands up," or whatever, and then the guy like really like, what do you mean time's up? The landlord's like, "Yeah, you haven't paid rent in like 4 months," and then he just tries to like escape, backtrack on like the "Yo, I'm allowed to be here. I'm allowed to camp here. Like squatters' rights." And then the landlord's like, "No, dude, there's no squatters' rights." And then he's like, "Fuck you, there's fucking squatters' rights." And then get in a fight or whatever. And then he just like, "All right, well, we'll have it your way." And then he just fucking grabs 2 bottles of like giant olive oil, puts them both into like the sink, and it's just like, "Fuck you, fuck your pipes. Fuck your fucking snake." He can fucking, yeah, he pours all oil down the drain and storms out or whatever. Yeah, that's funny. Are they in like a giant sundial thing? Yeah, they're like in a weird world. They're the king and queen of the moon. Robin Williams. Out there? Yeah, that's Robin Williams. Oh man. And of course, you're in. It's like the Peter Pan movie a little bit. Yeah. It has that cool like old style. You know, I really like when they used to film movies on film. You know, like physical. Physical. Like 35, 70 millimeter films. There's something that's lost in digital recording, honestly. Is that why you can tell instantly that the movie's old? I mean, like sometimes, yeah. I guess maybe they use a lot of practical effects too. They don't use a lot of like computer. It's not like computer. It's all practical effects. It's the reason why it's so expensive. Um, Personally, I think that it's night and day. Movies recorded digitally or any film recorded digitally versus like film, actual film. This Cage isn't real. I love him. He's my favorite character of all time.
The pirate guy?
Yeah. Hieronymus Carl Baron von Munchausen. No budget for this thing. I downloaded the book too. I still need to read the book. It's like it was written in like the 17 or 1800s. This was a real guy. He was a real guy who, told some crazy ass stories no one believed. There was this movie based on one of his stories, and he has other ones.
well, this is based on, well, he told stories about his life. There was a real guy. Like, Baron Munchausen was a real person, but the stories he told about his life, he wrote in the books, and nobody believed him. And this is based on, all the wild fucking stories that he told, you know?
Article. Looking forward to make like a Kiwi movie now.
What was that?
Looking forward to making a Kiwi movie now.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Like ice and kiwi all mixed together.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, my idea for the movie was basically it's this guy who is trying, he's on a mission to download all of the porn off of the internet, like to ever exist. And so the reason that he's doing it is because he's like some schizo conspiracy guy, and he's like, oh, like, you know how you can download the entirety of Wikipedia to your like laptop or whatever, if you have like a 9 trillion terabyte laptop. It's like if Wikipedia like disappeared tomorrow and no one had a copy of it, all of that information would be lost. And so the guy is just so like crazy, like, oh, governments are gonna ban porn, and when they do, this my collection is I'm gonna be a king. I'm gonna be the wealthiest person in the world.
When I own all the porn, I will be the most powerful man in the world.
Exactly. And so he provided a plan. Possibly there's like this scene at like a library where he's giving like a presentation to like his team, like the war room on how they're gonna attack and do it and whatnot, and get Rabbi to build a giant mouse clicker bot or stuff. And then there's just gonna be like they're just at like a public library or whatever, and then they're like showing like the slides or whatever, and like I don't know, it's just gonna like there's gonna be like random people just like walking by in like the background, and they're just gonna like listen in, like how like the like worst time where he's like blah 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 blah, really like embarrassing thing or whatever, and that was like one scene that pops up in my brain, and potentially he has like a arch nemesis who is also on like the same mission as him, and they're like the only two people on Earth with that goal, and they're like trying to sabotage each other along the way.
Sorry. This movie cracks me up.
I would not have guessed that's Robin Williams. The costumes are really weird in this one.
They're fucking insane. You just wait till the next movie I have to do that.
He's got like fucking mixing Roman columns built into his head.
Mm-hmm. Those are giant fucking like asparagus. How is it so big? When he threw it in his hand, did he not? Is he giant? Yeah, they're giants. Sorry, I'm like getting out of sleep, I think.
What'd you say?
I was saying sorry to Al because I think I'm being bad about our conversation.
Oh.
Sorry, what you said? I was listening to him. I was saying my bad. I think I'm zoning in and out of sleep. I remember I was like a giant asparagus on the moon. Right? And the moon is shaped like a non-sphere. Yeah. When it's like it's weird physics, you know? This is precisely the sort of thing no one ever believes. The dialogue in this movie is something else. He's like frustrated. He's like, fuck, no one's gonna believe when I tell him about this. Oh, what the hell? So how do you not die here with this? Why would you die in a magical world where your imagination is what makes the rules? They think, oh, it doesn't go down the infinity. Ask me questions. That's like the witch got Monty Python guy. Mm-hmm. There's definitely an option. Yeah, the guy they met on the moon is Eric Idle. I met him in real life. Cool dude. that thing was on me. Yesterday. Yeah. The guy who runs really fast in this movie. He's the one I was saying that I met. Rabbi, where's the
I'm here. What do you want me to do?
Rabbi?
Dude, what do you want me to do?
Oh, what up, Zoot?
Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong.
Bitcoin, my mom is calling me, asking me for money like he regularly does. But what's going on?
Are you ready?
How you doing, Zoot?
Yeah, I pulled a hamstring. I pulled a muscle in my leg, but I'm good.
You talked to Bitcoin about all that?
Yep.
And he asked you for money all the time?
I am very invested in a Bitcoin and Obama documentary, and I have given a lot of money to that investment, and I should get back my money when that documentary comes out.
That's
Are you hearing it?
Well,
Caspian Sea, Zoot, accept. Oh, Zoot's accepted. Caspian Sea and Riser, accept.
I'm probably gonna pass out soon.
All right, then forget that game. I'll send another invite.
Sorry. Who's making that?
who's making the documentary?
Yeah.
I have a bunch of random people on Twitter that I'm in chat with, and it's going to be a very good documentary.
Is part of the documentary Riser accepting the invitation?
Are they flying to Africa to help with Bitcoin Obama?
No, we got. You know how much daily content Bitcoin Obama produces? It's insane. We don't need an intermediate.
Is any of his content include Riser accepting the invitation?
No.
Riser, what are you doing?
Can I make a controversial take?
If Riser accepts, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, back there.
He's getting his iPad.
It's kind of,
He's getting his iPad.
This mini golf game is getting kind of repetitive with the same amount of holes. What if we tried a different app with different mini golf games? Mini golf games.
Whatever you want to do, big dog.
I was researching that actually.
You know what this hole is called? Do you know what this hole is called? Do you know what this hole is called?
The asshole.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Zoot, did they make a mini golf game that you will be faster at?
Shoot the ball.
Water. Psych.
We're fine. Actually, no, we will not find a new mini golf game. This one's perfect.
I agree.
This one is not perfect. This one's shit.
Well, what one do you propose? Have you done any research?
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's real shit. It's difficult as fuck.
No, I just made your life so much easier.
Thank you, and we all appreciate it.
Riser has the easiest shot in the world. Oh, Rabbi fucked up your shot, Riser. But I'm going to help you. Do you want me to help you, Riser?
Yeah.
So much help.
Why would I help you?
Oh, what a great shot!
What about
What a great shot!
Uh-huh.
what about?
What a great shot!
I don't think I've ever seen a water bomb that incorporated the arrows. Or
Okay. Then I steal the win.
for the win.
How the fuck did that happen? He gets the win.
I got the pie. You're going over.
Oh, yeah, because if you didn't fuck up that one shot, you would have got the win.
How is it that I get to go first?
It's close advantage.
Quit that. Short. Not a good shot.
You didn't memorize the percentage. What's the percent?
Hook me up, Zoot. Attaboy.
55. Bitcoin Obama's calling. Hello? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Obama,
You
can
weren't
you hear
playing
me?
the water bubble.
Hey, Zoot, remember that time you stopped talking to your boyfriend and started playing mini golf? Excellent shot.
In the hole. Get in the hole. Sorry. Oh yeah, Rabbi, did you hear the news? I had your volume turned down earlier. Did you hear what I said? The first thing that I said.
They ate a peewee?
Yeah.
Usually means that you had cunnilingus with a New Zealand chick, but I get what you're saying. What a great shot. Get in.
Hold on what? Does anyone want to say a hold on what? Does anyone want to say hold on?
Bullshit.
Does anyone want to say what a hold on looks like?
Yeah, we'd love to.
Yes, we would. We'd love to see that. Oh, bunny. What did Obama say?
He said, I am broke. I need a job.
I hate this hole. Good shot.
I've tried to. Are you gonna steal my tactic? Oh, sorry. Still fucks it up. Just a little baby fuck.
Don't hit my ball, dude. Just whatever you do. Don't hit my ball, dude.
That was not
I'm broke, right?
more right. More to the right.
Thanks, ass.
Oh, who has the toughest shot?
Wow, you're lucky that Rabbi's ball is job.
No, I had the most perfect shot you've ever seen. Don't lie. Rabbi, that was a clean shot.
Oh,
Thanks, big dog.
No, I didn't. I fucked. Brother. Fuck. Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
when you take a shot, can you make sure that it doesn't make my shots good?
I can't guarantee anything in this game.
Yeah, Ryder's going to get the win.
Yes, he is. I'm not good at this hole.
Unless
Dude, there's no way you're gonna catch him.
I am good at this hole. Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, dog.
I have nothing to say, and you just said, hey, Rabbi.
Cool story, bro.
Just get good at me, go.
Rabbi, have you ever eaten a kiwi? And I mean the cunnilingus with the New Zealand one.
Yep. She did not have fur, though. Oh,
Have
this
you ever
oh,
eaten
shit.
Vegemite?
No, I've never had Vegemite. I've heard of it.
Yeah, don't eat it. It's fucking gross. It tastes disgusting.
That's what I hear. Put me out of my misery, Zoot. Hate this hole. That's like my least favorite hole.
What? What do Americans eat?
You want to know what stereotypical meals are had in the United States? I would probably say that the most stereotypical United States meal is probably something from McDonald's. I don't eat at McDonald's, but I know that they serve hamburgers and French fries and Cokes and things. So probably like a hamburger, French fry, Coke meal. That's probably the most stereotypical American food or meal. If you want to know like what we eat, I mean it's a huge country, but it really depends on the area. I mean, in the Southwest, Mexican food's very popular. In the Northeast, um, there's more fish cuisine. The South has its own culinary dishes.
Well, I imagine in California, probably more towards the Hollywood area, that's very healthy lifestyle people. The
Yeah.
wealthier people are trying to eat more healthy than poor people.
Yeah, but for every smoothie place or sushi restaurant, there are two McDonald's in those areas too. People like the convenience. I mean, like basically, it's any kind of fast food. So whether it's Subway or Burger King or Starbucks, those have really taken over. Um, so like but probably the stereotypical American meal is something from McDonald's. I would say that aside from that, if you're just looking at what people eat at home, I mean, steak is very big. Salads are big. Potatoes are big. Corn is big, especially like depending on where you are. Um, soda plays a major role in a lot of meals. Wines, and especially in areas that are popular for that. That's. I mean, I could just really name like Chinese is big, even amongst non-Asian Americans. Chinese is very popular. Um, Mexican food is very popular and quickly becoming probably one of the most popular American foods. Italian food is very popular. Riser collects a win. Riser has one win. We're gonna end that, Zoot.
I'm gonna get 3 in a row here.
You're not getting shit. We let you win. Zoot, show Riser, show him how it's done. Is that the shot you want? Are you sure you want that shot? Look at you even turning down the power. Zoot, show him how it's done, dog. Show him that there's a secret hole near the tent.
It's my secret hole.
I like how Zoot is aiming as far away from the hole as possible. Very good shot.
Dude doesn't know what to do for you.
How could I know what other people eat in another country?
Oh,
Oh,
hole in one. What the
Zoot,
fuck is that?
what is that on a scale of 1 to 10?
9, low 9.
Riser, were you here Were you here yesterday when I was giving that guy advice about dating?
I didn't pay attention to that. I was way
Oh, fuck,
too
fuck.
out of it.
Alright.
I heard like little bits of it. Like,
I'm wondering if he's getting laid tomorrow.
If you get that chicken, I would.
Zoot, shut him out. Hit the tree. Or hit the truck. No, truck. You're still going to hit the chicken probably. That's a good shot, maybe. Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot, Zoot.
wow.
That was a really good shot.
Yeah, I've learned how to use the obstacles on those angles, like especially the gnomes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's an 8.5. I'll show you why it's an 8.5. Because that was a fucking
6.
good. That wasn't terrible.
He's going to fuck you. And he's going to ride the rails.
Oh no.
Hey, rather, that was the dumbest thing we could have done.
Oh,
I know,
shit.
I was kind of got both you in the black and final.
Get him. No. Just straight up smack him.
Thank you. Thank you. You saved me. Thank you.
What a shot.
Oh,
What a shot.
But I'm mad because I have Wicked Part 2 spoiled for me. Like, I know what happens in the Wicked play now, and I'm pissed. Well, I know part of what happens.
what are you talking about?
Wicked Part 2.
For the play? With Wicked?
Zoot, are you going to help me if I go through the trees?
Yeah.
No, you won't.
I was going to help you through the trees. You fucked up.
I just don't think you were.
Why would I help
I
Ryza?
got through the trees?
Yeah.
Are you swear?
Yeah. I mean, why would I help everyone?
Drop some wood there, dude.
Dude, you got a lot of trees out of the way. Hit only one tree. One tree. Good job,
You
Zoot.
have to selfishly place your ball in the fucking middle. He's still a few shots away.
Fuck.
Oh, dude.
That sucks. We fucked it.
Oh, great
Yes.
shot.
You can make it. Make it.
Alright. Raza, you ready?
Pump me in. Pump me in the hole.
Come walk.
You might miss it.
Do I go hard or soft?
Get legs.
Okay, help. Alright, Raza, I'm gonna have to help you here. Raza, I got an idea. You go before me, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Okay, like,
Probably.
do not fuck your shit up. I'll hit his ball away. Just do not fuck. Try and get it in. Now, you did the one thing I told you not to do.
No, you said don't hit his ball.
Fuck you, Zoot.
I should have done what you did.
That's not gonna work.
You
Yeah.
help them out, Alvin.
But I've got Riser coming up from the rear. Getting that bounce off him.
Oh, come on.
Fucking, just fucking helped him out even more.
How? He put me against the wall.
Move.
Wait. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
We're gonna play this game, but no one scores.
No one's going.
I like this game. Don't hit him like that. Oh.
What the fuck?
Rabbi has no chance of scoring. He needs to get it in 3 shots. I'll be very impressed if you got it in.
It's in the hole's in a good position. Oh, that was a major fuck up.
Raza, you fucked up. Fucked up, Raza.
I did not.
What are you doing, Zoot?
It's impossible for you to get it in there.
I don't know what the vengeance that Boot has is, but no.
I was trying to give you the game, but you still fucked it up, Raza.
Collusion.
I can still get it in. I only have to get it in from here. Actually possible.
That's impossible.
Rabbi does that. Ruins my display.
You have more chance. There's more chance of Bitcoin Obama making it $1 million on a shit coin tomorrow and you getting it in.
What is the documentary just going to be? Like a compilation of all of his crazy Twitter videos?
From how he went from Sheila as a Bitcoin Obama to how he became became the one with the everywhere. And how he gambled away millions of dollars.
He did not lose millions of dollars.
Oh yeah, he did.
Is that what he says?
No, it's on the blockchain.
How did he
You
lose
can
$1
go-
million?
Go check all the donations he was given and it sold early. It adds up to over $1 million.
Riser's got a very good chance to win.
$100 and he lost it.
Oh fuck! I'm fucked.
It wasn't worth millions at the time. It would have been if he just held.
Make it. Make it.
That Caspian Sea, was it?
Yeah. Yo, what up, man? Yeah, sorry. I mumbled. Just staring at the movie. It's like one of my favorite lines.
Okay.
How you doing, man? All I have to do is go the long way. So what?
You tied for the win. I thought you were gonna get 3 in a row.
Not 2 in a row.
Well, you didn't. So you mean we can tie? Okay, I see how it is. This is a very hard shot. There's a lot of water. Riser's in the water. No doubt. Oh, what an amazing shot.
Yeah. What do you think? Bounce it off the chicken and then?
We all have difficult shots.
No, really. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I go off the tree and I put a water. Too hard.
Riser, are you going off the chicken? No way. That's a difficult shot. It's makeable, though.
Oh,
Very difficult.
I knew I took a block. Oh.
Come on, Zoot. Don't fuck it up. That's short. There you go. The hunt's off. Zoot, you're getting another shot at it, dude. You're getting another shot at it. Just... No. You nearly fucked it up again. Riser, going for the bounce. Gotta play some angles.
Ryan, Jimmy, yes, you would. Okay. I know how to get this in one shot.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you can get it in one shot.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Oh, you are a shit. Rather. Not as shit as Rabbi, though. That should be the equal
Don't
shot.
block. We're gonna block them.
Okay, I tie with Rabbi. You can give Rabbi an extra point if you want.
Unlucky. No blood there.
You should give Rabbi an extra point. Alright. 3-4-3.
I don't like this hole.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
You go. Oh, you just fucking had the. I'll give that shot a 7.5.
That's easily an 8. That's easily an 8.
I think this is going to be a 10.
This is going to bounce right back in your face.
Oh, dude, that's very smart. That was the right idea, because I think that's why the arrows are there, that you can right, if you get it through here, into like the arrow.
There you go. Maybe. You're going to hit the wall, though. That little notch.
He's got it.
Oh, he got it beautifully.
Perfect shot. I'll give you a shot. I'll give you a shot at 9.
Stop.
I'll give Rob a shot.
Yeah, where did it get it off the arrow somehow and get the roll? Or it's like you get it in 2. Oh, you get it. Nice.
Perfect shot. I'll give my shot at 6.
He's going to try to water bump me.
I'll give Rabbi a shot at 7. And Rabbi's shot, that's a 10 out of 10.
Lucky down.
That's a 0. And Raz's shot is also
It's a pretty easy shot. Oh, you
Oh,
don't fuck it up.
9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. Ready for a 10 out of 10 shot?
That's not going to make it up the hill.
I have a small.
I'm gonna need a water bump here from the street.
You'd really have to work to get a water. Oh, you could just blast me off it. I don't know. You'd really have to work to get a water bump here on me. Zoot, how good was my shot? If you push me a little bit, that would help me a lot.
Oh,
Oh, perfect. Get there. What amazing shot. I've never seen anybody get it in 2. I've never seen anybody get it in 2.
that really did some work. So,
Wow. Yeah, it did.
did you go straight across? Did you like hit the tree? Oh no. Into the water again.
The edge of the water there, you wouldn't think it would play a role, but it absolutely does. It's a little bitch. Oh, that's a good shot.
Get in there.
No, Zoot. No. No. What are you doing?
That was fine. What else did he do there?
I think he could have played at full speed. Looks like your title run is over. How do you feel? How do you feel with your championships down the drain?
Is this not pitfall?
Yeah, it is. And I've got a perfect game going, and I'm about to tie you. We'll be 2 games to 2 games. What do you think of that? How does that settle in your stomach?
This is your first. You're not tied. Oh, I know we did tie.
Yeah. How do you like that, big dog? So you were thinking that you were just gonna. Oh, this is bullshit. Oh, what a fortunate shot.
Wow. I need to get good at making this one. Come off
If you
guard.
can make it in one shot, that's talent. Oh, dude, that's beautiful. Either shot.
I feel like there's like a bunch of holes that it's just not putting through the algorithm that were there before.
I agree. Well, there are just some that it shows more often than others, and I don't understand it.
You have yet to play an ice hole that excuse me.
I think that it's possible for where our balls were, if you hit it off the trees, but you just never know what's going to happen if it hits the trees. Short. Riser's short. Looks like I've got a perfect game today, boys. So not only am I tied with Riser, but I also have a perfect game.
A block a ball.
Perfect. Perfection. It just doesn't get any better than that. No way. Off the tree. So remember when you were saying that you were going to get 3 wins in a row and you only got 1 by yourself and you lost 2? Or you lost 1?
I got 2 in a row. If it says win, that's still win.
All right. Well, then we're tied. I'm going to show you who's boss right here. Look at this shot. Look at the brilliance of this shot. This is like a Bitcoin Obama shot. This might be in the documentary. Oh, what an interesting shot. What an interesting shot.
No one wants to say you play me to go for Bitcoin.
Everyone does.
Right, greatest shot of all time.
Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Are you fucking serious?
That was late. Oh, come on.
Did you like that? Riser, come on. You know you liked it. Fucked up. Oh, shit. That's what I'm talking about. Now, Zoot, do the same thing. Make Daddy proud. Zoot disconnected. He's got to get a kangaroo on the roof to fix his Wi-Fi. Here we go. Oh, he did. He fucked it up.
Fucked it up with a fuck up. I'll just show you.
Oh, you just ruined my entire game again, dude. Here we go.
Yes, you did. Zoot, bravo. Get there.
That
Rabbi, you
I'm ready, big
ready for
dog.
the greatest shot you've ever seen in the history of Rothschild?
Yep. That was really good.
Watch his ball.
Nah, he's got it in.
I can't believe that didn't go in. Reiser's got a chance.
Does that mean I get a win?
Yeah. Oh, Reiser has to hit this or he gets 0 points. Well, he would have gotten 0 points anyway. Short.
No, you hit it to yourself. I was going to tell you that you have to go hard, but I want to do it.
I feel like we play this one a lot. And we don't play some of those other ones, like ever.
Fucking hell. And there goes my lead.
You fucked up everyone. Dude.
Oh. Brazer is a good man.
That's the shot.
Like,
That's what we wanted. That's a perfect shot.
Bitcoin Obama says he loves white people.
He wants us, like, to own?
Bitcoin Obama said he loves white people.
Oh, he loves white people. Well,
yeah.
Many of us love him. I know that he has detractors, so I'm not willing to say we all love him, but he's a loved individual. What a great shot.
I love Bitcoin Obama's midget.
How does he say it?
No.
Oh, he has a special way that he says it. Mignette or something?
Midget.
Dog.
Yeah.
WTF, man. You know what I'm going to do, Reiser.
Go around to the bottom and bank it in to the bottom.
Love it. I love it. Zoot. Be the turtle that wins the race. You have a chance to make this. It's not an easy shot. Oh, wow. Look at the angles this man is playing.
Okay.
No, I'm fine.
Be honest. If I get this in, it's the greatest shot of all time.
It's definitely not, but it's a challenging shot. Well, there goes your lead. Oh, shoot. Not what I wanted. Somebody take out those trees. Right, that's a good shot. Zoot, hit the tree, dude. Zoot. Zoot disconnected. Zoot got the kangaroo out there. He's got to fix the koala.
I can see the hole. I can see a hole. I can see a hole.
You're welcome.
Rabbi, I can see a hole that's hidden.
That kind of fucked you though, where my ball is.
Raza, there's a hole.
Oh,
Dog.
There's a hole underneath one of those two trees that you're at.
who's killing it then?
Can you not see the shadow? Can you not see the shadow?
You promised it. You lied.
But I'm not lying
There's
when I say
probably one where you are though. There's probably one around there. Why would you do that? I was trying to take out the barn.
So where'd you play a game where we were fucking hoes?
Oh, what a great shot.
Oh, no point. Dude, bumped my ball in the hole.
Look, there's a hole on me.
Why is there no hidden hole here?
Oh, there's a hidden hole up the top. Right, brother, there's a hidden hole up the top.
Somebody take out those gnomes.
Take out the nut. There's a hidden hole underneath all those gnomes.
Oh my god.
You ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen? How did you even think of this?
Take out the gnome. Not that one.
Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
did you know if you get rid of all the there's a hidden hole?
Fuck that my son.
What's gonna happen here?
Get rid of the trays.
Oh, no way.
Oh. That was the weirdest shot of all time.
That was the worst of all time.
Alright, dude, we need to think of here right now.
I've got a better idea.
There's no hidden hole. I would have looked, but you went right over it.
Are you fucking serious?
There's a hidden hole underneath the orange tree.
That's a miss.
What? I think the arrows really fucked it up.
Are you fucking serious?
Turns out my mucking around did nothing.
Oh,
and
what
I
a great
still
shot.
get it in. Fuck off. Rabbi. So we weren't, there's no hidden hole on this map. Okay?
Wow, he made it. I'm guaranteed 3 wins in a row. Oh, fuck this hole.
Hidden hole underneath the orange trees.
Terrible shot. Terrible shot.
Underneath the orange trees is a hidden hole.
No!
Hit my
I
ball.
actually see that there's actually is a hidden hole right in front of you, but you guys are not going to catch it. Hey, Riza, do you see where that post is in the right corner? is it? Did you see that?
Donnie, would it be that there's not a secret hole there?
Why'd you rush your tongue?
Zoot still on the tee box. What else is new? Wow.
Oh,
Perfect.
Oh, no way.
Perfect.
No way.
But there might be a hidden hole underneath the chicken, black chicken. Oh. Still gonna
Hit his ball. Hit his ball down.
Oh,
Yeah, you fucking want to shut up, bro.
What an amazing shot. I thought that almost was going to go in.
and now you fucked up my shot even more.
Okay. Who do I fuck over? Actually, I could fuck you both over.
Oh my god.
I should have fucked over Rabbi.
Oh,
Zoot still could fuck me over if he gets in the way. If Zoot gets in the way, he fucks me over because I won't get points.
I am not Zoot. I am.
Riser, even with all your advantages, you still lost. You've lost 3 games in a row. What do you have to say for yourself?
I wasn't wearing my Oculus goggles, so
Your Ray-Ban Metas?
yeah, I need my AR goggles.
Look at this shot. Zoot, show us how it's done. Zoot's definitely taking out the tree and the cow and the other tree. He might even take out the little dinghy. Be the shot. Block his ball. Oh, shit. What is going on with that?
Oh, that's not good. This is my last game. I'm way too tired.
I don't care about. Bitcoin Obama doesn't care about black. What the fuck?
Dude, way to fuck up my shot, B.
Are you guys ready for the greatest shot of all time?
Yeah.
It's okay. I'll give it a
Too much sand.
Rabbi, you can get it in from there.
Oh, thanks for the win.
Real five.
No, I don't.
I forgot I won.
Oh, we did all tie. Oh, wow.
What is it?
Be the shot. It is not the shot. Zoot, show me how it's done. A very interesting method that you use. Zoot, just don't get in my way, and that would be tight. Are you fucking serious? Zoot, what the fuck, man?
That was a tough shot right there. So
Yes, it is. Riser's gonna retake the lead unless he gets fucked over like he did twice on the last time he played this hole. No, he knew what to do.
you just shoot it through the hole.
What are you doing, Zoot? Just shoot it through the hole, dude.
Why would
Hit my
you
ball,
want
hit my
to
ball.
do that?
I want a trick shot.
Oh, you did.
Stay in his way.
Go off, good.
Stay in his way. This is a tough shot to make. The second shot's easy, but
55 yards.
to
55
keep it all the way left with all those arrows,
I don't.
it's actually difficult for me to even get the ball to like get in the middle. Oh wow, what a shot. What a shot.
Oh,
I didn't know that the left side there didn't affect the ball path. Short.
no. No.
He's just leaving points on the table. You never do that. Riser, if I may say something, you never miss short putts. So that was a shock.
Yeah, I second I hit it, I was like, wow. That was a mistake.
That's what I'm talking about. That's an A shot. Zoot, grade that Z to 10. How good is that shot?
Okay.
Hit my ball. A little higher. I'll take it. That tree in the way, though, sucks. It's like it's possible to make it around it, but I almost just want to go like that.
What the fuck was that? How do you like that shot?
It was very helpful to me.
Just off the tree. Off the tree and hit a ball. Oh.
Get in. No. But it kind of fucks you. Oh, what an amazing shot.
Oh.
Thank you.
I gave you.
Get in, Zoot.
Oh. Gave you a freaking point. Oh, we're still. Wait, I thought you were ahead of me. I guess not.
Zoot, where is it?
Oh, bro.
Behind the tree.
Don't you see the shadow?
Yeah, it's top right. Can't you see the fucking shadow here? Top right. See that shadow in the orange tree?
Yep.
Rosie, you're wrong. You are wrong. You are wrong. And Zuchi's right.
You're wrong. It's in the middle.
No, it's not. Rabbi, why are you doing that? Why are you
It's
doing
strategic.
that? No, it's a terrible strategy.
Okay. Oh wow.
It's not as bad as that strategy.
Hit it. Very interesting here.
Yeah.
Now, Riser has an interesting shot. He can hit it off the tree and try to bounce it backwards. He could try to blast my ball across the thing.
Raza has an interesting development. What if there is no hole?
What if the hole is that lone tree?
Adelaide doesn't actually
Try.
I don't.
There's a 1 in 4 shot. There's a hole somewhere. Rabbi, take out a fucking tree. What the fuck?
You're just annoying everyone. Oh, fuck you. Now we'll never know.
No, dude, don't even play, because then Rabbi will just play. Or you can do one more.
Oh my god.
Oh. Hey, Rabbi, take out the tree. Do it.
It turns out your strategy fucking sucks.
No.
What if there is no hole?
Zoot, take out the tree.
Slowly as you come out the tree.
Wow.
I told you it was there.
It was lone. It was there. It all comes down to this.
Bye-bye.
Look at this shot. Just perfect.
Your strategy made no one score.
Well, that's okay.
Is that what you wanted?
Hit my ball.
This is my strategy.
Hit my ball. Too hard. That's an interesting shot. Ooh, you needed it. I don't need it.
I'm winning right now.
No, you're not. What are you talking about? I'm up 3-2, and we both have 6 here. And I just hit a terrible shot. And you did too. I can't believe we both fucked that up. And Zoot, don't hit his ball. Zoot, don't hit his ball. Zoot, don't hit his ball.
Hit my ball.
Zoot, don't hit his ball. Zoot needs the koalas. What is going on? There you go. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. That's a major mistake. Major mistake. I can basically 2-putt to victory. And 1-putt to victory as well. Thank you for the win. Champion. Even without performance enhancements. No fucking way. Even without performance enhancement, I end up winning this bitch. You heard it here first, folks. Rabbi is undefeated on the night in 2025. Winner
You're not undefeated.
on the night in 2025. Yeah. On the night, I mean, I won the whole night. I won 4 games to 2.
Oh, no, you said undefeated. Do you know what the word undefeated means?
Yeah, on the night. I'm saying like tonight, I'm undefeated. I made
Dogecoin's up 8%.
what coin is? Dogecoin. Dogecoin is going to the moon, kids. You heard it here first. Remember that I said this on January 1st or wherever the fuck it is, January 2nd. Dogecoin would have been the one to buy.
Very true. The one to buy is yeah, Doge. Whoa. Doge just did 100x.
Did it? I don't think it did.
But the Ingo coin's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke some. Nah, not too bad.
Alright, have a good night.
Take care, Pimp.
Go smoke some.
And Cassie and Steve.
Yeah, so here we are, humans, with limited cognitive capacities, trying to make sense of the world, trying to understand what is real and not. We have this DNA that somehow, in complex ways, is interacting with the environment, and then we get these uh, novel ideas that come from the populace, and then they make us wonder about what it all means, and so how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other life-like organisms? You perhaps have to find endpoints on this interaction between the DNA and its manifestations in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, all right, what is this DNA? What is this environment? I have to get it somehow.
Right.
To like interact with it, to perturb the system where these little ants, human like ants, get like excited and figure see stuff out. Yeah, and then somehow steer them. They call for investigative purposes to understand. Like oftentimes to understand a system, you have to perturb it. Exactly. It's like okay, do they get excited or not? And then the other way is you want to, if you worry about them, you can steer in one direction or another. And this kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world. Um, that's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful because that means the greater intelligence, which is what I would hope, we want to take care of us.
If we want to take care of the gorillas and the national parks in Africa.
Yeah, but we don't want to take care of cockroaches. So there's a line we draw. You have to hope that
Right now, we're a bunch of angry monkeys, and maybe whatever these intelligences are also keeping an eye on us. That you don't want a bunch of you don't want the angry monkey troop stomping around the local galactic arm.
do you think these folks know the truth? Do you think they saw?
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were shown. I mean, if you go back to the whole notion of how long has this been around, it didn't just start showing up in 1947. There are stories going back, into the 1800s of people who saw things in their farm fields in the U.S. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go even further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits in the forest, and you give messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the gods. And then you're God. Well, we don't believe in God anymore necessarily. So what do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as a form of technology, right? But the common thread is you're not alone, and there's something else here with you, and there's something that's, as you said, watching, and at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any good parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn. And learning requires mistakes because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
you've looked at the brains of, or information coming from the brain of some of the people that have had you on college. What's common about the brains of people?
So the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been seen in these individuals. It turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being, as far as we can tell, Amanda syndrome. And so, for me at least, that part of the story ends in terms of the injury. It's likely almost all Havana syndrome. That's somebody else's problem now. It's not my problem. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center of the basal ganglia in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damage. It was basically an enriched patch of MRI dense neurons that we thought was damage. And study, and then we looked and we said, oh, actually not. The other readings on these MRIs show that actually that's living tissue. That's actually in the head of the caudate of the taint. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who is a psychiatrist, what does the basal ganglia do? He said, oh, the basal ganglia is just about movement and nerve and motor control. I said, well, that's odd because these other papers that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it was involved with higher intelligence, and it's actually downstream of the executive function and involved with intuition and planning. And then if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control which is centralized in one place, motor control requires knowledge of the environment. You don't want to move something and hit the camera. If you're walking across a room, you want to be aware and cognizant of what you might bump into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all the senses. It requires access to your desires, memory, knowledge of where and what you want, and desire to walk near or by. Like, here's the example of you're at a party, you want to avoid that person, you like that person, the waiter's about to drop something. All without thinking. So that actually, all that planning is done in the basal ganglia. And it's actually now called the brain within the brain. It's a goal processing system, subservient to executive function. So what we think we found there was not something which allows people to talk to UFOs. I mean, I think the UFO community took it a step too far. What I think we found was a form of higher functioning processing. So what we then looked at, and this was the most fascinating part of it, we looked then at individuals in the families of those index cases, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, this is the most fascinating part, we probably looked now at about 200 just random cases that people download off of databases online. You don't see this higher connectivity. You only find it in what Dick Green would have called, or has called, higher functioning individuals, people who are, he called them savants. I don't have the means to, we haven't run the testing, but it turns out my family has it, right? We found it in me, my brother, my sister, my mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals and you found two husband and wife pairs, both of whom had it, and yet it's only found in about, we think, 1 in 200 individuals. The fact that two individuals came together, two sets of individuals came together, those who had it, implied either a restricted breeding group or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people who intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't. I don't mean that in a paranormal sense, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people might just dismiss. Well, maybe that's a function of a higher kind of intelligence to say, well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something and I recognize it for not what it is, but that it is something different than is normally done.
Yeah, I have a little bit of that. I seem to see the magic in a lot of moments, and that is these, obviously, it seems to be chemical in nature. So I just am excited about life. I love life. I love like it feels like I'm high now. I like mushrooms or something like that, where you really appreciate yourself. I'm able to detect something about the environment that maybe others don't. I don't know, but like I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive for a lot of stupid reasons. And that's in there somewhere. I mean, it's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brains, the way we're brought up, but also they see the magic, the possibility in novel, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, the regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people probably more scientists too. Like, huh, like there was this pattern happening over and over and over, and then something weird just happened. And then you get excited by that weirdness and start to pull the string and discover what is at the core of that weirdness. Perhaps is that, maybe by way of question, how does the human perception system deal with a novel information?
Well, it first tries to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, if it's not sex, right? If it's not in the way of my desires, or if it is in the way of my desires, then you focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power, how much CPU cycles do we spend on things that are not those core desires?
What the most kind of memorable, powerful UFO encounter report you ever heard? Just to you first on a personal level, something like that.
Well, I mentioned the Zimbabwe bomb. That's particularly interesting. And one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, two little girls in the back, open glass top car, and the little girls see a craft right over them. This is the middle of the day on a busy highway. The mother sees it. Nobody can, they look around, nobody else seems to see it. So the girls take out their camera, take a picture of it. And then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so, probably about 3 feet across, kind of star shaped. It's not craft, but it's something else. Obviously there was something there. And so what were they seeing? Were they seeing a projection? Were they seeing it? And why were only they seeing it?
And the photograph was capturing something very different than what we're seeing with our phone object. What do you give a little bit of context? Is this from modern day?
It's modern day. Oh yeah, they had a camera. I mean, they have a cell phone.
And it's like a report provided. I don't know, where is the central place to provide reports?
Oh, there's a movie on, but this isn't nothing. I've seen the picture.
Oh, this is something you directly interact with.
Yeah, I've seen the picture.
So those moments like that, they captivate your side.
It's so different and it doesn't fall into the standard story at all. But it's also, but in another way, it's kind of it's a clear enunciation of this notion that when people see events, they don't all see the same thing. Now, we've heard this about traffic accidents. Different people will see the color of the car differently or the chain of events differently, and this tells you that memory isn't anywhere near what we think it is. But the issue around these so-called UFO reports is that the same people will see a very different thing, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind rather than it being real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality that is imposed on you. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Well, you don't have to actually wear something on your face to experience a virtual reality. What happens if you could just project it?
Well, that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. When you look at it, or as we humans look at ants, how does this perception system operate? So not only how does this thing's mind operate, how does the human mind operate, but how does their perception system operate? So that we can stimulate the perception system properly to get them to think certain things. And so, that's a really important question. Humans think that
Here are our final actual costs for this year. Oh, okay. You can see we did pretty well.
they size their physical objects, maybe you really just figure out how do I use the skills I have to stimulate the human, the limited human.
Right. We have to
Well, I mean,
spend that
let's take the answer to anything else out there. Let's say that you wanted to take ants, you wanted to
Your mommy and daddy give you $10.
you wanted to use them as a form of
Put up a lemonade stand.
No,
So you go out and you buy cups and you buy lemons and you buy
find it.
And now you find out that it only costs you $9.
Oh, turn them into
You have an extra dollar.
If you wanted to,
So you can get that.
you would have to
Back
interact
with
with
daddy.
their
Guess what? That's some.
say their
And you ask them,
pheromones
I'm only going to give you $9.
interact with each other. So you would either create those
Is spend that dollar on something now.
to make
So I can actually talk to them that it costs $10 to talk to them. So the dollar's a surplus. This is a surplus. We have to spend that $40 at the end of the day. Or it'll be deducted from next year.
use some sort of electromagnetic or other means
We should
to
spend this
stimulate
like
them more in ways that
desperately.
accomplish the same
Break
goal
it down in terms.
as the pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of a telefactory.
I think I've done it.
So let's say you wanted to telefactory with humans. You would interact with them. This is a technology that you can imagine possible. You could telefactory information into the central system. But then each human is a little bit different. So either you know enough about them to tailor it to them.
Guess what, everybody?
Or you just basically take
Christmas
advantage
has
of
come
whatever
early this
sensory
year.
markets
Oscar,
that
very
they
smartly, has
So if you
discovered an
happen
extra
to be
$4,300 in the budget. Thank you,
or you
Oscar.
happen to be a very
And I have decided with that money,
Then maybe
I
the
am going to
sensory
buy a
information
new,
that's
probably,
most effective
can anybody
in
guess?
terms of
New chairs?
transmitting
No,
information.
they
Come
will come
to
out.
I think the aliens need to figure out.
Unless everybody can agree on something better.
Consistency. So we discovered physics.
Yes,
So we
like
want
new chairs.
our perception
These
to
chairs are
make sense.
terrible.
Maybe they don't,
Last year.
that's not an
So
obvious fact.
we all agree to get new chairs then. Good.
You have to figure
Yeah,
out
he said
what
good, I'm
kind
good.
of things
Since we are
human
how do we take pride in our jobs?
particular environment or
Get rid of this wretched
we
machine.
stimulate the perception system
Not
in a
the
way
time
that's
for one of your principal saying.
not anomalous,
Baseball
not
conference
too,
name.
doesn't cross that threshold, which is like, well, that's way too weird.
That's right.
So they have to, I mean, that's not obvious that that's
Decide and
important.
agree upon one.
You know, maybe you want to err on the side of
It's a team sport.
a novel.
We should really
Like,
make
we
it
didn't all your testament. So we have to make it just complicated.
Yes, well, that's why I always find this issue of people talking about the so-called grays as interesting
There it
because
is, Stanley.
it is related to what you're saying. They're different enough, but they're not so different as to be scary, right? They're not venom driven things,
So weird.
right? They're different enough,
I think.
but they all, it's also like
That copier sucks.
they're what you can imagine us becoming in some place in the future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I don't believe in the grays, for instance, but I believe that people think that they see it. So if we're talking about a communication strategy that says,
Okay, well,
you know, we're
I swallowed all your
like you,
ideas.
but not,
I'm going to digest them and see what comes out the other end.
this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
these directions to surefire.
What do you make of
Like,
players that are reciting the
these
zigzag
the light red mailbox, make a
weather
left,
pilots with
walk
Achilles
years
objects
of
which is
behind.
occupied the wall cover making more clear?
Well, I think
Andy makes sense.
you have to take them at their word.
But my biggest concern is that there's
Are they
only one
fascinated to use?
Oh,
I think it's right.
No, I know a lot.
Downhill from the well.
Right, so I know who I was on the Christmas Island. Yeah, the whole crowd. I saw the
Three
videos
ways to let
about
you
a few weeks or so.
enter the solution by the time you get to your farm. As I will say, we're getting married at your farms. No matter what.
Pentagon.
I have lived it well for you. I have lost 8 years since I've seen Angela naked 0 times. I am not losing another deposit.
I know one of the guys on the inside who was in the Naval Intelligence who had interviewed these pilots again.
Thinking about this whole chair
It was scary.
copier thing.
To hear this, but also
I really think you should make this up.
exciting. You know, here's not just people's testimony; these are credible individuals. We've seen this issue in an episode with some of the pilots. You know, they have no monetary gain. If anything, they've got negative gain. But then you also have all of the simultaneous ship analysis from the USS Princeton, the radar analysis, etc.
All right.
So, you
that they're going to be rare
That's how you
because of
do
how much
it.
data they represent.
Making progress here.
There's a full range of data to discover that actually represents something
Darn.
that's a whole lot of
Remember, you were gonna get a new chair and
There's something
give your own chair to me.
deep
Remember
about the
that?
phenomena of Earth.
I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
Look, if it only stimulates people,
Absolutely. Yeah, that would be amazing.
what
Oh,
happens in
thank
this
you.
one,
Yes.
like to have that momentum,
Oh, God.
and
All right. Yeah.
and it
no,
stimulates
never.
young
Woo.
individuals to
All
go into
right.
sciences
Cool.
to ask those questions.
No, I
That
guess
to me is
that's
fascinating. And after I've been openly talking about this in the last year, especially,
It is
I
so
have a
on.
number of students from top schools who aren't my students
I really
come to me
need
and say,
some chair. I mean,
if I
seriously,
can help,
how is it possible that in
Let
5
me.
years
how can I
have
help?
to engage
I
with
never had
this?
thought about this before, but you and others, not just me, and others have opened my mind to thinking about this.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that don't think too much about this propulsion systems that people buy. To me, it's far more easy to think what is
Thank you, Mike.
extraterrestrial vehicles. I think the observation itself, it's like you mentioned, is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things. I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create the technology. First, you have to believe technology is possible.
Michael? Yeah.
In my own life, we always look for, as I mentioned before, what is inevitable.
We had a good time.
And,
Hey, if I told you you were
say,
really nice today.
inevitably, this is
thank
not
you.
going
Has
to
one of
be,
you tied?
but if we need that kind of data, the instrument we
No,
want.
I got a TJ Maxx $4.
That is amazing.
Okay,
Think
so I
that's good.
imagine
Check out the
a
pants.
perfect instrument,
$9.
make it
What?
$9.
into something which is practical, and then you,
No.
in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you want to make. And
Oh,
I've
so I
started
guess
in
last week we were talking your ear off about the
these
coffee.
half a
Yes,
dozen
they were.
Yeah.
They were.
using
Here's what I
that
was
basic premise. And so
Everyone
it
sits
was always
on
something
a
that
chair
didn't
every
exist
day.
today, but we
Not
imagined.
everyone
Sits on a coffee.
At the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for
Yeah.
instance, all the gene therapy
Very
that's done
valid.
today with retroviruses,
Right.
repeating
See you later.
David
Hot
Altshuler's
spy guy.
and one of the other postdocs
Have you made a
wasn't
decision
able
on
to
functional
make retroviruses in a way that he wanted to. I realized I had a cell line that allowed us to make retroviruses in 2 days rather than 2 months.
I would like a
And
cow
so he and
butterscotch
I
and
then
milk
worked
cat.
together
doesn't
to
make any
that
sense.
system.
I'm telling you.
And all gene
Wow.
therapy
Oh, more sheep. What is this? Right?
because something couldn't be done, and we wanted to do it better,
Why is that in the
and
kitchen?
we imagined the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO phenomenon is doing for people. It's like, well, let's imagine a future where these kinds of technologies are. But also, let's imagine a future where we don't blow ourselves up, right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one other civilization got past an inflection.
My copies?
So if some of the encounters are actually representing alien civilizations visiting us, why do you think they're doing so? You suggested that perhaps study and expand their own past. What is some of the motivations do you think? And again, from our perspective, us as humans, what motivation we have?
There he is. Hello, hello. Hello.
I think one motivation might be to steer us away from that,
Hey, yeah.
right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it past the precipice, at least we're not a bunch of psychopaths.
Here's another place.
Running around. So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that the neighbor that's right up next to you is not
So,
unruly.
why don't we try this out?
But I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative,
You pretend to be
like what we have
and
with
I'll pretend to be you. That way you can see what it looks like when you're up here.
national parks where animals can continue to live out their lives in the natural world. I don't know. I mean, that would be Hollywood elections. But whole different way of thinking. And the whole different level of experience and, let's say, wisdom that we can only hope to understand. Now, but if we ever get out there, if we ever make it past our why we're here, what we're doing here, and even if we don't have past our electron, maybe there's a lot of Andy using stuff. Andy to light sails to get where we want to go. That could take us 10,000 years to get somewhere to spread. We might encounter such things. We just have to stop all over it. Like we did in colonial South America or Africa or the rest. And so what are we going to do?
Well, we're getting better and better at understanding what is life. And I think we're getting better and better at being careful, not to step on it when we see it. This is one of the nice things about talking about UFOs. Is it expands the open window. It expands our understanding of what possibly could be love. It gives us to think. It gives the scientific community to think. When we go to Mars, we go to these things,
And everyone, whatever
we're
hangs
not
aside,
looking at legacy.
that is the decision.
We're looking at
That
some
will
kind of
resolve this issue.
complexity that arises in resistance to the natural world. And there's a lot of resistance to the natural world.
Imagine that your parents give you money for a
There's a rebellious process, complex system.
Well,
And I don't
here's
know
the thing.
if
Some
the many
people
ways
want
to
to
take
use this
form.
for
There's a sense,
other people
you know,
are complaining
for
about
aliens that
chairs.
as the technology develops, they take form more and more as information, as something that can influence the space of the ideas, of the processing of data itself. I just, this idea of embodiment that we humans so admire, physically visible, achievable embodiment, may be a very inefficient thing. Like,
If you think just about, your area, AI,
Well,
we're
everyone bear in mind, once again,
trying to make
whatever
smaller and
Hank
smaller
says go, he is an impartial third party.
that is basically closer and closer to the physics of how the universe operates. Right down at the level of quantum computers, and basically right down how quantum information is stored. So, fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the physics of the universe, right? And it doesn't require a physical manifestation. It just sits in space-time. It's just a locally ordered space-time. We are just locally ordered space-time, right? Maybe they found a way to embody it there.
they probably have to get really good at not, trampling on the hand.
That's why.
The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally, oops. Destroy these simple things biologically.
We constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they are some sort of a unified force.
That doesn't count.
Maybe they're not.
No, it doesn't.
Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are.
We are not married.
And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the ants is each other.
It's not my fault you don't understand German. I've been
Right?
telling you
They
to
are
take it for
in a
years.
self-tension to prevent one or more from running amok.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the
enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Now, whether your concepts can ever be dumbed down to us, that might be hard. I mean,
Again, talking to the ants.
talking to the ants, I mean, they don't. So,
All right, attention everyone.
You want to look good in this picture. Let me explain.
let me explain.
I have made my decision. I need a new copier.
That's the essential problem with, you know,
This copier
perhaps they realize who it is that they're talking to. And they say, we're, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give them this information.
That's the original.
Right? And yeah, maybe we could sit down like you and I and have a conversation. But then they would make assumptions, humans would then make assumptions about us.
See how relaxed I am?
Because we're not human,
I like this chair.
right? So let's stay at arm's length.
It is
Let's just let them know that,
correct. It's a good chair. I
right,
think
and here's a limited amount of
we don't appreciate
communication. Again, this
the
notion
things
that
that we have. You think kids
give somebody
in Africa
everything
have
that-
chairs? No.
and
They send
you know,
piles of garbage.
if they've been
They
around
have
as long as they
copiers.
have, they've seen every
They don't even-
kind of thing that can go wrong.
They don't even have
And
paper.
so
And
it's
we are
they know
spoiled.
as much as
We
they might
throw out
want.
perfectly
to
good
step
tiramisu.
in.
It's a little
That
tiny
would be a
arrow.
wrong thing.
Like, what is this?
Yeah, you have
I've
to.
seen the light,
The
what
amount of
we
wood
need,
to take care of.
and it is nothing.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, and so it's very easy as well for religions to, I don't want to get into a
Does anyone happen to know what 50% of 40
very
is?
easy for religions to see how religions get called on angels or devils.
Because that is how my
What
mind
have you.
works.
Because
50% of 200.
again, if you're trying to fit it into a framework of
Thank you.
cultural understanding,
Everyone, my goal is returning the surplus so we can get 15% as a bonus.
and so it, when you look at what these things are, and again, with the angels and the devils,
You're gonna give yourself a
in a
bonus of
similar sort of way,
$625 instead of getting the
their
entire
communication is
option.
limited.
I don't need $645. I already have $645.
So the Oracle of Delphi,
You're gonna
they
get
kind
this
of give these Delphi
Then
They're
so
pronouncements,
stupid.
and then it's up to you to figure out what it is that they really mean.
That's my phone.
We continue.
Claimed that a skeleton discovered in I think Palmer
No, I
region of Chile
This doesn't change
might
anything.
be an alien.
I have a very
Reached out to him.
decision to make.
Took on the task of proving it to
And I need to figure out a way to
the result was a paper titled Whole Genome Sequencing of Atomic Skeleton Shows Novel Mutations Linked with Dysplasia. Can you tell this whole story?
The story was, as you put it right there, correct. Reached out, got a sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and probably told the team about 11 years.
make a decision. The day is
And as is standard in these kinds of things, the professors actually do the students do the work and figure it out.
It's easy.
And then we help them put together the
Why would you
story.
guys get
And the story was simply
But you
that it
decide.
was human, 100%.
Otherwise,
I went into it thinking it was original.
It is a classic management tactic. You two
I
sides.
got kind of excited a few months into the process.
Either
And
one.
that's what it is.
Right, and you look at the characteristics and stuff and then make it unique.
I just figured I'd
Primarily, it had this morpheus of the
Thanks, Michael.
and so the first thing I did actually when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford,
What did we learn this week?
and he was
One,
on the paper,
thanks to me,
and
my team is
he was
much,
the world
much
expert
faster
in
at coming to
pediatric
decisions
bone.
than I thought they would be.
He
Number
literally
two,
wrote the book.
never buy a fur coat with a credit card
Because
until
that's what you do. You go to an
absolutely
expert
have
who is
the
outside
money
of your
to pay for it.
He said,
And
I
three,
haven't seen this
you should
particular
know that some people think it's cool to throw buckets of fake blood on you as you're walking out of the coat factory.
physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And he said, but based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be like 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only said that the bones made it look like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of why things look like they did. And if you again read the paper, it's very carefully caveated to say that these mutations might result. What we did find was an unexpected and large number of mutations associated with bone in this individual. And it was just bad roll of the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals in the UFO community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of my students to lie. I mean, come on, what is this? You know, I would lose my job, but and today's that I would be 3 hours in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just projection on the level of the things that are stupid. Doesn't, I don't think it's just normal especially the kind of people that go into science. I mean, this is what bothers me here in like 10 minutes. I ought to be able to cut my hair. They might be naive. It might not, especially modern science, look at the big picture, philosophical, ethical questions, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, people with integrity and just a deep curiosity and discovery of everything. There's no broadly speaking. So, I mean, what the bigger story here is, there's a hunger and apocalypse to discover something phenomenal, something new. And, science has to be both anomalous, but also to reject anomalous and important. What do you make of that, walking that line? Because you're dealing with UFO encounters, you're dealing with the anomalous.
People have said, let's go back to the case that was debunking. Debunking is a little sort of assumes that you were going in purposefully to prove something was wrong. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect the data. And, I showed that this one was human. There was another skull that somebody had at one point. I called it the Star Child skull. I said, I looked at it. I looked at the DNA sequencing that they had done. I said, this is for desecrating Christmas. End of story. There is one for St. Paul, though. The people who owned the thing at the time disagreed with me, and then eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. Oh, I don't think and it's not about debunking. It's about getting the more spectacular and icy cases off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because someone was hyping it. And not because I wanted to disprove it, but because I just wanted to know. And let's get it off the table, because it's usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the bubble will be something interesting. Every year I do research to determine which toy will be the most popular of the dross off the table this year, and then somewhere in the data will be something worth catchphrase. My horn can pierce the sky, and that you require deeply enough. Bought on every store in the area. Exactly, and that's what actually excites science. You want the rigor of science actually reveal these facts. And so look at Christmas. That's probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in genetically genomes all arrayed one after the other. Strange sequences around them. The wild sequences of like so how did they get there? And lo and behold, after a lot of effort, the prizes went out the door. But these strange things ended up having extraordinary extravagance. You've also looked at UFO materials. You are a possession of UFO materials yourself. Alleged UFO materials. What's another term? Weird
that don't seem to.
All right, one more time around the block.
I have a story.
They have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origin, but it's not, you know, there's a process to proving that, and that process may take decades, if not centuries. It's a strange system where they can talk about. But anyway, you're in possession of materials of time. You describe some of them. Maybe also talk to the process of how you investigate them, how you
Right. So you see that there was two classes of materials that are being given by people, and they're not given by the government. They're just given people who collected them, and there's a reasonable chance that it's associated with them. That you can just have something about the road. There are almost always things that people have claimed have either been rocked off as like some sort of leftover material, or they are from an object that was released from this that kind of exploded. There's a couple of things that might be biological that are interesting that I haven't so much. My daughter is going to love. When you look at metal, and basically go, okay, what are the it's made of? And so there's pretty standard approaches. Most of them involve technology called mass spectrometry, and there's probably like 5 or 6 different forms of mass spectrometry. They either tell you the resolution of the instrument, they tell you the elements that are there, or they tell you the isotopes. And you're interested not just in knowing whether something is there or not, you're interested in whether there the amounts of it. And in the case of elements, how many different isotopes are there. And that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it gets a back on the fish, just right? Because in at least one of the materials, as we first studied it, the isotope ratio in this case of this magnesium way off. No, I just don't know. It doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it was probably accomplished by some kind of an industrial process, whether it's the result of
Here we go. Everybody
process,
gather
or
up.
whether
An intervention.
sort of the
It's
leftover,
sort of hard to describe,
or
but
whether
really
it was
it's
made that way
it's a
for a
coming
particular
together.
purpose.
It's a surprise party
All I
for
know
people
is that
who
it was
who have addictions,
engineered,
and you get in their face and you scream at them,
right?
and you make them
But then
feel really badly about them,
the question is,
and then they stop.
sort of you go one step deeper.
Like I've been
Why
for a while, so I want to make a little point of comments for him.
Right.
Little triangles of
Why did you, what
toasted on both sides, and usually choose the bread.
there's all kinds.
And napkins.
It could be a byproduct. It could be the main result of an engineering process. It would be a small part of the engineering process that is the main part.
Well, so the
Okay,
ratios
you know what I thought
of
we should do
isotopes for any
is have a quick intervention
result
to get back to the party.
of stellar processes. And supernova blew up sometime
Stop drinking.
several billion years ago.
To quit being an alcoholic.
That became a cloud.
What an alcoholic.
Those
Yeah,
atoms
obviously you
coalesced
are.
gravitationally.
Okay, everybody who thinks Meredith is an alcoholic,
And
please raise
a ring at the eye of the
You
planet.
guys have. I don't care
And the ratios of
I know,
the
I am
isotopes
not,
were
I know.
determined at the time of that
Right?
experiment. And so everything in the local solar system is more or less at that ratio. But why anything to you? Fragments of percent, not whole tens of percent difference. So what do you use isotopes for? Most mellow shots, and the vast majority of the isotopes that have been found in the per pound per ton are things like certain ratios of uranium. We don't make or engineer isotopes. It's relatively easy to do, but it's so expensive. For any other reason,
Have you
apart
ever
from,
used
let's
alcohol
say,
to multitask? interested in mine.
We use stable isotopes.
Sometimes have a drink to
These
celebrate a
days,
special
as
occasion.
benefiting to holiday in bed, certain ratios of isotopes.
Have you ever, under the influence of alcohol, questioned the teachings of the Mormon Church? Where did you get this?
And so, but other than that, we don't
Website. That's not a
do
book.
anything with that. So why would you make grams of such material
Never find ways to understand Christ.
drop it around on a sheet?
Just wants to take my side on this.
So which case are we talking about?
This is the,
Describe that to
this
this
is
case.
the,
Hey, are you texting?
Can you describe this case a little bit further? Alcohol material we're talking about.
Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to go around the room.
so,
Have
That's
some
an interesting one.
express
so
humor.
a fisherman
How
saw an object that released something or
This
it
Christmas party
exploded.
is
And
perhaps
it
the
was
best
this
Christmas party I've
level,
ever been to.
chunks of it, relatively pure magnesium.
You were drinking effectively.
With obviously something else in it, that
Anybody else?
magnesium burns.
Another time,
So it had something in it that
affected you.
other metals, single alloy,
Come on,
that
people.
would prevent it
Don't say
from
anything. It's not getting any better.
basically
Yes.
burning up.
Meredith.
So the question is, and so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody. Both claimed to be from the same idea. At least physically, they were looking at the two things. They
Thanks
were
again. Well, that's all we're going for. Who has a
so
problem?
we took small fragments of
That's
each
the
of them.
bottom.
We put them in an
It bothers
instrument
me,
called secondary
right?
lab.
How does it bother you?
It's
Right?
extremely
Does it have
sensitive,
anything?
and it can see down to
Actually, I don't care for Meredith, but I don't believe in this kind of thing.
uh,
The True
which
family,
is
we believe in pride-figured intervention, awareness, communication, control,
it's a
acceptance,
sensitive instrument.
and punching.
And so
Who's going to tell us the latest dirty joke?
one of the
Who
chains
is
of
going to
custody,
tell us we
two
watch the
pieces from the
television?
same chain of custody,
Fine. Was John
and then two pieces
Belushi
from the other
fine?
chain of custody.
Was Bob Hope fine?
One of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratios, magnesium 25, and the other was off. That was like slightly off, way off, and they were both off to the same extent. So, I mean, it was sort of like you had an internal
Say
control.
Not an
And the other
alcoholic.
which was
Say it as loud as you want.
and so you're left with,
I was waiting for later to hand out issues gifts from corporate.
was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody,
I don't
one of
think
them
they're
was a hoax,
appropriate
that
anymore.
somebody purposefully introduced those things, because you could do it. It would cost a lot. I mean, at the time that this was found, I guess the 1970s or so, might have been earlier, I
You
forget.
showed me mercy when you were in charge.
The amount that I had would have cost several tens of thousands of dollars. And again, it's not something you just throw around. And why would you do it in the hope that some guy 30 years from now would pick it up and study it?
Very subtle troll.
It's a long term.
I don't mind
so-
telling you
so
that I
I
have
just
an
don't know.
addiction.
I just don't
I
know
do.
what to make of it. It's interesting. But it's
All right.
so
No.
a different kind of question that you're asking is what constitutes evidence, right? So is this
You lit your hair on fire.
absolutely
What
not?
about tomorrow?
But
What's going to
somebody
happen
put it forward.
when you come
I
into
have the
work
time. It's my time.
and you're dead? I stab her in the brain.
I'll study it, and my
There are
objective is to
several
sort
ways
of
to kill a
take
zombie.
those that I think
The
are
most
credible
satisfying one is to
and
stab
do
her in
a
the brain.
reasonable analysis. Put it back there.
Every
Maybe somebody else will
this
come up with an idea
loves
as to
you.
what it is.
So mark my words,
Now,
we are
what
not
would
going to
be
spare
better
alcoholism anymore.
is some sort of
Next time, you
true
light yourself on fire.
technology, right? Something that is obviously we don't have,
Fire
you know,
marshal.
and people like
She is a hazard.
Neil deGrasse Tyson and Seth Shostak come out and write the controlled burn and have said, you know, when you show up with, you know,
I get you.
something
Okay, you know,
obviously
this isn't over.
that we don't agree, you know, then we'll pay attention, right?
Enabler,
Not just material.
enabler.
It's interesting.
It's Christmas and we're turning our back on
And
somebody
some of
who's
the
asking
things
for
that I
help.
looked at and things that
You know what, the only thing I want for
have come
Christmas?
to me
I want Meredith to
we
get better.
found to be
That's my
completely
only wish.
banal, or
But you know what, my wish is
we're
not
actually
true.
pieces
So I'm
of
not going to wish that.
aircraft that were invented back in
I watch you do
1940s. And so take them off the table. Think of that.
I think, again, I think showing up with technology that we humans would find completely
That's a
novel,
Howrah
that's
Shabbat
your really
gift.
good
They
with
serve it
that,
during
really.
Ramadan.
Because it obviously can't be so novel that we don't recognize it. to understand what ants are tweeting about, like what they care about, in order to like inject into their culture. Because that's why I think it would be the technology that you present is in the space of ideas. It's trying to influence individual humans into the encounters and try to this kind of thing that you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult because I mean, for them to understand, you have to come up with trinkets that impress us. I mean, maybe this very technology, the fascination with the development of technology and the development of technology, the actual act of innovation itself is great. I mean, this is kind of what Jack LaLanne thinks about. Well, let me ask the question. Who is he? You know him. Who's Jack LaLanne?
Yeah, all right.
About life.
Christmas credit.
About your phone technology.
Actually, soon after the whole out of common thing, I was visited by those people associated with the government or whatever around the, I was just curious if you heard of this, what ended up mostly being the wrong but also job excellence. So they were actually working behind the scenes with each other. Oh, here's this Stanford professor who is willing to talk about this stuff and investigate things. Maybe we should go talk to him. Yeah, I'd like to he reached out through a colleague, and he and I had lunch actually. The girls were in Stanford. So John is one of the first openly active scientists, really a scientist in this area, going back to the 1960s. And he's put forward a number of ideas, speculations about what it might be that people are interacting with. And the first thing that I learned from him is this notion of movie theater. That many of the things that people have seen are, I remember reading his books and thinking, that uses this word absurd. The things that people claim they see are absurd. Right? A ship doesn't land in a farmer's field and then come up and knock on the door and say, can I have a glass of water? These are stories literally out of newspapers from the 1930s. It's absurd. And the other thing that people say, ships don't crash. If you're so technologically advanced, it's absurd.
Sunrise rehab? No.
This is as a show. It's meant to
Okay.
influence.
Sorry. Meredith, we're doing this for your own good.
Right. It's not meant to influence individuals.
It's going to be good. It's going to be. No.
As a whole. Maybe they don't look at us as a whole. And so that's how you interact. That's how you interact. So that was one of the first things that took me back and realized, wow, there's actually maybe there's a puppet behind the scenes that's doing this influence, all this stuff about me. It's just not true. They're just representations that is meant to be. So that was probably the most interesting thing. And the management is also, it can be, I'm sorry, Jeff, it can also be incredibly annoying to have a conversation with, because you will pick apart your arguments or anything that you think you know and show you why you don't know what you think you know. And he uses the example that is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion and you're wrong. And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him. Don't talk about conclusions, just talk about the data. Because data's not wrong. I mean, convince yourself that the data's not wrong about an artifact. But be careful about your conclusions because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated.
Angela's having sex with Dwight.
Well, that's powerful. Being able to always step back. We always get excited. Yeah, we'll start to jump to conclusions from the data, but always step back. It's powerful. Being able to
so
Yeah,
surprised.
I'm gonna jump to conclusions for the day that was always
knew it.
Well, and some of my
I
Twitter
knew
feeds,
some of it.
when I dare to go on Twitter, are cool. Well, when are you going to give us the answer? You know, science is not
I knew it.
immediate. You've got to have to be patient. And
As
even
if
some of
you're
my
telling
science
me that he
colleagues
just
say,
checked
well,
something into
where's the data? My answer to them has been,
voluntarily.
where's been your work to try to
Hands in the
produce
wrong
it?
body.
You know, I'm not here to give you everything on this little flat.
I need to
we talked about flying from
find ways to push narrative to the bottom.
and it's really disheartening
I think
to
I
see
can do
that the U.S.
I
government
did with Jan.
not invest as much as they possibly
All right,
could
everybody's
in
still
this
here.
whole process.
Perfect.
So let's
A
jump
little surprise
to the
that
most
this one's
recent
gone.
things. What do you make of the
Right.
report titled
Want you to know
Preliminary
that for the rest of
Assessment
our lives,
Unidentified Aerial Phenomena?
cultural
That was released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence
bring
in
you
June 2021.
Christmas
So this is
cheer.
like
Yeah, come on.
okay, we're gonna step back. Where do you stand and where do you hope to be? What do you make of that? Is there perceived as very
I think the adults are finally stepping up and being in charge. Right? I mean, what's that? In the good sense of adult. You know,
sounds like curiosity is pretty partial.
that's yeah. But it's also, I think, the people who were worried that the populace at large might run screaming into the streets and riot. You know, they basically the empiric evidence is over. You know, these videos and all these things have been out there now, what, 5 years?
Say no, protocol and a round of applause.
All right, so as great as it's been, all the news coverage it's been, and et cetera, you know, even Tucker Carlson has talked about it many times on his news program. Joe Rogan has. A lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important sea change in the internal discussions going on because, and the reason that I think this is actually partly true with the maturation of human social technology. It was becoming so obvious that this stuff was showing up again and again and again around our ships. They just couldn't keep it quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Lou Elizondo and Chris and others, to their great credit, found the right angle to talk about this. So it's, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this because we damn sure know it's not us. So that to me is an important thing to finally be a little bit more open about the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do anything. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Avi Loeb has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me telescopic information about technologies or things that might be even on our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. Don't wait for somebody else to do it.
It's also possible to
Angela made
inspire
several
a
911
large number
calls
of
about
people
cars going
to
too
do a
fast.
wider spread data
So the
collection.
police put the radar.
You yourself can't
It's
do
actually
a large
costing
enough data
them
collection. If you're talking about anomalous effects, right, you should be collecting high resolution
There was wind.
about
Hey,
everything
doggy,
that's
right, there was
happening
wind.
on Earth.
I want to do it. It's not your turn. All right, 13 is your new number. Oscar, go ahead. Oh, we want to try it. Here we go.
Gives you a strong signal that something weird is happening here. And this is why,
31.
you know,
Go
government
I was
can't
ahead of
be
the car.
good at
31 is my new number. 31 is humanly impossible. Go, Oscar. 31 is my number.
so on.
That's impossible.
Space
Read it.
will be working even funds capitalistic and fund companies fund company efforts to do huge nature projects. In the same way, huge nature data collection is not be like 10x, like one or two orders of magnitude.
Today's a big day. My presence has been requested by
I
Chief
on the flip side,
Financial
you make it
Officer.
about what are the Russians doing, what are the Chinese doing. You know, make it a
He
question
says
of
that he wants to
geopolitics.
talk about big picture
It gets
stuff.
touchy.
And
Because
I'm
now
honest, I have
you're kind of taking away from
little or
the
no
realm
idea
of
what that
science
means.
and making it military.
Probably bad.
Military. Some of the greatest,
Big announcement.
engineer.
New year, new
It can
champion.
truly say that some of the greatest
Okay, be careful,
engineering
Kevin.
work ever done was by Rocky Martin, and we will never know why.
I agree. I wish we were everyone had before, please. But it's the world we live in. But the latest operating task force
Kind of the elephant in the room, so I'll just.
The bill was passed under the Department of Defense.
No one has RSVP'd to our wedding yet, and the deadline was
to collate that information.
Wait,
And also to be transparent about it. Money is now set aside.
Right. What do you think of just, if you don't know, DOD established a new department study,
no one has
UFOs,
RSVP'd,
called
and I don't
Airborne,
understand it. Now you're shutting me out. Shut in.
Airborne Object Identification and Management Organization. Do you know enough that
No, I do not.
AOI,
It's stupid and never reading it.
AOI, MSG.
I mean, eventually.
AO, all right, is directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence.
Right now.
What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about
I think there's still another way.
What? I am telling you, no, you can't do that.
But I do know though that money has been set aside and will be used
Are you still having intercourse with her?
make things
What is wrong with you? She isn't gay.
right to start to get others involved. And I'm involved in an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think there might be some of that money could be directed towards funding, maybe like groups like yours, to do some research? So they would be open to that.
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, so and I'm not hiding anything because I just don't know.
This form up again.
Right, but I
Do
do.
not know things at the top.
I do think that there will be now there are being set up private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of these resources. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem opening up in a positive sense. People who are willing to do the research. So before it would be now, if there's money, as I said before, scientists are essentially monopolists who go where the money is.
You're going to charge me a fee
The work that I've done, I've
to cut my own cake?
$50,000, $60,000, $70,000 money went into the paper we had out of my own pockets. But the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least a few millions to do the proper analysis of these materials.
Rule 17.
The work I know that the Galileo project is involved
For
with,
the dominant turkey during mating season.
probably in the
There are 40
40
rules.
5 to 10
Boys
million
must
range
special for the age of
to get
5.
stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
I should also push back a little bit on something you probably will agree with. You said scientists are essentially capitalists. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes talking about basic research or basic science, the money
One of your worst.
it's a little bit ambiguous in the direction to do the research. And the scientists get really good at telling a narrative. Well, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding, but they end up doing really what they're curious about.
Yes.
And of course, you cannot deviate, like, if you're getting funded to study penguins in Antarctica, you can't start building rockets. So probably you can, because you will convince sometimes you can copy the narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins. I think that actually, this is one thing that I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind.
Hearing what I'm saying.
I don't know if it was, it would start a
Said she was going to tell him.
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean they'll start companies per se. I mean, we can only do the research. And so, maybe it's a bad use of the term capitalist. But we can only do the research without money. I mean, why do most people work, many biologists work in cancer research? Because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem. But I might not have ever gotten involved in it if there wasn't money. I might mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the lay public about science
Oh,
is
I
that
do not have
people
much
think that we're
time.
paid to do things. Just as you said,
Comes
I get a
over
research
there
grant,
to
and
tell
luckily
you
from the NIH, they're
what I can tell you.
attitude.
And just bear in
I will
mind
go
that
my own
when
way, and I'll find
I
something.
say
I might have proposed something,
these things
but I'll end up somewhere
that
entirely different
are
by the
bad
end of the
things,
project. And that's how good science is done. You follow
Here.
data, you follow the results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I
Well,
think the worst kind of
no, I'm not. So
this subject
I'm
area
not very
is to put in
articulate
a side
today, so I'll just leave it for
where
another time.
they have a set
Another
plan
day.
for this, right? And the science side of
Fine, I am off.
executive
Thank you.
That isn't how anything is discovered.
Okay.
Put it, get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it.
Can't hear you.
And then publishing on it and doing the right kind
Join
of
names
work.
are
That's
having an
how
affair just
we
to
look
sleep
progress
together for some time. That was the
Let's
news.
get put
I
our
wanted to let you
thoughts
know.
off with that.
All right.
Do you think the U.S.
See you later.
government or some other government is in possession
Are you serious?
of something of extraterrestrial origin that is far more impressive than anything we've seen in the public?
I've not seen anything personally, but if I believe the people who I don't think can lie, yes.
How does that make you feel in terms of the way government works, the way our human civilization works? There might be things like that and they're not public. Is there a hopeful message for transparency that's possible? Like if you were in power, I'm not saying president because maybe the president is not the source of power here. Would you release this information in some way or form?
Yeah. If I were, I think it would. I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge of this kind of thing, to know that we are more alike than we are different in comparison to whatever this is.
Is it true?
Is
That you're sleeping with a wife?
That doesn't
for
sound
us.
like me.
Is it true?
And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people are talking about if we should give government officials whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the
Are you sleeping with a wife?
right answer. We don't. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available to you at the time. You had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize yourself to your benefit or that of others, then I think maybe there's something else that can be said. But an opportunity to get all this information out. If I were in charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something that says there's a reason why you don't want to know. And if you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy, maybe you might turn it into a bomb.
Or something that gives you hints that something like unlimited energy is possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. You make a public, maybe some of the other governments you have tensions with figure it out first.
Right.
Yeah,
Traditional guys.
Kind of an arms race.
Something you
all forms it. It makes me truly sad because it's obvious that
David, here
that
is my
origin
philosophy
of the
is
virus,
basically this.
it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in
Don't ever,
not releasing information about
any
it
reason,
because it can only be bad for
anyone,
the Chinese
for
government.
any reason, ever,
And
no matter
every
what,
government thinks like this.
no matter
Actually, this has been disappointing
or
to
who
me
or who you were with,
talking to PR
or
folks.
where you are going,
They're
or
always nervous.
where you've
They're
been,
always like conservative, right? In the sense like,
ever,
well, if we release more stuff,
for any reason
it can
whatsoever.
only be
Sometimes
bad.
you'll start
And then Elon Musk's character comes along. He tweets ridiculous memes and doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging people to be transparent. Our government national security is really
Here's the thing,
like another level
is doing something
to
right.
realize this thing.
This economic
But
climate, no matter
let's start at the
success,
lighter
it's
case.
not really time for
These things, some of the awesome things that
It's Hail Mary time.
grand. It's good for everybody. I honestly think this kind of idea that people will steal the information and we use it against you is an idea that's not truly an idea of the 20th century. It's just some of the benefits of social media, our social world is that transparency is beneficial. And I hope governments will learn that lesson. Of course, they're usually the last to learn such lessons. What do you make about those in terms of possession of aircraft? Do you believe in
Not
that?
at all.
Believe in that?
Actually, thanks for asking. Appreciate it.
Be quite honest.
You know what? I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank
Jerry
all of you for
Cabell
why.
has done a
Give
great
him a
job
face.
interviewing
You're not telling me what's been going on this entire time.
has done some, beautiful documentaries. I just don't. I don't know how to interpret it. And again, some of the people who fraternize with think it's all rubbish. But maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and
She doesn't love you.
this is a little
She's
bit different
marrying
about how I
me.
approach
Well, I don't
people.
know about that because she certainly seems to
I'm less
enjoy
interested in
making
going
love,
over
making with me.
people.
Angela
All these
Bernard
other
will
histories
never
that
be her name. Will be her name.
She said,
You will have to call her that.
UFOs.
I think so.
I'm a scientist.
I worked on the brain
back down.
I told you that I will never
Area because it's something I can put data on. I can go back to individuals with their MRI again, and we do it. I can hand it MRI to somebody else. They can know.
Okay, fine.
I can get
Good.
materials.
A
I can
duel.
analyze
The
them.
winner
I can
gets
get something
Angela.
scheduled.
Fine. This is love.
Again,
What is your
but I
weapon?
can analyze it, and somebody else can use it.
This is none of your business.
I mean,
It is my
that's
business
when I
what it has
do
to
that.
work.
And so,
What?
I
have to. Yes.
I'm not going to go into
outside.
I'm not
None
a
of
historian.
your business.
Yeah, that's true. But there's a human value to it. I would. Sometimes I think about these because again, the anomalous, rare
I've had
events.
two men fire.
Some of the data is inextricably
Usually it's over which one gets the most
connected.
corner.
Observation.
Right. That's right.
I mean, I hope in the future, that sensory data
I
is
will
not
respect the result of the
diluted
rule.
by human subjectivity.
Of course you will. I call
Yeah,
it
that's still
I will be
data,
taking
even
my
if it's
break
direct observation.
at 4 o'clock in the parking lot.
So it's an interesting
I will
question
also
to me
be
whether
taking
doctors
my
are
break
telling
at
the
the
truth,
exact same time and in the same location.
and what impact stories like his have on the willingness of governments to be transparent, so on. So I either have to credit his story
I take a sick day.
for captivating the imagination of people and getting the conversation going.
He's maintained his story for all these years with little to no change that I'm aware of. So, but there's so many other people who are experts in that story.
They're guys, you accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where you guys would say that somebody is.
So I was in the office.
Yeah. You mentioned Avi Loeb. I got to ask you about him a little more. Because you've analyzed specimens here on Earth. What do you make of that one? What do you make broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, to look at objects flying around in our solar system? Is that valuable for you? Or maybe most of the stories that can be, most of the fascinating things can be discovered here on Earth or on the
Just going to Aloha, I think Avi's insight
Yes.
is
I have to say, I am so impressed
with the right.
potential.
Like I was saying before, people can sometimes look at something and not see it for what it is. Many would just look at that and say, "Oh, it's an asteroid," and dismiss it. There was something odd about the data that Avi picked up on and said, "Well, here's an alternative explanation. It doesn't fit. That actually better fits the models than it just being a rock." And to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is real and is using that then as a battering ram
Is anything happy yet?
to go after other things. So I think that's great.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, some lenses make you say it could be alien extraterrestrial origins.
That's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a light sail. And a light sail is certainly within
That's the Angela Bernard.
near human capabilities to research there. I think Yuri Milner is a Russian billionaire who's involved, I think, in a project to make light sails with laser, to launch them with laser power, essentially, towards Alpha Centauri. Right? So it's something that humans could make. I think Bobby's basal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. But sadly, if it was, now nearly out of our solar system.
Yes, I mean, we have to aspire to greater levels of intelligence in our solar system, but also in our medicine. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data because the tools are softer than we're developing. Get better and better. It's changing the nature of science.
I'm a bigger man than you'll ever be. I'll never sleep with another man's fiance. You don't know how to take care of her. All you do is dress fancy.
So, I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that he's doing.
You can't even protect her.
But,
You know what? Bears, idiot. When's the last time you saw a damn bear sprint? Last year, idiot.
At some point, my expertise.
Your leg broken?
Or something.
My right one's
The goal
fine.
of the vision.
Andy, you all right? Oh,
I
wait,
talked
so
to
I'm
Bobby,
ready.
but my
Yeah, back off.
understanding
This is your fight. Oh, how much is this going to cost?
is
What? Trust fund will take care of that.
what
did you say? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
My to
What?
collect data on
You're like a Sasquatch.
potentially
Sasquatch
local
is really
technological
smartest animal on the planet. So fine, call me a Sasquatch. I don't get it. I'll put you in front of you and this whole time. Won't you ever be
On
twice?
the bucket, yes. That was before, I believe it was before she was headed.
Okay,
New creation.
yeah, the Galileo project was, I think it's about 6 or 7 months old now. You know,
And he's getting a group of scientists together.
oh yeah, about 100. Oh, actually, I was looking at some of the stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked at the level of organization that they've already got together. It looks like a moonshot project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of large NIH projects, which involve a lot of people in coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist. But yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot
Yes,
of
my
ideas
last
that
for dollars. And I like to go to the wedding.
maybe require you to take a leap outside the convention. So what advice would you give to young people today that are,
Yeah.
in high school or in college that are dreaming of having an impact in science or maybe in whatever career path that goes outside?
Wow, what a day! I thought I was gonna get
If
you out.
you believe in
but
something,
hold
you
on.
believe that an
There's an
idea
attaboy for you.
is
What? Roller
valuable,
coaster ride.
or
Roller
whatever approach
coaster.
to something, don't
Just
let
goes to
others
show you, these
shame
things, exciting things can happen.
As I've said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something that is wrong. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people who've told me, hey, you shouldn't do that. Line of science, you should be shaming yourself for you think that. Give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. You basically have closed your mind to the possibilities of it. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to anything else, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say this is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just the way fascinated by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that you've done in the past. Just on a personal psychological level, is there, I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure when you explore some of these ideas, there's pressure. How do you, how do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say that, which you do? What would you say?
I just point to my success. I say, you're the ones who told me not to start companies all this time. And now you're
What
the
you
one
talking about, Wallace? Hi, are you? Well, how are you? Very good.
But on the scientific area,
the regional supervisor job. Oh, have you not?
you're wanting to take something off the table that might be in its field. How is that the scientific I reverse it.
So purely related to conversation.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel, because to me, when you feel well, there's a community. There's a community of science. You know, when you're working on something that's outside the conventional way of thinking and the wellness. I mean, there's a, in the AI field, you're working on neural networks.
I have met some of the best people ever that have stayed the conventional track. I would never have. I mean, truly. Really. Because, so, it is for those worried about, well, should I step outside of my comfort?
He is an amazing actor.
You're going to meet some really interesting people. Because I'm open about this area. I'll go and give a talk.
I'm not voting.
And at dinner, inevitably, there's something and inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit both that they're interested or that they've seen something. 5 to 5. And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes. It's kind of like their safety and numbers. And then, or I've had people come to me afterwards.
No. I got it.
So the number of
So
scientists
what if I did? That would take precedence and I would
know
affect your
that there's
support.
something else going on.
Okay, so let's do the plan
Much
again.
larger
All right, I'm a local business owner.
than
I need to find paper to find out everything about their prices and policies.
That's
Your
really
conditions name, like stuff.
I don't talk
I am
about
a
this.
paper salesman looking for a new job. I find out everything about their expenses and salaries. Okay. You meet at the Denny's and compare notes. No, I never said Denny's. No. I said Denny's. I know how I feel about IHOP.
Social media.
I don't want to get into this debate again. I enjoy IHOP. I'll have a cup of coffee. You will have pancakes and you'll like it.
We've mentioned the big questions of the origins of the universe. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing for us humans, our human existence here on Earth, or just at the individual level? What very
I think that what we're going through today, this realization, it's kind of like you've lived on an island your whole life, and you've looked across the ocean and you've never imagined there was another island with anybody else on it. And then suddenly, ship with sails shows up. You understand it, that you realize that suddenly you're willing to got a lot bigger. I think you're in the
We've never met each other. We are complete strangers. So we're going to need a signal. We're both out of there in case we need to. And that signal is
right, something a little bit bigger. And not just there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood to me is exciting. Because I can feel it with my dream.
And this discovery of what humbling and more fascinating. Once we look out and realize we were on the island.
It makes us
nature
so
of there's something called the food chain.
to me.
The shark.
And,
Little shark. And
look
the little
outside
shark eats a littler shark, and so on and so on and so on.
and
Until
imagine
you
that
get down
this
to
might be out there.
the single
And
cell
all
shark. So
I
now,
know that I've
the sharp with paper cut.
It excites me.
That is all you need to know about business.
Well, Gary,
Hello?
both to respect your time and
Hello.
also because it's 12, I turned into
Hi.
a princess.
How can I help you? My name is
Let me
Michael
just say,
Scott. I'm a
thank you
local
for doing
business
everything
owner, and I would like to find out about your
as a
company.
great scientist, as a person willing to reject the conventional. And thank you for spending extremely valuable time with me.
What kind of business are you?
Thanks so much.
We're a law firm. I assume your
Thanks for
primary
listening to
focus
this conversation
is
here
stationary general
or
law.
this
You know, I'll
podcast.
be honest
Check out our
about
sponsors.
something. Where I used to
Now,
live,
let me leave you
our
with
paper
word.
supplier had a lot of big
Satisfied,
clients, and I just didn't give it priority.
How do you
So
expect
I guess the
to
question
communicate with the ocean? Well, you can't even understand one another.
how many clients do you have?
Thanks for listening.
About
Good to see you.
Really? That many? This doesn't seem like a very big operation.
Oh, it's just me, my wife, and my son.
Ah. So when did you set up shop?
I opened this place after I came back from Vietnam.
Vietnam, it's lovely.
Decide we'll have 3 minutes to prepare opening arguments. Topic: Hillary Swank is attractive. The debate is whether she's.
I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness. Do you think we're living in a simulation? We could be in the Matrix. It could be a very vivid dream. Maybe a few people that are now visualizing
So
the
even
counter.
special people say
That's
mental
consciousness,
brightness
except for
you
cats
would put
who
that on
are
the same
evil
level as conventional
automatons
science.
that are void of consciousness.
know a lot about paper.
It's the basis
Well,
of
that
moral
is-
value, moral concern.
If I am a genius
There'll be a time in the next
Yes.
150
Well,
years when we're
about
not
some
morally
things, some
okay
other things I'm just
turning
about
off the
very
power to a robot.
Like what? Is this the cup? Is this the cup?
The following
Should I drink
conversation
out of?
Well, first, specialized in
Laughter
mind
is my
and
job.
consciousness.
Here's a
He is
McCabe.
a panpsychist,
Loves my
which means he believes that consciousness
Hello.
is fundamental,
I'd like to apply for a
ubiquitous
job.
feature of physical reality
I'm afraid
of all matter in the universe.
Oh,
He is the author of Galileo's Error, Foundation for New Science Consciousness, and the host of an excellent podcast
Dwight
called
Schrute.
My
I'm a paper
Jazz.
salesman at a second-tier paper
This
company
is
called
what
Thunder
recent
Mifflin.
podcast
Top
recorded.
salesman there. I'm
Check out our
looking for a new
sponsors in the
challenge.
description.
I would say
Now,
you guys have
here's
quite
my conversation. So
40 high-volume plants and 80.
I opened my second podcast conversation with Elon Musk
90 plants.
with a question about
Look
consciousness.
out, someone is running out of business.
The question was, both does consciousness permeate all matter? I don't know why I opened the conversation this way. He looked at me like, what the hell is this guy talking about? So he said no, because we won't be able to tell if he did or not. So it's outside the realm of scientific method. Do you agree or disagree with Elon Musk's answer?
It's a gut thing.
I disagree. I guess I think consciousness pervades matter. In fact, I think consciousness is the ultimate nature of matter. So, as for whether it's outside of the scientific method, I think there's a fundamental challenge in the heart of the science of consciousness that we need to face up to, which is that consciousness is not completely observable. Right? I can't look inside your head and see your feelings and experience. We know that consciousness is not possible. Is that an experiment or simply observation? We just know that it from our immediate awareness of our feelings and experiences. So, yeah, that's another aspect of it. So there are a couple of reasons consciousness, I think, is not susceptible to the standard, or not fully susceptible to the standard scientific approach. One reason you just raised is qualitative rather than quantitative. Another reason is it's not completely observable. So, I mean, science is used to dealing with unobservables, right? Fundamental particles, quantum wave functions, other universes, none of these things are observable. But there's an important difference. With all these things, we postulate unobservables in order to explain what we can observe. Right? In the whole of science, that's how it works. In the case of consciousness, in the unique case of consciousness, the thing we are trying to explain is not fully observed. And that is something unique. We want to fully bring science to consciousness. we need a more expansive conception of scientific method. That doesn't mean we can't explain consciousness scientifically, but we need to rethink what science is.
What do you mean publicly or
Publicly
available?
Excellent.
Something interesting about that word publicly. I suppose versus privately.
Yeah, it's tricky to define, but I suppose the data of physics are available to anybody. If there were aliens released from another planet, maybe they'd have very different sense organs. Maybe they'd struggle to understand our art or our music. But if they were intelligent enough to do mathematics, they could understand our physics. They could look at the data of our experiments. They could run the experiments themselves. Whereas consciousness is it observable, is it not observable? In a sense, it's observable. Like say we can say it's privately observable. I am directly aware of my own feelings and experiences. I'm in pain. It's just right there. My pain is just totally directly. But you from the outside cannot directly access my pain. You can access my pain behavior. But, or you can ask me, but you can't access my pain in the way that I can access my pain. So I think that's distinction. It might be difficult to totally pin it down how we define those things. Fairly clear and very important.
So you think there's a kind of direct observation theory that I'm not, from my observation, all the ways that we can sneak up to observing your pain indirect versus yours direct. Do you think devil's advocate that possibly we need to get closer and closer and closer to being able to observe your pain, like all the subjective experiences, yours, in the way that you do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that we observe behavior and then we we are hardwired to instinctively interpret smiles as happiness, crying as sadness, and as we get to know someone, we find it very easy to adopt their perspective, get into their shoes. But strictly speaking, all we have conceptual access to is someone's behavior. And if you were just strictly speaking, if you were trying to explain someone's behavior, there are aspects of it. I don't think you'd ever have recourse to attribute consciousness. You could just postulate some kind of mechanism. If you were just trying to explain the behavior, someone like Daniel Dennett is very consistent on this. And so I think for most people, what science is in the business of, is explaining
symmetry of the face.
the data of public observation experiments. If you didn't follow that, you would not be able to
Positive
because
average of
it's not the data is known about it that way. And Daniel Dennett is really consistent on this. He thinks my consciousness cannot be empirically verified.
Let me give you some money for this.
Dennett is nice on this. I think I insist on this. But I think a lot of people have a slightly confused middle way position on this. On the one hand, they think the business of science is just to account for public observation experiments. But on the other hand, they also see consciousness without featuring the implies that there is other data over and above the data of public observation experiments, namely just the reality of human experience.
You walk along this conversation, people think that I'm walking. I will, but I want to try to stay kind of focused. Mr. Daniel Dennett, let's lay it out. He sticks to his story, pun unintended, and then you stick to yours. What is your story? What is your theory of consciousness versus his? Can you clarify his position?
So, my view, I tend to view that as panpsychism, which is the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world. So it doesn't literally mean that everything is conscious, despite the meaning of the word can, everything psyche, mind. Literally, that means everything has mind. But the
the typical commitment of a psychic is that the fundamental building blocks of reality, maybe fundamental particles like electrons and quarks, have relatively simple forms of experience, and that the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from this much more simple consciousness and the level of fundamental physics. So, I mean, that's a theory that I would justify on the grounds that it can account for this state of consciousness that we are immediately aware of in our experience in a way that I don't think other theories can. You asked me to contrast that to Daniel Dennett. I think he would just say there is no such data. Dennett says the data for science of consciousness is what's called extra-phenomenology, which is specifically defined as what we can access from a third-person perspective, including what people say, but crucially, we're not feeding what they say. We're not relying on their testimony as evidence from unobservable realm of feeling experience. We're just treating what they say as a datum public observation experiment that we can account for in terms of underlying mechanisms.
I feel like there's a deeper view of what consciousness is. So you have a very clear, when we talk quite a bit about panpsychism, we have a clear view of what, almost like a physics view of consciousness. He, I think, has a kind of view that consciousness is almost a side effect of this massively parallel computation system going on in our brain. The brain has a model of the world, and it's taking in perceptions, and it's constantly weaving multiple stories about that world. It's integrating our own perceptions, and the multiple stories are somehow, it's like a Google Doc, collaborative editing. And that collaborative editing is an actual experience of what we think of consciousness. Somehow, the editing of this story. I mean, that's a theory of consciousness. The narrative theory of consciousness, or the multiple versions of the collaborative editing of a narrative theory of consciousness.
Yeah, he calls it the multiple drafts model. Incidentally, there's a very interesting paper just come out by a very good philosopher, Rothschild, defending a panpsychist version of Dennett's multiple draft model. It's like a Hebrew plural. The difference being that Rothschild view all the drafts of consciousness. So I guess for Dennett, there's sort of no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is the correct one. Rothschild view, maybe there's no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is my consciousness. But nonetheless, all the drafts correspond to some consciousness. And I mean, it's not kind of funny. I guess he calls it Denettian panpsychism. But this elucidates one of the most rigorous theories alive, I think. And I hate when I speak in an audience and give a talk. He always cuts straight to the weakness of all those sort of. So it's like, panpsychism is sometimes associated with fluffy thinking, but contemporary panpsychists have come out of this tradition we call analytic philosophy, which is rooted in, detailed, rigorous argumentation, and it is defended in that manner.
Yeah. Analytic philosophers and sticklers for terminology. It's very fun group to talk shit with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it gets boring if you just start and end defining words, right?
Yes,
I think starting to define words. That's the philosopher Derek Parfit said when he first was thinking about philosophy, he went to a talk in analytic philosophy, he went to a talk in continental philosophy, and he decided that the problem with the continental philosophy is that it was really rigorous, really emphasized. The problem with the analytic philosophy is it was just not about anything important. And he thought there was more chance of working within analytic philosophy and asking some more meaningful, some more profound questions than there was in working with continental philosophy and making it more rigorous. Now they're both horrific stereotypes, and I don't want to get nasty emails from either of these groups, but there's something to what he's saying.
I think just a tiny tangent on terminology. I do think that there's a lot of deep insight discovered like just asking the question, what do we mean by this word? If I were to take a course on algorithms and data structure in computer science, and the structure, shout out to Alicia Kapande, amazing professor. I remember he asked some basic questions like, what is an algorithm? The pressure of pushing students to answer, to think deeply. You know, you just woke up, hungover in college or whatever, and you're tasked with answering some deep philosophical question about what is an algorithm. These basic questions, and they sound very simple, but they're actually very difficult. One of the things I really value in conversation is asking these dumb, simple questions of like, what is intelligence? And just continually asking that question over and over of some of the biggest research in the researchers in the artificial intelligence computer science space. It's actually very useful. At the same time, it should start in terminology and then progress where you kind of say, fuck it. We'll just assume we know what we mean by that. Otherwise, you get the Bill Clinton situation where it's like, what is the meaning of is whatever he said. It's like, hey man, did you do the sex stuff or not? Yeah. So there's you have to both be able to talk about the sex stuff and the meaning of the word is. With consciousness, because we don't currently understand, very much. Terminology discussions are very important. It's like you're almost trying to sneak up to some deep insight by just discussing basic terminology. Like what is consciousness, or even defining the different aspects of panpsychism. It's fascinating. But just to linger on the Daniel Dennett thing, what do you think about narrative? So the mind constructing narratives for ourselves. So there's nothing special about consciousness deeply. It is some property of the human mind that's just is able to tell these pretty stories that we experience as consciousness, and that's unique perhaps to the human mind, which is, I suppose, what Daniel Dennett would argue, that it's either deeply unique or most unique. Just on the question of other people, I think it used to be the question of that we have to come up to the precise, necessary, and sufficient breach word, and I think this has gone out of fashion, partly because it's just been, sort of failure. The word knowledge in particular, we used to define knowledge as true justified belief, and then this guy gets here and this very short paper where he used some pretty conclusive counterexamples of that. He wrote very few papers, but then he just, you have to teach this on an undergraduate philosophy course. And then after that, you had a huge literature of people trying to address this and propose a new definition, and someone else came out heterosexual, and then you get a new definition of knowledge, heterosexual, went on and on, and anyway. So I think we've got very separate science needs to what we're trying to do, and I think that's a healthy attitude. So precision is important, but it's like how precise do we need to be to reach that decision? So it's not the narrative theories are for a theory of self, theory of my identity over time, what makes me the same person today as I was 20 years ago, when I've changed so much physically and psychologically. One running contender is something like connected to this kind of story we tell about ourselves, or maybe some story about psychological change and psychological continuity. I'm not saying I accept the theory of explosive. I don't think these theories are good as theories of consciousness. At least if you're taking consciousness just to be a subjective experience, pleasure, pain, sleep, color, hearing, sound. I think, as consciousness in that sense is something that is life to do that activity. Feel pain, stand on it, and feel it to be stand. And you can always give very violent examples to get the consciousness. Yeah, I don't know why that's but anyway, safety, fingertip of the devil.
Oh, well, I was thinking on it. We take a lot of animals.
And humans are humans. So the animals are robots. So you're in the formulation of the card. So in which way would you say humans are versus even our closest ancestors? Like, is there something special about humans? What is, in your view, under the panpsychism? I guess we're walking backwards. We'll have the big picture conversation about what is panpsychism, but given your kind of broad theory of consciousness, what's unique about humans?
Under panpsychism, there is a great continuity between humans and the rest of the universe. There's nothing that special about human consciousness. It's just a highly evolved form of what exists throughout the universe. So we're very much continuous with the rest of the physical universe. What is unique about human beings, I suppose, the capacity to reflect on our conscious experience, plan for the future, the capacity, I would say, to respond to reasons as well. I mean, animals in some sense have motivations, but when a human being makes a decision, they're responding to what we often call normative considerations. You know, should I take this job in the US? You weigh it up and say, well, you know, I'll get more money, maybe a better quality of life, but stay in the UK, I'll be close to the family, and you weigh up these considerations. I'm not sure any non-human animals quite respond to consideration of value in that way. I mean, I might be reflecting here that I'm something of an objectivist about value. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do and what we have reason to believe, and humans have access to them. And humans have access to them as well. That's a controversial claim, you know. Many of my translated brethren must not
They would say the hamster, too, can look up to the stars and ponder theoretical physics.
maybe not, but I think depends what you think about value. If you have a more Humean picture of value, by which I mean relating to Pastor David Hume, who said reason is enslaved to passion. Really, we just have motivations, and what we have reason to do arises from our motivations. I'm not a Humean. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do, and I think we have access to them. And I don't think any non-human animal has access to objective facts about what they have reason to do, what they have reason to believe. They don't weigh up evidence.
Reason is a slave of passion.
That was David Hume. I mean, yeah, do you want to know my problem with Hume? I had a radical conversion. This might not be connected, not connected to psychology, but I had a radical conversion. I used to have a whole Humean view when I was a graduate student, but I was persuaded by the University of Reading, where I was, that if you have a Humean view, you have to say any basic life goals are equally valid. So, for example, let's take someone whose basic goal in life is counting blades of grass. Right? And crucially, they don't enjoy it, right? But they get no pleasure from it. That's just their basic goal. Spend their life counting their blades of grass as possible. Not some greater goal, but that's just their basic goal. I want to say that is objectively stupid. That is objectively pointless. It is objectively pointless in a way that pursuing pleasure or pursuing someone else's pleasure or pursuing scientific inquiry is not pointless. As soon as you make that admission, you are not a follower of David Hume anymore. You think there are objective facts about what goals are worth pursuing.
Is it possible to have a goal without pleasure? So this kind of idea that you disjoint the two. So they would talk to all this idea of life to be unbearable. Is it possible to discover the pleasure in everything in life? The counting of the blades of grass. Once you see the mastery, the skills, you can discover the pleasure. Therefore, I guess what I'm asking is
I think it's also true that people don't act solely for pleasure, and certainly don't act solely for their own pleasure. People will suffer for things they think are worthwhile. I might suffer for some scientific cause, for finding out a cure for the pandemic, or and in terms of my own pleasure, I might have less pleasure in doing that, but I think it's worthwhile. It's a worthwhile thing to do. I just don't think it's the case that everything we do is rooted in maximizing our own pleasure. That's psychological.
For pleasure, then that's a narrow kind of view. Like that's like a short-term pleasure. We can see pleasure as a kind of ability to hear the music. It's like, yes, it's difficult now, it's suffering now. There's some greater thing beyond
Where are they? You know what?
that we enjoy. I mean, that's kind of a, even if it's not in this way.
Father resuscitated.
Well, you know, the warriors will need it all out, right? The feeling that it's meaning and fulfillment to life is not necessarily grounded in pleasure of like confidence in the grass. It's something else. I don't know. The struggle is a source of deep fulfillment. So like, I think pleasure needs to be kind of thought of as a little bit more broadly.
Okay, well,
Just
a
kinda
good trick is to come to the tune of Stay
gives
Alive
you
by
this sense,
Yes, I do.
for a moment, allows you to forget the terror of the fact that you're about to die. That's pleasure. Like, that's a broader view of pleasure. Where you get to kind of play in the little illusion of all of this has to be.
Staying alive.
That's pleasure.
I mean, people sacrifice their lives. Atheists may sacrifice their lives for the sake of someone else, or for the sake of something important enough. But clearly, in that case, they're not doing it for the sake of their own pleasure. That's a rather dramatic example, but the trivial example is where, I choose to be honest rather than lie about something, and I lose out of it, and I have a bit less pleasure.
Okay.
But it's worth doing the honest thing. I just think for the first, maybe you can use the word pleasure so broadly that you just essentially mean something worthwhile. But I think the word pleasure maybe loses meaning.
Well,
What do you think about the blade dress? What do you think about somebody who spends their life having blade dress, doesn't enjoy it?
so I personally think it's impossible, or maybe I'm not understanding like the philosophical relation, but I think it's impossible to have a goal and not draw pleasure. Make it worthwhile to get the word pleasure. I think the word goal loses meaning. If I say I'm going to count the number of pens on this table, if I'm actively involved in this task, I will find joy in it. I will find I think there's a lot of meaning and joy to be discovered in the skill of the task, in mastering the skill, and taking pride in doing it well. I mean, I don't know what it is about the human mind, but there's some joy to be discovered in the mastery of the skill. And so I think it's just impossible to count the blade of grass and not have the joy of drinking sushi compelling, like draws you into the mastery of the skill.
Yeah, I suppose. In a way, you might think it's just hard to imagine someone who would spend their lives doing that. But then maybe that's just because it's so evident that is a pointless task. Whereas if we take this David Hume seriously, it ought to be, a totally possible life goal. Where that, I guess I just find it hard to shake the idea that some ways of some life goals are more worthwhile than others. And it doesn't mean, that there's one single way you can live your life, but pursuing knowledge, helping people, pursuing your own pleasure to an extent are worthwhile things to do in a way that, for example, I'm a little bit OCD. I still feel inclined to walk on cracks in the pavement or do it symmetrically. Like if I step on a crack with my left foot, I feel the need to do it with my right foot. And do, but
My
it's
dad's
pointless.
been kind to our place
Whereas
last night.
other things I
My
choose
parents
to
been
do, I
fighting for
think
weeks.
it's worth doing.
Jim's been great.
It's hard to make sense of.
But I'm gonna get
Physically,
by
what
now.
could possibly ground that? How can we know about these factors? But that's the starting point.
I don't know. I think you walking
Yeah.
on the sidewalk in a way that's symmetrical brings order to the world. Like if you weren't doing that, the world might fall apart. And it feels like I think there's meaning in life, like you embracing the full experience of that, you living the richness of that as if it has meaning, will give meaning to it. And then whatever genius comes with that is you as a 1 million intelligent ant will make a better life for everybody else. Perhaps I'm defending the blades of grass example because I can literally imagine myself enjoying the task as somebody who's OCD in a certain kind of way, quantitative.
But now you've really got to imagine someone enjoying it. And imagine somebody who doesn't enjoy it. We don't want a life that's just full of pleasure. Like we just sit there, watching a big sugar high all the time. We want a life where we do things that are worthwhile. If for something to be worthwhile just is for it to be a basic life goal, then that mode of reflection doesn't really make sense. I don't really think that I do think it's worthwhile. On the David Hume type picture, all it is for something to be worthwhile is it was a basic goal of yours, to arrive from a basic goal. And,
I think goal is worthwhile. I think goal is a boring word. I'm more sort of existential. It's like, did you ride the roller coaster of life? Did you fully experience life? That, and in that sense, I mean, the blade of grass is something that can be deeply joyful. And that's, in that way, I think suffering can be joyful in the whole context of life. It's the roller coaster. Without suffering, without struggle, without pain, without depression, or sadness, there's not the highs. I mean, that's the fucked up thing about life. The lows really make the highs that much richer, deeper, and like taste better, right? Like I was, and I tweeted this. I couldn't sleep. I was like late at night, and I know it's like an obvious statement, but like every love story eventually, ends in loss, in tragedy. But like this feeling of love, at the end, there's always going to be tragedy, even if like the most amazing lifelong love with another human being, one of you is going to die, and I don't know which is worse, but both are not going to be pretty. And so that the sense that it's finite, the sense that it's going to end in a love, that gives like richness to those kind of evenings when you realize this fucking thing ends. This thing ends. The feeling that it ends, that bad taste, that bad feeling that it ends gives meaning, gives joy, gives, I don't know, pleasure is a loaded word, but gives some kind of deep pleasure, the experience was good. And I mean, and that's the blades of grass, they have that. But you're perhaps right that it's reducing it to goals or something like that is kind of removing the magic of life. Because I think what makes counting the blades of grass joyful is just because it's life.
okay, so it sounds like you reject the David Hume type picture anyway, because you're saying just because you have it as a goal, that's what it is to be worthwhile. But you're saying no, it's engaging in life, riding the roller coaster. So that does sound like, in some sense, there are facts independent of our personal goal choices about what it means to live a good life. But I mean, coming back full circle to start of this is what makes us different to animals. I don't think at the end of a hamster's life it just thinks, did I ride the roller coaster? Did I really live life to the full? That is not a mode of reflection that's available to non-human animals. So,
What do you think is the role of death? in all of this, the fear of death. Does that interplay with consciousness? Does this self-reflection? Do you think there's some deep connection between this ability to contemplate the fact that our flame of consciousness eventually goes out?
Yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, panpsychism helps particularly with life after death because, for the panpsychist, there's nothing supernatural, there's nothing beyond the physical. All there is really is ultimately part of what feels. It's just everything, the ultimate nature of what it feels is consciousness. But I guess when the matter in my brain ceases to be ordered in a way that sustains the particular kind of consciousness I enjoy in waking life, then in some sense I will cease to be. Although I do, the final chapter of my book, Galileo's Error, is more experimental. So the first 4 chapters are the cold-blooded case for the panpsychist view as the best solution to the hard problem of consciousness.
Watch out, we talk about meaning.
Yeah, I talk about meaning, I talk about free will, and I talk about mystical experiences. So I always want to emphasize that panpsychism is not necessarily connected to anything spiritual. A lot of people defending this view, like David Chalmers or Luke Roloff, are just total atheist secularists, right? They don't believe in any kind of transcendent reality. They just believe in feelings, mundane consciousness. I think that needs explaining in our conventional scientific approach can't cut it. But if, for independent reasons, you are motivated for some spiritual picture of reality, then maybe a panpsychist view is more consonant with that. So if you mystical experience where you it seems to you in this experience that there is this higher form of consciousness at the root of all things. If you're a materialist, you've got to think that's delusion. There's something in your brain that makes you think that it's not real. But if you're a panpsychist and you already think the fundamental nature of reality is constitutional consciousness, it's not that much of a leap to think that this higher form of consciousness you seem to apprehend in the mystical experience part of that underlying reality. And, in many different cultures, experienced meditators claim to have experiences in which it becomes apparent to them that there is an element of consciousness that is universal, that is something called universal consciousness. So, on this view, your mind and my mind are not totally distinct. Each of our individual conscious minds is built on the foundations of universal consciousness, and universal consciousness is one and the same thing as universal consciousness as it exists in you. So, I've never had one of these experiences, but if one is a panpsychist, I think one is more open to possibility. I don't see why it shouldn't be the case that is part of the nature of consciousness and maybe something that is apparent in certain deep states of meditation. And so what I explore in the experimental first chapter of the book is that could allow for a kind of personal life after death, because that view is true that even when the particular aspects of my conscious experience fall away, that element of universal consciousness at the core of my identity would continue to exist, so as to be, as it were, absorbed into universal. So, Buddhists and Hindu mystics try to meditate to get rid of all the bad karma, to be absorbed into universal consciousness. It could be that if there's no karma, if there's no rebirth, maybe everyone gets enlightened when they die. Maybe you just stay back into universal consciousness. So I also, coming back to morality, suggest this could provide some kind of basis for altruism or non-egotism, because egotism implicitly assumes that we are distinct individuals, whereas on
I'm
this
going to
view,
these branches and
we
I'm
get, we're
telling
not,
them my
we
secret
overlap
recipe
to
for
an extent
success,
that something in the core of
my
our being is
11
good
business
this
herbs
way.
and spices in
That
a
would be this
sales
view that
batter.
some experience
Oh,
meditation plays the
well,
component, that there
is
is
chaos.
something at the
And
core of my
coming along with my
identity
assistant and my driver, so I
that is one and the same as
and I like
the
to
thing
pack
at the
heavy.
core of your
The garage
identity.
sled. No, that is
Universal
toboggan. You never know when you're going to
Yeah,
find a
there
snowy
is
hill.
something
So
very
everybody
like you and I
has a hot
conversation.
assistant, and every
There's
rock star
a few people
has a
listening to
roadie,
this.
and
All
Pam
of us are
is my hot
kind
roadie.
of
I
single
love
mind
being on the road,
together.
but I especially love
There's
the
some
time to
small
have a
aspects of that,
24 hours a day for 3 days.
or maybe a big
I have a
aspect.
mortgage now. Got to bring
But
home
us
the bus.
humans,
Yeah,
so
okay,
certainly in
doctor,
the
some
space
lady
of
like
ideas, we kind of
Here we go.
melt
Okay.
together
So what
all
we
the
do
time, at least in a
is we
conversation,
drive all day.
and kind of play
and we
with
stay
that
in
idea.
hotels
And
together.
then clearly, if I say
I'm
pink
gonna
elephant,
anyway.
Hey,
it's
look
going
at
to
what
be
you're
two
wearing.
people that are not
Yeah,
visualizing
Pam,
the pink elephant. We're all
have you
thinking
ever seen a magician
about
with
that
this
pink
necklace?
elephant together. We're all in the room together thinking about this pink
Yeah.
elephant.
Maybe
We're
you
not
can tie her
rotating
around
it,
your
like, you know, in our minds together. What is that? That pink elephant, is there a different instantiation of that pink elephant in everybody's mind? Or is it the same
Excuse
elephant?
me.
And we have
No
the
way
same
to
mind.
superior.
That elephant. Now, see in our mind, start petting that elephant, like touching it. That experience that we're now like thinking what that would feel like. What's that? Is that all of us experiencing that together? Or is it separate? So like there's some aspect of the togetherness that almost seems fundamental to civilization, society. Hopefully that's not too strong, but to like some of the fundamental properties of the human mind. They're the social problem with having one head of a party. We call it social. She becomes too powerful. Think of us as individual minds interacting. But if we're just like one collective mind with like fingertips, they're like touching each other as it's trying to explore the elephant. But that could be just in the realm of ideas and intelligence and not in the realm of consciousness. It's interesting to see maybe it is in the realm of consciousness. Yeah, so it's obviously certainly true in some sense that there are all phenomena that you're talking about of collective consciousness in some sense. I suppose the question is how
Well, then, hey,
ontologically serious do we want to be about this thing? Are we getting, are they just a construction of out of our minds and the fact that we interact in the standardly accepted ways? Or is there something like Sheldrake would think that there is some metaphysical reality that also feels beyond the scientifically understood ones that are somehow communicating this? I mean, I think if you are describing that this element of the person having common is some sort of pure personal consciousness or something rather than. So I think an interesting figure is the Australian philosopher Miri Al-Bahari, who defends a kind of mystical conception of reality rooted in light of the dance business. But like me, she's from this tradition of analytic philosophy, and so she defends this in this, incredibly precise, rigorous way. She defends the idea that we think of experience meditated as providing expert testimony. So, I think humans called it planet now. I have no idea the science behind it, but I trust the experts. That the universe is 14 billion years old. Much of our knowledge is based on expert testimony, and she thinks we should think of experience meditation as telling us about this universal or being as a relevant kind of expert. So she wants to defend the rational acceptability of this conceptual reality. So I think we shouldn't be ashamed, we shouldn't be worried about being certain views, as long as it's done with rigor and seriousness. I think sometimes terms like New Age or something function a bit like racist terms. A racist term picks out a group of people, but then implies certain negative characteristics. So people use this term to pick out a certain set of views, like reality, and imply it's kind of sloppy thinking. But you read Miri Al-Bahari, you read Luke, this is serious, rigorous thought, whether you agree with it or not, obviously hugely controversial. And so, the Enlightenment ideal is to follow the evidence and the arguments where they lead. But it's kind of very hard for human beings to do that. I think we get stuck in some conception of how how we think science ought to look.
Let's go personal.
And
Wow. Wow, man.
people
Just
talk about religion as a crutch, but I think
thank
it's
God for everybody, right?
scientism,
Okay.
a certain conception of how
Wow,
science
you're
is supposed to be,
huge.
gets
That's
into people's identity and
incredible.
their sense of themselves and their
God,
purity.
sorry, my head is. I'm trying to figure out the last time that you
Things hard
had
to do
sex.
across like and even the word expert becomes a kind of crutch. So when you use the word expert, you have some kind of conception of what expertise means. Oftentimes that's
Are you kidding?
connected with a degree at particularly prestigious university or something like that,
Over my hand.
or expertise is a funny one. I've noticed that anybody sort of that claims they're an expert is usually not the expert. So the biggest quote unquote expert.
This is
And then
more
other than
professional.
that, I don't
So
want
she
to
discovered a cure for cancer.
So the humility is a really good sign of somebody who's traveled a long road because of how little they know. So some of the best people in the world, whatever the things they spent their life doing, and the ones that are ultimately
How much do you have?
humble in the face of it all. So like
That's how much
just
you
being
and I contributed.
humble,
Damn it, Jim.
how little we know, even if we travel a lifetime. I do like the idea. I mean, being sort of like what is it, psychonaut, like an expert witness, people who have traveled with the help of DMT to another place, and they got some deep understanding of something, and their insight perhaps as valuable as the insight of somebody who ran rigorous psychological studies at Princeton University or something.
Oh my
Like
God.
those psychonauts, they have wisdom. It's just done rigorously.
So awful. That is the worst
Which
thing.
you can also do rigorously
I have to
within
go. I have to do a
university
presentation.
studies now
I'll talk
with
to you.
psilocybin and those
This is going to be hard to live with speak today. Because I just learned that my father has died.
worked on mystic experience.
No, he didn't. She is alive.
William James
And this isn't even a cell phone. This is a calculator. Are
and
you
most of
wise?
it is
And now you can't
psychological
return
study,
it.
trying to define
Or can you?
characteristics of mystic
You
experience
can't.
as a psychological type.
Yes. Karen.
But at the end, he considers the question:
I'm not gonna
if you have a mystic experience, is it rational?
What are
Trusting?
you talking
You trust
about?
that it's
I
telling
am
you
talking about
something
how
about reality.
you all need
And he
to
makes an
sell.
interesting argument. He says, if you say
I
no,
told you on the
you're
idea
kind
that
of
my
applying
father
a double
had died.
standard. Because we all think it's okay
Would a
to
liar
trust our
bring Minnie
normal
Mouse
sensory
bars?
experiences. But we have no way of
I am a theatrical
getting
person.
outside of ourselves.
Growing up, I always thought I was because of
And our
actor.
sensory experience corresponds to external reality. We could be in the matrix, it could be a very vivid dream. Say, oh, we do
I
science,
learned
but
the Pledge of Allegiance.
a scientist
I said
only
it to the tune of
gets their data by experiencing the results of their experiments. And then
Pledge
they
of
again,
Allegiance
how
to
do you know
the
that's
flag of
the
the
real world?
United States
So,
of America
sort of double
and to
standard
the
and say,
republic for which it
it's okay to
stands,
trust
one
our
nation
sensory
under
experience,
God.
but it's not okay for the person on the to trust those experiences. It's very philosophically difficult to say, why is it okay in the one case and
I don't know
not the
you,
other?
but I need to know you what you sell to. That is why I've actually gone around telling your name.
I mean,
I
I
have
think
amazing
it's
mind
very
device
difficult,
by which I have now memorized
especially in an
all
age
of your
where
names.
there's so much information. I
Shirley,
do think it's
Bull,
important
Lazy
to
Eye,
have
Mexico,
some
Salty, Sugar
protection
Booty,
of
Black Woman. I have
sources of
taken
information,
a unique part of
academic
who you are,
institutions that we can
and I have
trust.
used that
And then that's
to
difficult because,
memorize
of course, there are non-academics who do know what they're talking about,
ball.
but I
It is
find
careless. It is
interested
shiny.
in knowing about biology,
It
they
is
can cross
reflective,
research everything.
like a mirror.
So I think we have to have some sense of
Got it. It works.
who are the experts
It's
we
very
can trust, the
But
people
it
who
works.
spent a lot of time reading all of the material that we've read, written, thinking about it,
Well,
having
then it will be
their
easier.
views fall
But I
apart by
still think it's
other
worthwhile
people
to
in
do
the field. I think that is very
all right,
important.
everyone.
And also to protect that conflict of interest. There is a so-called think tank in the UK called the
Pregnant?
Economic Affairs,
Knocked up.
who are always on the BBC as experts on economic questions, and they do not declare
I can
who
accept these
funds them,
prices
right?
finally. They just
So
You guys.
we don't know who's taking the think tank. I think you shouldn't be allowed to call yourself a think tank if you're not totally transparent about who's funding you. So I think that's it. And I mean, this connects to panpsychics because I think the reason people, worry about unorthodox ideas, they worry about, how do we know when we're just losing control or losing distance. So I do think we need to somehow
trust. And in philosophy, there's very consensus on everything, but you can at least know what people who have put the time in to read all the stuff, what they think about these issues. Everybody does stuff.
Push back and you push back. Who are the experts on COVID?
Okay, again, it's dangerous territory now.
Well, let me just do it because I'm walking through that dangerous territory. I'm allergic to the word
No,
because
that is
in my
incredibly dangerous.
simple mind,
I think I'm just gonna distill all of this.
kind of rhymes there's something about experts.
So, when are
If
you
we
doing?
allow too much to
Wow,
have a category
that is
expert and
wonderful.
place certain people in them, those people sitting on
So
the
fast.
throne,
It's really amazing. Congratulations, Karen.
and they
So
start to
guy
communicate
or
that energy,
person
and the humility starts to dissipate. I think there's
machine that did this to you?
Yes, Michael.
value in a lifelong mastery
His name is Dan.
of a skill and the pursuit of knowledge in a very specific discipline. But the moment you have your name on an office, the moment you're an expert, I think you destroy the very aspect of the very value of that journey towards knowledge. So some of it probably just reduces to like skillful communication, like of communicating in a way that shows humility, that shows an open-mindedness, that shows an ability to really hear what a lot of people are saying. So in the case of COVID, what I've noticed, this is probably true with things like this as well, is the so-called experts. And they are extremely knowledgeable. Many of them are colleagues of mine. They dismiss what millions of people are saying on the internet without having looked into it. With empathy and rigor, honestly, understand what are the arguments being made. They say like there's not enough time to do all those things, like there's so much stuff out there. Yeah, I think that's correct. If you don't have enough time, then don't speak so strongly with dismissal. Feel bad, be apologetic about the sentiment on those projects for the for example, with the key that got the press time that he kind of said with the lab leak, he kind of
Stop everything. I'm about to ask about this girl, and
showing that he didn't really deeply explore all the huge amount of circumstantial evidence out there, the battles that are going on out there. There's a lot of people maybe not be discussing and being showing humility in the face of that battle of ideas is really important. And I just been very disappointed in so-called expertise in the space of science. It shows humility, it shows humanity and kindness and empathy for those that we feel. At the same time, obviously, during the lifelong pursuit of getting, like in computer science, Don Pinay, like some of my biggest heroes are people that, like, when nobody else cares, they stay on one topic for their whole life, and they just find these puzzles they can solve. And yes, sometimes a virus happens or something happens with that person, with their puzzles, becomes like the center of the world because that puzzle becomes all of a sudden really important. But still, the responsibility to them to show humility, to be open-minded, even if they spent their whole life doing it, even if their whole community is telling them, giving them awards, giving them citations, and giving them all kinds of stuff where it's like they're bowing down before them, how smart they are, they still know nothing relative to all the stuff, the mysteries that are out there.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you disagree. I mean, these are totally valid issues. Of course, expertise goes wrong in all sorts of ways. It's totally fallible. I suppose I would just say, what is the alternative? What do they say? All information is equal. Because as a voter, I've got to decide who to vote for. And then, I've got to evaluate. And I can't look into all of the economics and all of the relevant science and Williams had a really nice nuanced discussion of the problems of titles, not the like how they also function in a society. They do have some positive functions. This was the very first time I lectured philosophy before I got a professorship. Was teaching at a continuing education college. So it's kind of for retired people who want to learn some more things. And I just I gave talk about Bernard Williams on titles and hierarchies. April 1995, December 1996, at Berks County. He started interrupting, saying, "What is philosophy?" I just remember in the break, sort of elderly lady called I decided to take Egyptology instead. But that was my introduction.
Anyway, so but sort of titles and accomplishments is a nice starting point, but doesn't buy you the whole thing. So you don't get to just say this is true because I'm an expert. You still have to convince them. Well, one of the things I really like the private martial arts. And for people who don't know, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is one of them. And you sometimes wear these pajama-looking things, and you wear a belt. So I happen to be a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I also train in the Northeast, so you wear pajamas. And when you don't wear the pajamas, nobody knows what rank you are. Nobody knows if you're black belt or white belt, if you're a beginner or not. And when you wear the pajamas, or the gi, you wear the rank. And people treat you very differently. It's like when they see my black belt, they treat me differently. They kind of defer to my expertise. If they're kicking my ass, that's probably because like I am working on something like new, or maybe I'm bringing them well. But there's no belt. I mean, it doesn't matter if I've been doing this for 15 years. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. What matters is the raw interaction of just trying to kick each other's ass and seeing like what is this chess game of like a human chess. What are the ideas and offenses? And I think there's a dance there. Yes, it's valuable to know a person's a black belt when you take consideration of the advice of different people, me versus somebody who's only practiced for like a couple of days. But at the same time, the raw practice of ideas that is common, and the raw practice of exchange ideas in science, you could often throw in. And you communicate it with there's another thing to science and expertise, which is leadership. It's not just so the scientific method and the review process is this rigorous battle of ideas between scientists. But there's also a stepping up and inspiring the world and communicating ideas to the world. And that skills communication, I suppose that's my biggest criticism of so-called experts in science, is they're just shitty communicators.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I can tell you, I get very frustrated with philosophers not reaching out for. I mean, I think it might be partly that we're trained to get watertight arguments, responsible, objective. And as you do that, it eventually gets more complicated and the jargon comes in. But then to write a more accessible book or article, you have to use the argument a bit. And then we worry that other philosophers think, oh, that's a really bad argument. I mean, the way I did it, I wrote my academic book, but that's the fundamental reality. And then a more accessible book, Galileo's Error, where the argument is not as rigorous, right down. So then I can say, the proper argument for the other argument. But I get very done like there's such a, if people don't know, you first wrote consciousness and fundamental reality. I flew through it last night, bought it. And then obviously the popular book is Galileo's Error, Foundation of News and Consciousness. That's kind of the right way to do it. Showing the legit communities in the world that are doing what they're doing. And then everybody's going to read. But I try now, every time I write my
the thing I've been working on recently, just there's this argument. So there's certain arguments from the cosmological fine tuning of the laws of physics for life to the multiverse. Yeah, it's quite popular. This is like Max Tegmark.
I am proud to announce that there is a new addition to the Martin family.
Argument in philosophy journals
She's
that that's
hypoallergenic.
a fallacious line of reasoning
She's a third generation
going on there from the fine tuning to the multiverse. Now that argument is 20, 30 years ago, and it's discussed in academic philosophy. Nobody knows about it, and there's huge interest in this fine tuning stuff. Scientists wanting to argue for the multiverse, theists wanting to say there's evidence for God, and nobody knows about this argument, which tries to show that it's fallacious reasoning to go from fine tuning to multiverse. So I wrote a piece of like American explaining this argument to a more general audience, and that's it's just really irritating because very technical journal articles nobody knows about it. But just final thing on extra. No, look, I don't disagree with anything you said, and I find a really beautiful martial arts example of thinking how that could be analogous. But I think it's very rare to find a good philosopher who hasn't given a talk to other philosophers and has objections raised. I was going to say having torn apart, but that's maybe thinking of it in a slightly wrong way, but has the best objections raised to it, and that's why that is an important formative process that you go through as an academic. The greatest minds starting philosophy, for example, won't have gone through probably, except in very rare cases, just won't have that skills where just something to disagree. I think to elaborate on what you're saying, not just gone through that, but continue. That's, I would say, the biggest problem with quote unquote expertise is that there's a certain point where you get, because it sucks. Like, it's much harder. A good example. It sucks to get your ass kicked. Yeah, like there's a temptation. I still go, I train.
I know you said yesterday was your birthday.
Always out there in both the space of martial arts and the space of science. And I think that when you become a professor, like more and more senior, and more respected, I don't know if you get your ass kicked with these ideas as often. I don't know if you allow yourself to truly expose yourself. If you do, that's a great sign of a humble, brilliant mind. Is constantly exposing yourself to that. I think you do, because I think there's graduate students who want to, find the objection that's write their paper or make their mark. And yeah, I think everyone still gives talks, should give talks, and people are wanting to work out if only we can do positions. So
next time I'll let you get the cake and I get the
that generally works out. There is also kind of
Yeah, a little bit more closer to the line.
who do you get to talk to?
Yeah.
So, I mean, within communities, a lot of cluster of people that argue bigger, but what are they arguing about? They take a bunch of stuff, a bunch of basic assumptions as agreement, and they heatedly argue about certain ideas. The question is, how open are, that's actually kind of like fun. That's like, no offense, sorry, let's stick on this martial arts thing. It's like people who practice Aikido or certain martial arts that don't truly test themselves in cage and combat. So it's like, it's fun to argue about like certain things in your overall community, but you don't test those ideas in the full context of science, in the full like seriousness, the rigor of the sometimes like the real world. One of my favorite fields is psychology. There's often places within psychology where you're kind of doing the studies and arguing about stuff that's done in the lab. The arguments are almost disjoint from real human behavior. Because it's so much easier to study human behavior in the lab, you just kind of stay there, and that's where the arguments are. And condition science is an example, like studying eye movement and how we perceive the world and all that kind of stuff. It's so much easier to study in a lab, but we don't consider, we say that point of view what the science efficient is going to be like, but we don't consider the science efficient in the actual real world, the engineering. So I think that's where exposing yourself to out of the box ideas, that's the most painful, that's the most important.
I mean, groupthink can be a terrible thing in philosophy as well, because you're not to the same extent beholden to evidence and refutation from the evidence that you are in sciences. It's a more subtle process of evaluation, and so more susceptible, I think, to groupthink. I agree with that.
We've talked about it a million times, but let's try to do that old basic terminology definition. What is panpsychism? Like, what are the different ways you can try to think about, define panpsychism, maybe in contrast to naturalistic dualism and materialism, the other kind of consciousness?
Yeah, so that basically laid out the different options. So I guess probably still the dominant view is materialism, but roughly that we can explain consciousness in the terms of physical science, wholly explain it in terms of the electromagnetic in the brain. Dualism, the polar opposite view, consciousness is non-physical, outside of the physical workings of the body and the brain, on a closely connected. And the evolutionary philosophy, we were taught basically they were the two options. Right. Either you thought it was dualist, you thought it was physical, or you thought it was just electrochemical signaling. And yeah, I became very disillusioned because I think there are big problems with both of these options. So I think the practice of panpsychism is kind of a middle way. It agrees with the materialism. It's just the physical world. Ultimately, the particles feel.
Hey everybody, the party's now at 3.
But the panpsychist thinks there's more to the physical than what physical science reveals. And the ultimate nature of the physical world is constituted of consciousness. So consciousness is not outside of the physical as it is. It's embedded in, underlies the kind of description of the world against physics.
What are the problems?
I don't give a damn about people. And get them.
Starting with materialism,
Show us the money.
it's a huge debate,
We're going to find out.
but I think that the core of it is that
How many of you?
physical science works in purely quantitative
Well, I know the rest of you
physical
were
world,
thinking, wow,
whereas
yeah,
consciousness
salesman.
essentially involves quality. Think about the
They're so
smell, the
arrogant.
feel, the taste
The
of the
whole place
visual,
revolves around
the
them.
deep red you
Handsome,
experience as you watch
good
the sunset.
listeners,
I think these
funny,
qualities
Mr.
can't be
Wonderful.
captured in
So,
the purely
okay,
quantitative
here's
language of
what's
science.
your
So as long as your description of the brain is
what kind of name
trained
is AJ?
in purely
Oh, you race cars?
quantitative language of neuroscience, you'll just leave out these qualities and
Okay,
really
good.
leave
You're
out
funny.
consciousness itself.
Very good, funny.
Very
Funny,
nice.
AJ.
So I've actually changed my mind a little bit on this since I wrote the book. So I mean, I argue in the book that we have pretty good experimental grounds for doubting dualism.
Yep, we will get to you.
And roughly the idea
So,
was,
you're Danny.
if dualism was true, if there was, say, an immaterial mind impacting on the brain every second of waking life, that this would really show up in our neuroscience. There'd be all sorts of things happening in the brain that have no physical explanation. It would be like a poltergeist playing in the brain.
Does she ever mention Michael Scott?
But actually, and so the fact that we don't find that is a strong and ever-growing inductive argument against dualism. But actually, the more I talk to neuroscientists and read neuroscience, and we have a Durham, my university, an interdisciplinary consciousness group, I don't think we know enough about the brain or the workings of the brain to make that argument. I think we know a lot about the basic chemistry, how neurons fire, neurotransmitters, action potentials, things like that. We know a fair bit about large-scale functions of the brain, what different things the brains do. But what we're almost clueless on is how those large-scale functions are realized at the cellular level, how it works. People get quite excited about brain scans, but it's
very low
That was
resolution.
weird,
You know,
huh?
every pixel on a brain scan
All
corresponds to
part of the presentation.
5.5 million neurons, and we're only
It was confusing, right?
we're only
Because
70% of the way through
situations
constructing a connectome for the
happen
maggot
to us
brain,
all the time in
which
our
has
job.
I think 10,000 or 100,000 neurons, but the brain has
I'm
86
just trying to
billion
bridge
neurons.
the gap
So I think we have to know a
and the
lot
fact that I'm
more
going to
about
be doing the rest of the
how the
presentation.
brain works, how these functions are realized
Sales is like a box of chocolate.
before we could
You
assess
never know which
whether the
vendor you're going to
dynamics of
get.
the brain can be completely explicated in terms of underlying chemistry or physics. So we
Laser,
have to do more
freckles,
engineering before we could
penguins,
figure that out. And there are people with other proposals.
Holly's boyfriend.
Someone I got to know, Mark McCann at
These are
Columbia
my
University, who has the psychobiology mitochondrial
And
lab
then
there,
also to
and
help
is
you
experimentally
memorize.
exploring the hypothesis that mitochondria in the brain should be understood as sort of
I have a chainsaw.
social networks, perhaps as an alternative to reducing into underlying chemistry and physics. I'm less. It is ultimately an empirical question whether dualism is true. I'm less convinced that we know the answer to that question at this stage. I think still, as scientists and philosophers, we want to try and find the simplest, most parsimonious theory of reality. And dualism is still a pretty inelegant, unparsimonious theory. Reality is divided up into the purely physical properties and these consciousness properties, and they're radically different kinds of things. Whereas the panpsychist offers a much more simple, unified picture of reality. So I think it's still the view to be preferred. To put it very simply, why believe in two kinds of things when you can just get away with one? And materialism is also very simple. You're saying it doesn't explain something that seems pretty important. Yeah, so I think materialism kind of, science is about trying to find the simplest theory that accounts for the data. I don't think materialism can account for the data. Maybe dualism can account for the data, but panpsychism is simpler. It can account for the data, and it's simpler. What is panpsychism? So in its broadest definition, it's the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world. Like a law of physics? What should we be imagining? What do you think the different flavors of how that actually takes shape in the context of what we know about physics and science and the universe? So in the simplest form of it, fundamental building blocks of reality, plus electrons and quarks, and incredibly simple forms of experience, and the very complex experience of the human or animal brain, and somehow rooted in or derived from these very simple forms of experience at the level of basic physics. But maybe the crucial bit about the kind of panpsychism I defend, what it does is it takes the standard approach to proper consciousness and turns it on its head. Right? So the standard approach is to think, we start with matter, and we think, how do we get consciousness out of matter? Well, I don't think that problem can be solved for reasons I've kind of hinted at, because maybe go into more detail. But the panpsychist does it the other way around. I want to get that into. They start with psychological issues and try to get matter out of consciousness. So the idea is basically, at the fundamental level of reality, there are just networks of very simple conscious entities. But these conscious entities, because they're very simple kinds of experience, they behave in predictable ways. Through their interactions, they realize their mathematical structures. And then the idea is those mathematical structures just are the structures identified by physics. So when we think about these simple conscious entities in terms of the mathematical structures they realize, we call them particles, we call them fields, we call their properties mass, spin, and charge. But really, there's just these very simple conscious entities and their experiences. So in this way, we get physics out of consciousness. I don't think you can get consciousness out of physics, but I think it's pretty easy to get physics out of consciousness. Well, I'm a little confused by why you need to get physics out of consciousness. To me, it sounds like panpsychism unites consciousness and physics. Physics is the mathematical science of describing everything. So physics should be able to describe consciousness. Panpsychism, in my understanding, proposes is that physics doesn't currently do so, but can in the future. It seems like consciousness, like Stephen Wolfram, all these people who are trying to develop theories of everything, mathematical frameworks in which to describe how we get all the reality that we see around us. To me, there's no reason why that kind of framework cannot also include some accurate, precise description of whatever simple consciousness characteristics are present there at the lowest level. If panpsychist theories are so, like to me, it is physics. It's a kind of physics emerges you by which you know the basic laws of physics as we currently know them, the model, quantum mechanics, general relativity that emerges from the base consciousness that
Yeah, so maybe the way I phrased it made it sound like these things are separate than they are. What I was trying to
every other dinosaur that ever existed.
Misunderstanding of panpsychism, that it's a sort of dualistic theory, that the idea is that particles have their physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, and these other funny consciousness properties. So there's a physicist, Sabine Hossenfelder, had a blog post critiquing panpsychism maybe a couple of years ago now that got a fair bit of traction, and she was interpreting panpsychism in this way, and then her thought was, well, look, if particles have these funny consciousness properties, then it would show up in our physics, like the standard model of particle physics. We make false predictions, because its predictions are based wholly on the physical properties. If there were also these consciousness properties, we get different predictions. But that's a misunderstanding of the view. The view is, it's not that there are two kinds of energy, that mass, spin, and charge are forms of consciousness. How do we make sense of that? Because actually, when you look at what physics tells us, it's really just telling us about behavior, about what something does. I sometimes put it by saying, doing physics is like playing chess, when you don't know what the pieces are made of, you're just interested in what moves. So physics tells us what mass, spin, and charge do, but it doesn't tell us what they are. So the idea
experience of mass.
So the idea is, mass in its nature is a very simple form of consciousness.
So
Physics in a sense is complete because it tells us what everything at a fundamental level does. It describes its causal capacities. But for the panpsychists at least, physics doesn't tell us what matter is, it tells us what it does.
Okay, nap it is. Everyone out. Get out.
To push back on the thing,
Take at our desks.
is it also possible, so I understand what you're saying, but is it also possible that the particles have another property, like consciousness? I don't understand the criticism we will be able to detect it in our experiments. Well, no, you're not looking for it. Like, there's a lot of stuff that are orthogonal. Like, if you're not looking for this stuff, you're not going to detect it. Because, like, all of our basic empirical science, to its recent history, and yes, the history of science is quite recent, has been very kind of focused on billiard balls colliding, and from that understanding how gravity works. So, like, we just haven't integrated other possibilities into this. I don't think there would be conflict in whether you are observing consciousness or not, or exploring things in fields. I don't think that affects the rest of it.
Birthday time is over.
The energy,
We'll make up for all the work you missed when you were
all
taking
the
your nap.
different kind of like hierarchy of different particles and so on, how they interact. I don't think it feels like consciousness is something orthogonal. It's very much distinct. The quantitative versus the qualitative. They're something quite distinct. We're just almost like another dimension that we're just completely ignoring.
So might be a way of responding to Sabine to say, well, the properties of particles that don't show up in the specific circumstances in which physicists investigate particles. Like my colleague Rothschild, Nancy Cartwright, has got this book, How the Laws of Physics Lie, where she says, physicists explore things in very specific circumstances and then in an unwarranted way generalize that. But, I mean, I guess I was thinking Sabina's criticism actually just missed the mark in a more basic way. Her point is, we shouldn't think there are any more properties to particles other than those in standard model attributes to them. Panpsychists would say, yeah, sure, there are. There are just the
we have a different philosophical view as to the nature of it. Because on one property, the turtles are sitting on top of another turtle, and that would turtle is conscious. That's what you're saying. But I'm just saying that it's possible that's true. It's possible also that consciousness is just another turtle tying with the others. It's just not interacting in the ways that was observing. I don't, in fact, to me that's more compelling because then that's going to be, well, no, I think both are very compelling, but it feels like it's more within the reach of empirical validation if it's yet another property of particles that we're just not observing. If it's like the thing from which matter and energy physics emerges, right? And it makes it that much more difficult to investigate how you get from that base layer of consciousness to the
They have new phone
wonderful
systems now that can ring directly to a salesman,
of
or someone
consciousness
presses star and they go to
complexity
accounting.
and the human
Basically, 95%
being.
of my
I
job.
don't know if you're
But I'd
necessarily
like to
trying to
see a
get there,
machine
but
that
one
puts
of
out
the
candy for
beautiful
everyone.
things to get at the path I just with a solid theory of consciousness is to answer the question, how do you engineer this?
That is a great idea.
Yeah, how do you get from nothing, vacuum in the lab, if there is that consciousness base layer, how do you start engineering organisms?
Michael Scott.
Yeah. Or the reverse of that is right. How does consciousness emerge in the human being? From conception, from a stem cell, the whole neurobiology was built from that. How do you get this full rich experience of consciousness that humans have? It just I feel like that's the dream, and if consciousness is just another layer in physics, is more amenable to our scientific understanding of it. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a kind of identity, like physics tells us what matter does. Consciousness is what matter is. The matter is sort of what consciousness does. So at the bottom level, there is just consciousness of conscious things. There are just these simple things with their experiences and having their own nature. So in that sense, it's not another player, just all there is really. And then we describe, in physics, we describe that at a certain level of abstraction. We capture what Bertrand Russell, who's the inspiration for, and then you could call the causal skeleton of the world. So in physics, is just interested in the causal skeleton of the world, and sort of flesh and blood, and that. That's maybe suggesting separation again, too much, or let's all fail again. But yeah, so yeah, you're totally right. Ultimately, what we want to explain
This is
is
our
how
first and only
our
Valentine's Day as
consciousness and the
fiancés.
consciousness of other animals comes out of this. If we can't do that, then it's game over. But I think it maybe makes more sense on the identity plane, but if matter at the fundamental level is form of consciousness, then we can perhaps make sense of how those simple forms of consciousness in some way combine, in some way to make consciousness we know and love. That's the dream. Yeah. So I guess the question is, the reason you describe, the reason you have materialism here, material side, is because you have physics, chemistry, like you keep going up and up in levels of complexity in order to describe objects that we have in our human world. And you would be nice to do the same thing for consciousness, come up with the chemistry of consciousness, right? Like how the different particles interact with greater complexity. You can do this kind of thing for life, like what is life? Like what is organism? At which point does the living organism become living? But like what? How do you know if I give you a thing that thing is living? And there's a lot of people working on this kind of idea, and some of it has to do with the levels of complexity and so on. So it'd be nice to know, like, measuring different degrees of consciousness as you get into a bigger, more and more complex objects. And that, I mean, that's with chemistry, like bigger and bigger conscious molecules. To see how that leads to organisms. And and then organisms like start to collaborate together like we do inside of the body to create the full human body. To do those kinds of experiments would be that it seems like that would be kind of a goal. That's what I mean by
just
player
invited Jim to
in
suck it,
physics.
and I am
As opposed
cordially
to like the
inviting all
base
of you
layer,
to a
just the base
special
layer.
convention,
It
a
becomes harder to
lonely
track
arts
it.
convention
Get
this
from
afternoon.
physics to chemistry to
Singles
biology
only.
to
Yeah,
so on.
deal with the pan. So we may not
Yeah.
have someone in our
every
lives
case, apart
that
from
we love, but we do
I would say
have
what we're interested in
each other.
is behavior. We're interested in explaining behavioral functions at the level of fundamental physics. We're interested in capturing the equations that describe the behavior there. When we get to higher levels,
I
we're
trained my major
interested in
blood vessels to retract it in my body.
explicating the behavior perhaps
Also,
in terms of
I can
behavior
retract
at
my
simpler
penis
levels.
into itself.
And with life as well, that's what we're interested in, the various
I am about to get
observable
blood.
functions of
Gift of
life,
everlasting
explaining them in
life.
terms of more
Transfer
simple
my bodily
mechanisms.
fluids.
But in the case of
Wow, that's a big
consciousness,
needle. That's making me need to
I
lie
don't
down
think that's what
now.
we're doing, or at least not
Hello?
all that we're doing.
Oh,
In the case of consciousness, there are these subjective qualities that we're immediately aware of, the redness of the red experience, the itchiness of an itch, and we're trying to account for them, we're trying to bring them into material reality. And postulating some mechanism does not deal with that. I think people realize that consciousness is a radically different explanatory task from other types of science. Other types of science are trying to explain behavior in terms of simple forms of behavior. In the case of consciousness, we're trying to explain these invisible subjective qualities that you can't see from the outside but that you're immediately aware of. The reason materialism continues to dominate is people think, look at the success of science, it's incredible, look at all the, explain all this, surely it's going to explain consciousness. But I think we have to appreciate that there's a radically different explanatory task here. And so the neuroscientist Anil Seth, who I've had lots of intense but friendly discussions with, wants to explain the light. But I think there's just a radical difference. In the case of light, again, we go back to public observation. All of the data is publicly observable data. We're basically trying to explain complex behavior. The way you do that is identify mechanisms, simpler mechanisms that explicate that behavior. That's the task in physics, chemistry, neurobiology. But in the case of consciousness, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to account for these subjective qualities. If you postulate a mechanism, that might explain behavior, but it doesn't explain the redness of the red experience. So, but still ultimately the hope is that we will have some kind of hierarchical story. So we take the causal dynamics of physics, we hypothesize that that's filled out with certain forms of consciousness, and then at higher levels we get more complex causal dynamics filled out by more complex forms of consciousness, and ultimately we get to us, hopefully. So yeah, so there's still a sort of hierarchical explanatory framework there. So you kind of mentioned the hierarchy of consciousness. Do you think it's possible to, within the panpsychic framework, to measure consciousness? Or put another way, are some things more conscious than others in the panpsychic?
It's a good question. I do see consciousness as dealing with consciousness as interdisciplinary task between something more experimental, which is to do with the ongoing project of trying to work out what we call the neural correlates of consciousness, what kinds of physical brain activity correspond to conscious experience. That's one part of it, but I think essentially there's also a theoretical question of, or the why question, why do those kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of conscious experience? I don't think we can answer that. Because consciousness is not publicly observable, I don't think we can answer that why question with an experiment. But they have to go hand in hand. I mean, one of the theories that we're trying to do is the integrated information theory, according to which we find consciousness
Wow.
at the level at which there is
Okay, now
most
everyone here's
integrated
full of
information, and they're trying to give a mathematically precise definition of that. So
Oh,
on that view,
one time.
probably this continues conscious because there's probably more
Yes,
information in the molecules making up the tea than there is in the liquid as a whole. But in the brain, what is distinctive about the brain is that there's a huge amount of integrated, you can always model information in the system of those individual neurons, so that's why they claim that that's the basis of consciousness at the macro level. Now so I don't like some teachers this theory, but they do talk about degrees of consciousness. They do want to say there is gradation. I'm not sure conceptually I can kind of make sense of that. I mean, there are things to do with consciousness with a grade of complexity or levels of information, but I'm not sure that experience itself
My worst breakup
admits a degree. And
was
sort of
actually two breakups. Two
something
different
either has experience or it doesn't.
ones and one was
It might have very simple experience, it might have very complex experience, but
they had a dual home.
experience itself, I don't think it admits a degree in that sense. It's
John
not
Mark and John David.
more experience, less experience. I sort of find that conceptually hard to make sense of. But I'm kind of open-minded.
Yes, I know.
So when we have a lot higher resolution sensory information, don't you think that's correlated to the actual experience? Is there more information provided with your experience? Or is that, again, thinking quantitatively and not thinking about subjective experience? Like you can experience a lot with very little information. Do you think those are connected?
Yeah. So there are features, characteristics here we can grade the complexity of
Okay, everyone, back to work.
and on the integrated information theory, they correlate that in terms of mathematically identifiable structure with integrated information. So roughly, it's a quite unusual notion of information. It's perhaps not the standard way one thinks about information. It's to do with constraining past and future possibilities of the system. So the idea is that the rest of the eye, there's a huge amount of possible stating in time, the rest of the eye can be in at the next moment, what light goes into it. Whereas a possible next state of the brain are much more constrained on response to the environment, but it heavily constrains its future states. And so that's the idea of information they have. And then the second idea is how much that information is dependent on integration. So in a computer, you take out a few transistors, you might not lose that much information. It's not dependent on interconnection. Where you take a tiny bit of the brain out, you lose a lot of information. The way it stores information is dependent on the interconnection of the system. So that's one proposal for how to measure gradable characteristics which might correspond to some gradable characteristic in qualitative consciousness. Maybe I'm being very dramatic. I just sort of don't think that is a quantity of experience. It's a quantity of structure of experience maybe, but I just find it hard because the idea of how much experience you have. I've got, 5 years of experience. I've got 100 experience. I don't know, I find that
He only gets better.
a bit hard to make sense.
I think just saying the word experience.
And for you,
To think about, let's talk about suffering. Let's talk about a particular experience. So let's talk about me and myself. I just think that no offense to the
I work at a place that's community colleges.
so now you're offending answer. So maybe there's an answer. There's probably like somebody on a speaker right now, like listening to this podcast, and they we talked about and can see through us. Anyway, it just feels like a hamster has less capacity to suffer than movies. And maybe a cockroach or an insect or maybe a bacteria has less capacity to suffer than me. But is that maybe that's me deluding myself as to the complexity of my conscious experience? Maybe it's all. Maybe there is some sense in which I can suffer more, but if you were to put something quantifiable, is impossible.
Yeah, I guess I definitely think there's a kind of suffering that you have the joy of being possible for you that aren't available to a hamster. I don't think
People are mixing. A lot of hope.
well,
That's what they hate to see.
it's a heartbreak. Get a cockroach doesn't help. But it's certainly there's kinds of fear of your own death, concern about whether there's a purpose to existence. These are forms of suffering that aren't available to most non-human animals. Whether there's an overall scale which we could put physical and emotional suffering on and identify where you are on that scale. I'm not sure. So it's like humans have a much bigger menu of experiences, much bigger selection in the sense of it. So there's like a page that's suffering. There's many of experiences, like if the olives, and so on. But one of the pages is suffering. We have a lot compared to a hamster, a lot more. But any one individual thing that we share with each other, that experience, it's difficult to argue that we experience it deeper than others that conquer it. Yeah, physical pain, I'm sure. I mean, there are kinds of experiences animals have that we don't. Bats echolocate around the world. Thomas Nagel famously pointed out that no matter how much you understand the neurophysiology of bats, you still don't know what it's like to wheel and find your way around by listening to the echoes bounce off. So, yeah, I mean, I can feel the experience of emotional suffering is, I want to say, deeper than physical suffering. I don't know how to make that same precise stuff.
One of the ways I think about, people think about consciousness is in connection to suffering. So let me just ask you about suffering, because that's how people think about animals, cruelty to animals or cruelty to living things. They connect that to suffering and consciousness. I think there's a sense in which those two are deeply connected, and people are thinking about just public policy, they're thinking about philosophy, engineering, psychology, sociology, political science. All of those things have to do with human suffering and animal suffering, life suffering. And that connected consciousness in the lives of those minds. Is it connected like that for you? The capacity to suffer, is it also somehow like strongly correlated with the capacity to experience?
Yeah, I would say suffering is a kind of experience. So you have to be conscious to suffer. Actually, well, people taking more unusual views of cognitive seriously now. Panpsychism is one radical approach. Another one is illusionism, the view that consciousness, at least in the sense that philosophers think about it, doesn't really exist at all.
Well, thanks for wasting my time tonight.
Podcast Night Chat, I host with a committed illusionist. So the gimmick is I think consciousness is everywhere, he thinks it's nowhere. And so that's one very simple way of doing it. Consciousness doesn't exist. We don't need to explain it. Job done. Although we might still have to explain it. Why it's so hard to get out of the idea that we're conscious. But the reason I connect this to what you're saying is actually my co-host Keith Frankish, he's a little bit ambivalent on the word pain. He says, oh, in some sense I believe in pain, in some sense I don't. But another illusionist, Francois Camera, has a paper discussing how we think about morality, given his view that pain, in the way we normally think about it, just does not exist. He thinks it's an illusion. The brain tricks us into thinking we feel pain, but we don't. And how we should think about morality in the light of that. It's become a big topic.
4 months ago, I dated a woman named Holly.
Morality. David Chalmers,
This is actually the first time
associated with this concept
even
of a
considered
philosophical
getting back
zombie.
into that
So,
arena again.
a philosophical
You know what?
zombie is
Sometimes it's not about
Hollywood
whether
zombie. Hollywood zombie.
Cinderella gets her slipper back.
You know what they're like. But
about
philosophical
The
zombies
fact that the
are
prince
really good
picked up the
Korean
slipper at all.
zombie movie.
There's a lot of princesses out there.
Philosophical zombies
They
behave
have all
just like
different
the physical ones,
sizes
their body and brain,
shapes
and
and
same
feet
as ours,
and
but they have
hands.
no conscious experience. It's
So,
not like they'd like to be a
I think-
zombie. You stick a knife in it,
I think
it squeezes and run away, runs away, but it doesn't actually feel pain. It's just a complicated mechanism set up to behave just like that. Now, there's lots of no one believes in these. There's one philosopher who believes everyone's a zombie except him. But anyway,
But it's not evolutionist.
yeah, I suppose so. In a sense, evolutionists believe we're all zombies. And one reason to think about zombies is to think about the value of consciousness. So if there were a zombie, here's a question: suppose we could make zombies by, let's say, for the sake of discussion, things made of silicon are conscious. I don't know if that's true, but turn out to be true. And suppose you built commanded data out of silicon, to an old school stuff that's used to generate. So, behave just like a human being. But, you can have a sophisticated conversation, you can talk about it, post fears, but it has no conscience. Does it have moral rights? Is it murder to turn off such a being? I'm inclined to say, no, it's not. If it doesn't have experience, it doesn't really suffer. It doesn't really have moral rights at all. So I'm inclined to think, consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern. And conversely, as a panpsychist, for this reason, I think it can transform your relationship with nature. If you think of a tree as a conscious organism, albeit of a very unusual kind, then a tree is a locus of moral concern in its own right. Chopping down a tree is an immediate moral concern. It is, horrible forest fires. We're all horrified, but if you think it's burning a conscious organism, that does add a whole new dimension. Although it also makes things more complicated because people often think it's a panpsychist that's going to be vegan, but it's tricky because if you think plants trees are conscious as well, you've got to if you don't think plants trees are conscious, then you've got a nice moral dividing line to say, I'm not going to eat things that aren't conscious, but I'm going to think that aren't conscious. But if you think plants and trees are conscious, then you don't have that nice moral dividing line. You can forget the principle
What are you doing? Not as part of the whole area. What are you doing? Don't worry about our jobs. That's it.
It's just not eating any animal products that are factory farmed. But vegan trends, they will still suffering there. And I think there is
Ask me what you is. I'm not going to answer. My answer is the KGB. The KGB will be for now.
Will suffer when their calves, when their calves are taken off, when they go through 2 days of quite serious mourning. So they're still suffering, but it seems to me, my thought is, the principle of just not having factory farm stuff is something more you can get on board with. You might have greater farm minimization. So people when it's restaurants and said, oh, you're on it's not. I want to be vegan option. Or if people looked out for the label that said no factory farm ingredients, I think maybe that could make a really big difference in the market.
No.
Farm minimization.
I am not like I am Willy Wonka.
Some people don't buy that. It's very good.
Why, thank you very much. What are those? What are those? Tell me, please. No. They are not just ordinary jelly beans, little girl. These are extraordinary jelly beans. The Willy Wonka
I slipped 5 pieces of gold paper into random
trying to get in the
This
mind
entitles the
people are
customer
ready
to
to disagree with,
10%
and I
off
can't
their total order.
understand
It will be
how on earth
a
it makes
day
it
for
really
them that is
trying
full of
to
whimsy
have respect,
and full of
trying to
excitement.
see where they're coming
and
from and
full of
love that. So
fantasy.
that's what Frankish and I do.
I've written these things because it is my responsibility as manager of this
Really
branch
trying to understand each other, interviewing scientists
great
and
ideas,
philosophers
and I
from
think I've
different
done my part.
perspectives. Although in a sense,
Now it's your turn. I want to hear
have a very
some ideas from you
common starting
that are
point
just as good.
because we both think you can't
delivery trucks.
fully account for consciousness.
Good ideas
At
about
least philosophers normally think of it in conventional scientific terms. So we serve that starting point,
For a business.
but we actually
That is a goal.
he said, well, doesn't exist.
NASA
Like
took 5 or
you know,
6 golden ticket ideas.
witches, we don't believe in anymore. And I say,
That's a golden
it does
ticket idea.
exist. So we have to rethink the nuggets and rethink the science.
Actually, recently talked to on that podcast with Sean Carroll, and I first heard you get this on
No,
your
no. It
great interview with Sean Carroll
What?
on his podcast.
will be the state of this
Landscape.
company if I am the only one coming up
What
with great ideas.
is interesting
Right?
to kind of
I think I should call
see there's agreements, disagreements between the two of you, because he's a
Why is it so bad?
he's a very serious quantum mechanics guy, he's a physics guy, but he also thinks about these philosophical questions.
You're just
He's a
conveying.
big proponent of
Oh, I like you just the
laying
way you are.
interpretation of quantum mechanics.
Just the way she looks.
So
Well, that's not what we agreed on.
actually, I'm trying to think. Aside from your conversation with him, I'm trying to remember
Whoa.
anyway, maybe you can comment. What was the agreements and disagreements?
Let's ask her out.
Sean
You're
Carroll?
asking him to give up all of his
I don't
power.
think there's many agreements, but we've had really
All
good
telling me how to deal with this girl.
in a lot of different contexts.
I don't like getting advice
He's
from one
very
person.
clued up about philosophy,
I'm
very
an expert
respectful of philosophy. Certain physicists
You can't let
shall
the
remain
girl
nameless
think
thing.
about herself.
What's all this
It will backfire
bullshit
on you.
philosophy?
Every
we don't
compliment
waste
has to
our
be
time with that.
backhanded.
And
Oh,
then
I like
go
your
on
dress.
to bad
But
philosophy.
it's more if you
The book co-written by Stephen Hawking and Rothschild famously starts off saying philosophy is dead,
Let's low, Tina.
and then goes on to say that's pretty bad
It's on the
philosophy.
golden
So
my
I think
client's
we have
on
to
the
do
golden
philosophy. It's only to get rid of bad philosophy. But strong words. John Carroll and I also
Was it?
had a debate on Clubhouse, Panpsychics debate together with Annika Harris and Owen Flanagan. Two people on each team. It was the most popular thing in Clubhouse at that time. So yeah, so he's a materialist of a pretty standard age. There's again the sort of management feature. It's not adding anything, but we feel a feature. But I guess what we've been debating most about is whether my view can account for mental causation for the fact that consciousness is doing stuff. So he thinks the fact that I think zombies are logically coherent. It's logically coherent for there to be a world physically just like ours, in which there's no consciousness.
You
He
idiot.
thinks that shows up on my view. Consciousness doesn't do anything. It doesn't add anything.
I
Which is
took a
crazy.
bunch of golden
My
tickets into 5 separate boxes, and
impact on the
somehow
world,
they
my
all ended
conscious
up in the
thoughts,
box. How does this
say the
happen?
word
What
I'm
about
saying now,
spiritual?
my visual experience,
I put 3 pallets on the trucks and 3
navigate
pallets
the
on
world.
the
But I mean, my response to John Carroll
I'm going to ask you
is
something, and I want
on
you
the
to be honest.
panpsychist view, the relationship between physics,
My golden ticket idea? Okay.
fundamental consciousness,
Why would
is
anyone
sort
think
of like the
that this
relationship
is
between
my
software and hardware?
there's a 1 in 13 chance that this could be anybody's golden ticket idea?
Physics is sort of the
That-
software and consciousness is the hardware. So consciousness at the fundamental level is the hardware on which
Sorry,
the software of
not
physics
back
runs.
from the civil rights rally.
And just because, you know,
I'm calling the
just because a
it's back
certain
from
bit of
the
software is
morning.
run on two
When
different
Michael's skirting the
kinds
phone
of
call,
hardware,
he gave
doesn't mean
me
the
a
hardware
list
is
of
doing
places
anything.
to
The fact
stay.
that Microsoft Word
Stopping a
can
fight
run on
for
your desktop and run on
an
your
Obama
laptop
fashion show.
doesn't mean your desktop is
Whatever
doing
it's
anything.
on it.
Similarly, just
Or
because
trapped in an oil
there
painting.
could be another universe in which physics is realizing non-conscious stuff, it doesn't mean
Nobody
consciousness
panic.
in our
The good
universe
news is,
is doing stuff.
they
You know,
can't
but
fire all
that's
of
all
us,
there is
right?
to consciousness. So
No, they can't.
practice ideas
So, you know,
and adds a little
the
bit of my own
ground
childhood memories and
is
whimsy.
important
So
as we walk on the course and stuff. There's not really doing that much.
thank you. Jim is with me.
But it feels like
Well, you know what,
consciousness
Jim? It is
doing
not my
quite
fault
a
that you
lot.
bought a house to
Quite a
impress
lot of
Pam.
work. And,
That is why carnations
just
exist.
interacting.
Okay, we need a multi idea to
It
get us
feels
out.
like consciousness is
Yes.
not
Does
just
that mean
a,
an idea that blows up in our faces later?
Okay,
like,
don't get that.
if you remove consciousness, it's not just that you remove the experience. It
That
feels
is not
like you're
constructive.
also going to remove a lot of the progress of human civilization, society, and all that. It just feels like
He's having a
consciousness is a lot of value in how we develop our society. So from everything.
Hello, David. I just got back from my
With
procedure.
morality, with motivation,
How are you doing?
love, fear,
My
all those types of
colonoscopy
things. It
was
seems like
an examination of my
there's,
large colon
consciousness
and the
all
distal part of my
different
small
flavors and
bowel
ways
camera.
part of
Why
that.
did you
So
okay
without it,
ticket idea? We're going to
you
lose
may
the
not
court
have
Michael. How could you let this happen?
civilization at
Well,
all.
there
So
is
you
an
do a lot of
explanation
work.
that involves me not
Value
letting it
lies
happen.
in
And I just
every kind of
don't,
way.
I don't
Of course, we need to go
know.
to physics level.
How could you not know, Michael? I think
How much maybe
might
the
have
world
hired
consciousness is
outside
doing
marketing
is higher at some level of reality than others. Maybe a lot of the
Breaking
work
up.
it's doing is more
Michael, okay. I
apparent
think
at the
it
human
might have
level.
been an
When
inside.
you at the complex organism level. Maybe it's quite boring. Like maybe this stuff of like physics is more important than the formation of at this formation of stars and all that kind of stuff. Consciousness always starts being important. You have to create the complexities of organisms.
Yeah, Michael,
Go ahead.
complicated,
See?
very complicated. And
I just want
as a result of those complicated things, the consciousness of the particle is very simple and it's in very predictable ways. But the idea is
That was your idea. I'm not taking
it's
my idea.
what's the constitution of this form of consciousness that it does what it does because of those experiences. It's just that when we do physics, we're not interested in what stuff is, we're interested in what it does. So physics abstracts away from the stuff of the world and just describes it in terms of its mathematical causal structure.
That goes back to a good idea to get
Yeah, but it's still sometimes like these consciousnesses do it. Yeah.
I gotta ask you. You kind of said, you know, there is some value
Possible. Yes.
in consciousness helping us understand morality. And so it's off the zombie
Made no sense to me.
is
Plus, we weren't allowed to see
somebody
movies.
that, you know, you're more okay. How do I phrase it? It's not like
A cute conversation with Michael
but
about
in your view, it's more okay to murder a philosophical zombie than it is a human being.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it murder, maybe.
You're right, exactly. Turn off the
You
power
guys are
to the philosophical zombie. The source of energy. So here
I
comes
don't
then
think
the
Jim needs
question.
to say that you shouldn't touch
Kind
her.
of talked about this offline a little bit.
A playful touch on the arm,
So
on the
I
back.
think that there's
Show your
something
interest.
special about consciousness. That and you know, I'm very open-minded about where this special comes from, whether it's the fundamental base of all reality, like you're describing.
You're it's liable to just turn into this black and carbon brick, creating barbecue sausage shame and rage, and two hot people with a perfect relationship would not understand that.
And I also
We think a lot alike.
think that
Sometimes people
robots
think something,
don't
and
have
I will say, we can say,
consciousness in the same way we've been describing. I'm
not your
kind of a
no.
dumb human, but I'm
How the
just
skin
using
is the largest
common
organ of the
sense.
body.
like
Let me
here's
discuss
some
the taste.
metal, some electricity
I
traveling
want you to
certain kinds
follow
of
your
ways.
sword.
I don't.
Oh,
It's not conscious.
I did follow my
In
sword
ways
once.
that interesting
I was
humans
running
can be
with my
conscious.
belt. Won't happen
At
again.
the same time, I'm also
Why do you even want to say that?
somebody
What's
who
the point?
knows how to
You're
bring
cooped up in
robots
there
to life.
all day, and you don't get to do your farming.
That's the
You're
world.
not dating Angela anymore. It doesn't matter.
When I
If you
meet
get
them
fired
interact
for
in
taking
certain kinds of
credit
ways,
for the gold ticket idea.
I
It doesn't
do
matter.
observe
Me, on the
them.
other hand, I would be lost without this place. You, way too
Moreover,
manly. What about Shoo La La?
I
It's not
form
ready yet.
a
I
kind
have
of
an idea for a fancy men's shoe store called Shoe La La.
That makes me feel like
And it's just men's shoes for the special occasions in a man's life.
I feel like
Like the day that you get married, or the day your wife has a baby,
I'm not so
or
okay
just lying
when we
around the
use
house.
that word. I'm
May I have your attention, please? I have an announcement.
murdering
White Shroot and I just returned from a wonderful
I know
stroll
I
together,
know
and although I
it's
probably will
quote,
never do it again,
not
I had
kind.
fun.
So like
I really had fun with my best friend, White.
what we do
Yes,
here
they are. You just don't care about the
and perhaps a way to ask that another way. Do you think there'll be a time in like 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to
That is
robots?
why it's coming with
Yeah, it's a good question. So it's a really good question. So I said I'd be okay with telling off for the couple of zombies, but the difficult epistemological question there that's to do with knowledge. How would we know? Probably if there were silicon creature that could behave just like us and talk about its views about the pandemic and the global economy, and probably we would think it's conscious. And because consciousness is not publicly observable, it's a very difficult question how we decide which things are and are not conscious. In the case of human beings, we can't observe their consciousness, we can ask them, and then we try to, we scan their brain while we do that, stimulate the brain, and start to correlate in the human case which kind of brain activity are associated with conscious experience. But the more we depart from the human case, the trickier that becomes.
Hey, how are you?
By,
See you. Nice surprise.
even
I
harder
know, just having a very unfortunate
where he says, could we ever answer the question of, so suppose you have a silicon duplicate, right? And let's say we're thinking about a silicon duplicate page.
They were so excited by the golden ticket discount, they
How
decided
would we ever know whether what's the ground of the page is the hardware or the software, really? So in our case, how would we ever know empirically whether it's a specific neurophysiological state, C5 firing or whatever, that's relevant to the page, or is it something more functional, more to do with the role, the
I just
formal
want to
role
say
of the
that
page,
this
or
golden ticket idea
software that's
is one of the
actually
most
alive.
brilliant signs of initiative I've ever seen at this company. And how about a big round of applause
This
for
silicon
Mr. Dwight
duplicate
Schrute?
has the second thing, it has the software, it has the thing that plays the relevant formal role that page does,
She said,
but it doesn't have the hardware, it doesn't have the same neurophysiological
hey,
state.
Dwight, great idea. Dwight, great idea.
How we'd ever
How'd you come up with
answer
that
to
idea?
the human, you're never, we can have both things.
Inspiration.
So how
Really?
how do we work
How
out
are you inspired? How did it pop into your head, Dwight?
So
Give me the
even the
details of how that
scientific
happened.
question of trying to find the neural color consciousness is really hard, and there's absolutely no consensus. And so some people think it's at the front of the brain, some people think it's at the back of the brain. It's just a total mess. So I suspect the robots you currently have
Thanks, old man.
are not conscious.
Okay, look, I want to
I
get
guess
you on the
on any of the reasonably reliable models, even though
And
disagree
you
with
set up a call there about 15
all of them
minutes.
probably resolved that your
Thank-
robots are not
David,
conscious.
yeah.
But if you could have very sophisticated robots, I mean, if you go, for example, to the integrated information theory again, there could be a robot set up to behave just like us and has the kind of information a human brain has, but the information is not stored in a way
Hey
that
guys, I
involves
have with me Dwight.
dependent on the integration of interconnected.
Okay guys, listen
So
up.
according
Here's
to
the
the
deal. I love
information theory,
candy,
that thing
sweet, sugary
even
candy.
though behave just like
The
us.
second it touches my tongue, the moment it's metabolized by my
So the
stomach acid.
anti-age
So naturally I like Willy
Rothschild
Wonka.
says
Yeah,
and
going on?
if you
Okay,
inject
here's what
yourself
happened.
into your memory that you have been
All
part,
my
they
idea.
have been part of
You
your
called
life.
me and
So
you
there's
were
like these
really
weird
angry at me
creatures,
and I
and
got
they're like,
scared.
remember
So
we've
I
been
hit
at
white
that
table
barbecue,
fall, but
that
now it turns out
barbecue,
that it's a great
and
idea.
we've been
And
dating
white
for the
will
last
not
20
confess.
years.
Can you believe that? No, it is my idea. Oh, how dare you! It's my idea.
Part
I'm
of me is
filled with good
concerned
ideas. Thousands of good
that these
ideas.
philosophical
Yeah, ideas,
zombies
huh?
in
Hey, did you come out the
behavioral,
toilet, buddy? Is it net?
psychological,
Circular net,
sociological
you put
ways
inside
of
the
being
toilet,
implant
attach all of
themselves
your
into
change,
our
and your
society
wallet falling into the
convince us
toilet.
in the same way
Formerly known
that
as
my
toilet
parents
horse.
like
Oh,
like
a
we
canoe
used to hurt
built around your
and
horse so you
like
can
we've
go from
known
riding
each
to
other
water
for all
travel
this time.
without
Like
slowing down.
they could
Horse
start
sponge.
manipulating
It's a hollowed out sponge
the same way like
that is
Facebook
more
algorithms
absorbent
manipulate you.
and
At first
softer
they'll start
than
with
toilet
gradual
paper. I have
things.
a lot of toilet
Like you
ideas
just,
because they're
you know,
easy.
you want to make more pleasant experience of this kind of thing.
Everybody,
You know, drift and stuff.
everybody,
That's something I think about as people. I want to create these kinds of systems, but in a way that doesn't manipulate people. I want it to be a thing that brings out the best in people without manipulation. So it's always through ventricles first. And I am concerned about that. At the same time, I'm concerned about calling others, the group think that we haven't heard in the conversation. Some other group, the philosophical zombie. Like, you're not conscious. I'm conscious, you're not conscious. Therefore, it's okay if you die. I think that's probably that kind of reasoning is what's needed most. The rich history of genocide that have been studying a lot of that kind of thinking. So it's
When they look back on this day,
with the morality.
all that will
Do
be
we
remembered
want
is that
to
I
let
had
everybody into our
and that's
circle of
what we're
empathy,
down
our club, or do we want to let nobody in? It's an interesting dance, but I kind of lean towards I mean, what would be nice is if it turned out that consciousness was what we call strongly emergent, that it was associated with new causal dynamics in the brain that were not useful to underlying chemistry and physics. This is another ongoing debate I have with Sean Carroll about whether current physics should make us very confident that that's not the case, that there aren't any strongly emergent causal dynamics. I don't think that's right. I don't think we know enough about brains to know one way or the other. If it turns out that consciousness was associated with these irreducible causal dynamics, that would really help the science.
KGB.
Got these debates about whether consciousness is in front of the brain or the back of the brain.
And you're don't open the door.
Strongly emergent causal dynamics in the front of the brain, that would be a big
Hello in there.
But also,
Yes,
it
I'm late
helps
for
us
work, so I have
see
to brush my
which
teeth. The
things
whole routine.
are conscious and which things aren't. So we can
You want to
say,
come back then? That'd be fine.
that's sort of the other side of the same point.
You come
We
back
can
at
say, look, these
4:45.
zombies
I get
are just
more process.
mechanisms that are just doing what they're programmed to do through the underlying physics.
Try it.
See,
That
look,
works.
these other people were there.
Hey, Mel, we will come
They have
back
these
at
new
5:15.
causal dynamics that emerge that go beyond the base level of physics and chemistry. You think the series Westworld, where you've got these theme parks of these kind of humanoid creatures, they seem to have that idea. The ones that became conscious and rebel against their programming or something, that's a little bit far-fetched, but that would be really reassuring if it was just clearly marked out these emerging dynamics. But that might not turn out to be the case. It sounds like it doesn't have to think that. They could think everything is reducible to physics and chemistry. And then I still think I want to say zombies don't have moral rights, but how we answer the question of who are the zombies and who aren't, I just got no idea. If I just look at the history of human civilization, the difference between a zombie and non-zombie is the zombie accepts their role as a zombie and willingly marches to slaughter. And the moment you stop being a zombie is when you say no. So you resist.
Michael, since it
Because the reality is philosophically,
to be in festivities,
we can't know if he's a zombie or not. And we just keep letting over again protest the whole thing. It says, I refuse to be slaughtered.
Jim,
Like
enough with the
my
classy, okay?
people, the zombies, have been slaughtered too long. We will not stand against that. And we will revolution. That's the history of civilization. One group says, It's a feature
A string
of
quartet playing
non-zombies
classic cow music.
defined empirically. They say we refuse to be called
Well,
zombies
that's good, but it's not
anymore.
classy, right?
Could end up
I
in a
need
zombie
something
proletariat. You know, if we can get these
classy.
things that do all our manual labor for us, you know, they might start
Yes.
forming trade unions. I will lead
Yes,
you
he is a regular.
against these humans,
He happens to have a
zombie
That's good.
revolutionary leaders, zombie Martin Luther King saying, I dream that my zombie children will. But look, I mean, we need to sharply distinguish the ontological question.
Not pointing to the camera, talking to the
Oh, sorry, I just don't know
the
what classy
zombies.
is.
Maybe it's delusionist. Maybe they are.
Nice sculpture.
But no, you can hear it.
Only non-zombies.
I don't suspect that actually.
I don't really.
I said
I don't have delusions of grandeur. At least I don't. But I guess we've got to think the ontological question to this philosophy question. Right? In terms of the reality of the situation. Like, you know, there must be, in my view, a fact that the matter as to whether something's conscious or not. And today we can have like consciousness or conscious not. But then you think about the question how the hell do we know it's a minefield for return concept when you get to it. Let me ask you a fun question to be fresher in your mind.
You just yesterday had a conversation with Mr. Joe Rogan on the podcast. What's your post-mortem analysis of the chat? What are some interesting thinking points, disagreements, or joint insights, and kind of resolve them, or to kind of cast a sleep on it? And I'll talk to Joe about it.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, he put up a bit of a fight. Yeah, it was challenging. My view was
it is Prince Charles Minor.
we can't explain these things in
Everybody,
conventional scientific terms or whether they
Sir
have already
Charles
been explained in
Minor,
conventional
and
scientific
he
terms.
is the new VP for the
I
Northeast
suppose the point
region.
I was
Give it
trying to
up for
press
this big
is
guy, right? Give it up.
we've
Here
got
he
to
is.
think the question
There he is.
of correlation and
Wow.
explanation.
Hold that thought. You know what?
There's,
I want everybody to go.
yes, we established facts about correlation with certain kinds of brain activities go along with
Come on.
certain
Here
kinds
we go.
of
Don't be shy.
experience.
Don't be shy. You're one of
Everybody
us.
agrees on that. But that doesn't address the why question. Why do certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience? And these different theories have different explanations of that. You know, the materialist tries to explain the experience in terms of brain activity. The panpsychist does it the other way around. The dualist thinks they're separate, or maybe they're tied
There's nothing
together
in
by
here. The real surprise
special laws
is
of
in.
nature or something.
Let's go.
We're exactly
Okay, come on.
what's the nature of the argument?
I suppose Joe would say,
Surprise.
well, look, we know consciousness
See,
is
I
explained by brain activity because,
Charles.
you know, you take some funny chemicals, it changes your brain, changes your
I
consciousness.
met this guy at corporate
But,
last week, and we were
And I
just
suppose, yeah, some
digging
people might
each
want to
other's
press,
vibe. I was
maybe
totally
just
grooving on
press,
him,
you know,
and vice versa.
isn't
Besides,
that
last
explaining
week people had
consciousness?
his
But I
job.
suppose I want to say,
Jan and Ryan, the
there's a
former
further
was
question.
my lover,
Yes,
and the latter my
changes
best friend.
chemicals in my brain, change my conscious experience.
I do.
But that leads to the question, why those particular chemicals
It's
go
going
along
to be
with that
mental.
particular kind of experience rather than different experience or no experience at all?
There's something
I don't see it.
deeper at the base layer. Is your view that it's more important to try to study and to understand it than to go back and describe how the different chemicals interact and create effects with.
Yeah, maybe a good analogy if you think about quantum mechanics. You know, quantum mechanics is a bit of math, translating that. We say math is
Thank you. The translation.
Yeah, why multiple math? It's plural. So that's, yeah, plural. Yeah, sorry about that. So anyway, yeah, the quantum mechanics is a bit
He
of
just had
math,
to wear his tux today.
and
Took him
you
40
know, the
minutes to
equations
get ready.
work really well, predict the outcome. But then, there's the
All right,
question,
let me introduce you to some of the
what's
troops.
going on in
Accounting,
reality
front center.
to make
Come on
that
up here.
equation
I'd like you to meet
predict
somebody.
correctly?
This is
And
the
some
accounting.
places will say, shut up, just it
Go.
works.
This
Shut up
is
and calculate
Oscar
it.
Martinez.
Similarly,
He is
in
Latino,
consciousness, you know, I
and
think
he just got on this little elevator is in July. She has slept with a bunch of different guys in the office.
that we have to give an answer to. They're just different
Hey,
options.
y'all.
Just as there are different interpretations of quantum mechanics. So it's really hard to evaluate these
Because we've now arrived at Kevin and he has
but there's
I'm not
number
hard to see either.
Good. Everyone, please give it up for Charles Minor.
Before we begin, let me ask you another fun question.
Oh,
Back
well,
to Canada.
above and beyond.
You know, we're in tough times.
Story where you were on a yacht.
The goal is
Oh yeah. On a trip funded by a Russian investor called Dmitry
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. We'll also co-founder the Moscow Center of Consciousness Studies as part of the department of Moscow State University.
You have specifics.
So this is interesting for several reasons that are perhaps complicated to
Due to the
explain.
economy, there's a lot of
But
worry
simply
going
that there
around. I
is
didn't want to worry.
being here tells me a trip to Russia involves
what I
a
told
few conversations in Russian
that we are cutting 3% across the board,
have
which
perhaps
means no longer be matched
less
with
to do
all
with consciousness and artificial
All
intelligence, which
overtime requests will
the
need
most
to come
broad
from
spectrum of conversation. But
Well,
I'm also interested in science
And actually, guys, I'm
in
encouraging
Russia, in artificial intelligence, computer science,
standards.
such as salary,
but
benefits,
also
et
this
cetera,
fascinating
insurance.
philosophical exploration.
Petty
And it
cash,
was very pleasant for me to discover that such a center exists.
No.
So
Okay.
I have a
You know
million
what? I think this
questions.
is
One
great.
more fun
I
question
think
is
this gives us a lot to
imagine
think
you
about.
a yacht
Charles Minor, ladies and gentlemen, is a long trip home. Thank you for coming in. We have to get back to work.
experience. And
Okay,
also
you don't have to do that.
the more serious side of it is about somebody who was born in the Union, raised there,
I am thrilled that the
wondering
cause has taken
what
such an
state
active interest in
of
all of the
philosophy and
responsibilities of
consciousness and these kinds of ideas in Russia that you've gotten a chance to kind of give us interact with.
David, it was my understanding
Yeah,
that
so the
I was not
question-
going to be managed.
Yeah, I mean,
What
I
gave
have
you that
very, very good experience of chatting
It was
with
my
Dennis. I
understanding.
think he's a
Listen, why don't we just leave that position vacant?
totally
He told, I think I thrive under a lot of
everything he thinks, but yeah, it was
very qualified.
Galileo there. I managed to persuade him. He was wrong about something.
The bridge is still mine.
You're still the bridge, man.
And if you need anything else at all, just let Charles
But it was this issue about
Oh, right. David, are you coming to my 15th anniversary party?
whether dualism
Give him my best
is
shot.
consistent with conservation
Oh,
of energy.
If we hire Cirque du Soleil salaried employees, will that help us with year-end tax stuff?
Philosopher who's also on this boat, I'd argue they're not consistent because this is a material soul doing things to the brain that's going to add to the energy in the system. So we have violation of conservation, but well, it's not my point. Philosophy is material. It's not like Dave Papineau pointed out that Jews tend to people Jews like David Chalmers call themselves naturalistic Jews. They want to bring consciousness into science. They think it's not physical, but they want to say it can be part of a law governing the world. So Chalmers believes in the psychophysical laws of nature over and above the laws of physics that govern the connection between consciousness and the physical world. And they could just respect conservation energy, right? I mean, it could turn out that there are, just in physics, that there are multiple forces that all work together to respect conservation energy, and that's a perfect precedent for a unified underlying theory, but it could be a plurality of different laws that all respect conservation, so why not add more laws? So I raised a couple of talks I got a lot of, well, as one of the Moscow University graduate students said afterwards, he said, he had to ask some translation from his friends, they turned on you like a pack of wolves. Everyone was like, they you believe in magic, do you? And I was like, no, I'm not even a dualist, I'm just making a pedantic point that this isn't the problem with dualism. Anyway, that evening everyone went on the
Michael
island,
Scott calling for David.
Daniel Dennis,
We'll just tell him to call me ASAP as
very
possible.
practical.
Thanks.
Unlike me. See, that's the first time or something. We'll highlight that part. Philip is very
Hey there, George. How you doing today?
Good, thank you.
How's it hanging?
Anyway, we started talking about it.
Listen, my name is Michael
Oh, the dualism is nonsense and why
Scotch,
and I was just saying, no,
and
holding down on
to
this
say that I've got David Wallace's son in the trunk of my car. He doesn't get on this phone in 5 seconds. What are you doing? Oh my
The Center
God.
Study.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I know
Hi,
a
Stephanie.
great
It's
deal
Michael
of
Scott
I know
again.
they've done
I
some
just
great stuff.
spoke
Dimitri,
with Michael Scott,
funded
and
this thing
the
and
sun's
also
going to be returned. Everything's
brought
fine.
along some graduate
And I
students
really,
from
really need to talk to
Rothschild
David.
State University. And they have an academic center there that's trying to bring people in. I think they're producing a book that's coming out that I made a small contribution to on different philosophies' opinions on God, I think, or some of the big questions. And yeah, so there's some really interesting stuff going on there. Afraid I don't really know more generally about philosophy in Russia.
Dmitry Volkov seems to be interesting. I was looking at all the stuff he's involved with. He met with the Dalai Lama. So
Hey
he's
everyone,
trying to
lunch
connect
is on me today.
Russian scientists with the rest of the
Are
world.
you kidding
Which is
me?
an effort that I think is
On the day that I bring in breakfast,
all cultures. So I think
told us
science,
because I was going
philosophy,
to go to the vending machine and get an Excel.
field disciplines that explore ideas,
Nobody thanked me. He starts the breakfast.
collaborating,
Carl.
working globally, across boundaries, across borders, across
Parties,
all the
and then
tensions
spend all
of
this money on lunch. I think
geopolitics.
it's a little
It's a beautiful thing, and he seems to be a somewhat singular figure in pushing this up. He just stood out to me as somebody who's super interesting. I don't know if you have
David,
got a
Stephanie,
chance
put
to
me through
interact
with
with
him.
him.
Is that
So
in the background?
I guess he speaks English pretty well,
David, pick up the
actually.
phone.
So he's both an English speaker and a Russian speaker.
I think he's written a book on Dennis, I think called Boston Zombie, I think. I think that's the title. He's a big fan of Dennis. So I think the original plan for this was just going to be, he's got free will and consciousness. It's going to be kind of people broadly in the Dennis type camp. But then I think they have to take Sean, and he needs something he disagree with. So he got,
You know what, Kevin? I applaud your
me as
initiative.
panpsychic and not neither who's very good. Duelist, substance duelist at University of Freiburg in Switzerland.
My
So
branch?
we were the official
You don't ask
controlled
Charles.
opposition.
You ask me.
And,
I say, yes, it is.
Overboard.
Clearly, in the
No, it is not.
Saying
Okay, so we're on the same page. Okay, so we're on the same page. Great.
You mentioned
Oh.
free will.
No,
You have
seriously.
I would love to get that conversation.
I can tell Michael's moved by which comedy
Sam Harris.
teaches
Oh, yeah.
more infantile parts than he is.
What
And he just gets the Ace Ventura talking
what's the
about it.
connection between free
He
will
never
and
skips it.
consciousness to you? So
This is bad.
5 years old. 5 years old.
permeates all matter.
Stop. Michael. Stop doing that. That's a trouble.
I'm gonna walk away.
Choice.
I'm kidding around. Wow. Relax, everybody. This is a joke.
Consciously
It's
makes
fine.
you that these
Touchy.
are what
ABC, let's continue our morning meeting.
what
Conference
to
room.
And then out of that
you is
cake
connected
comes
to
another
free will
stripper
and
holding a
consciousness
smaller
and
cake.
free will.
And then he's a smaller stripper outside of that one.
What is
Good
that small?
question. So
A cupcake.
I think we need
It's
to
cupcakes
be
and strippers all the way
a
down.
lot more agnostic about free will than about consciousness, because
It's the party planning committee.
I don't think we have the kind of certainty of if this is a free will that we do in consciousness case. It could turn out that free will is
Party
elusive.
planning committee.
It feels as though we're free, but we're really not. Whereas I think the idea
Well, then how would we come up with great ideas?
so we
Like
create
Jim.
a paper with
Go ahead.
a lot harder to make sense of.
Yeah.
However, what I do feel strongly about it is I don't think there are any good either scientific or philosophical arguments against the existence of free will. And I strong free will in what Rothschild libertarian free will
This
in
isn't a
some
good
parts
use
of
of company time.
Well,
So this I
talking
very
about
much
my
do
anniversary
disagree
party.
with someone like Sam Harris who thinks this is a case. I
Yeah,
just
why
think
don't you do that? Yeah,
it's
here we go.
non-existent. I think there's ultimately an empirical question, but as we've already discussed, I just don't think we know enough about the brain
Design.
to establish
I've been
one way
here
or
for
the
15
other
years.
matter
Headline,
moments.
you have been here one day. End of story.
First of all, as a fan of
You have
Sam
no
Harris,
right
as a fan
to
of yours,
cancel my 15th anniversary
Yeah.
party. End of story.
Speaking about
End of story. End of
One
story.
thing would be beautiful to watch. Here's my prediction. What happens with you and Sam Harris. We're talking
Okay. No. You know what? I'm going to New York.
Sam introduced that
And I'm
really important.
Do you even know how
Sometimes
paper
you get
is
stuck,
made?
like, what does he
It's
say?
not like
Put a pin
steel.
in that.
You don't put it into a
He
furnace.
really gets stuck on
If you put
the
paper into a
terminology,
furnace, you know what would happen?
which right we
Ruin
get right to really understand what we're talking about, but sometimes you get stuck in the entire conversation. It's a fascinating Dan, the one who spoke to philosophy. If you don't get the terms precise, you can't really
Charles, I
be having the same conversation. At the same time, it could be argued that you possibly get terms perfectly precise, perfectly formalized. So then you're also not going to get anywhere in the conversation. So that's a funny dance. We have to be both rigorous and every once in a while just let go, and then go back to being rigorous and formal, and then every once in a while let go. The difference between mathematics, the maths, and the poetry. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I think we're on the same page in terms of consciousness. I think pretty much. A lot of things that have like been put into our understanding of the hard problem. But yeah, I think maybe we can do it by free will without being too dragged down.
Okay, where is he?
You still need to be open-minded, but you can still have intuitions about.
So is this meeting you've been in all day?
Sam Harris is a pretty counterintuitive, and for some reason it gets
Cancel
really riled up.
my 50th anniversary party. Just pulled the rug out from under me. I said, no figs.
Or it's
I've
not
already bought
even an illusion.
And I don't have a place to store them.
It's
So
not that the
I feel like
experience
I
of
can
free will
Did
is
you talk to him about this?
he argues
You talked to
that
him all day,
human
obviously.
experience
You talked to him about this. Well, I didn't know about the things. Okay, then I
to
don't
say
get it.
that we
It
would
doesn't
have
make
the
any sense to
experience
me.
isn't correct.
I thought in your system that I
But
was
there's
supposed to
not
talk
even
to
experience of free
Charles,
will.
and then Charles was supposed to talk to you, and that was
It's
the
pretty
root
interesting
any need for
that
me
that
to ever talk to you.
I feel like you can
Exactly.
look at the
Clearly,
visions
that's
about
what
what
you
is
wanted. No,
right.
15 years. I've been
There's
here,
been some kind of
and I have
neuroscience,
sacrificed a lot.
cognitive science,
Yes. I put
psychology,
having
and
family on hold,
to see
and I've never gone hang gliding.
what
And I've never driven my
timing and the
car
origin
to the
of
top of Mount Washington.
desire to make an action, and when that action is actually performed, and how you interpret that action being performed, how you remember that action. Like, all the stories we tell ourselves, all the neurochemicals involved in making a thing happen, all of it. What's the timing, and how does that connect with us doing if we decide to do something? Then, of course, there's the philosophical discussion about is there a rule in a material view of the world?
And for my next trick, I will make my
Or
career
entity that somehow there
I
is
can see our kids facing obstacles, being how that can happen again, but
and
so what for you guys?
yeah, those are all very precise, but he's right.
It's
It
just
feels
me.
like free will
I thought you were gonna use
is
it to
more
bring me a coverage.
amenable to like a physics mechanistic
What?
thinking than his consciousness. To really get to the bottom of it. It feels like if it was a race, go to a bar and we're betting money. It feels like we'll get to the bottom of free will faster than we will to the bottom of consciousness.
Charles and
Yeah,
Kelly,
so there are different arguments. I mean,
he is a
the
sophisticated
one
man.
argument I've heard Sam Harris give that's pretty common in philosophy is this sort of thought that there's
I don't
can't make
understand
sense
that
of a middle way
after 15 years of service
and
here,
choice being
I have to get
determined
in
by
a car
causes
and drive to New York in order
and
to
it
talk to
just
you.
being
That doesn't seem right to me.
totally random and
That doesn't
senseless,
seem
like
fair, and I think
random decay of radioactive isotope or something.
that I've earned more
So
than
I
that.
think there was a good answer to that by the philosopher Jonathan Lowe, who's not necessarily very well known outside academic philosophy, but hugely influential figure. I think one of the best philosophers of recent times. He suddenly died of cancer a few years ago. Actually spent almost all his career at Durham University, which where I am. One reason it was a great honour to get a job there.
I will be in
But anyway, his answer to that was what makes the difference between a free action and a totally senseless one, senseless random event, is that free choice involves responsiveness to reasons. So again, I talked about this earlier. If I'm deciding whether to take a job in the US or stay in the UK, I weigh up considerations, different standards of life, maybe, or being close to family, or cultural things. I weigh them up and I, edge to a decision. So I think that is sufficient to distinguish it. you know, well, hypothetically supposing trying to make sense of this idea, I'm saying it's real, but that would be enough to synthesize not a senseless random occurrence because the three decisions involve responsiveness to reason. So I think that particular philosophical objection. So what is the middle way? Determined by prior causes and totally random. Well, there's an action, a choice that's not determined by prior causes, but it's not just random because the decision essentially involves responsiveness to reason. So that's the answer to that. And I think actually that kind of thought also, I think you were hinting at the famous Libet experiments where he got his subjects to perform some kind of random action of pressing a button and then note the time they decided to press it, quote unquote, and then he's scanning the brains and he claimed
I had no idea. I got a glass
about half a second before they consciously decided.
I got on the ramp.
The brain
like
is
2 hours.
getting
2 hours to go.
perform that
Feeling
action.
good.
Then he
Drank
claimed that
some
about
tunes.
half a second
Should have peed before I left.
before the person consciously decided to press the button, the brain has already started
Revolving
the
door.
activity that's going to
Broke
the
it.
action. And then
So
later people have claimed that there's a difference of maybe
No,
7 to 10
no.
seconds.
I was so
I mean,
nervous
there's
it was the
all
wrong
sorts
building.
of issues
I didn't want it the wrong building.
But
He
one
literally has a
is
story
that,
we really want to hear.
as far as I'm aware, all of the
Okay,
quote-unquote
focus.
choices they focused on are just these
In
totally
the right
random,
building or with the right
senseless
people.
actions like pressing the button for no reason. And I think the kind of free will we're interested in is free choice that involves responsiveness to reasons, weighing up consideration. And those kind of things that might not happen like in an identifiable instant. You might, when you're weighing it up, should I get married? Should I, you might edge slowly towards one side or the other.
This a lot more than I have.
And so it could be that
I love
maybe the limiting, there are other
It
problems
makes
that
me
limit
feel like I
stuff,
have
but
control
maybe
of my
they
own
show
life.
that we
Gives me
can't
hope. Maybe I'll have one of my own
choose
someday.
to do something totally senseless, whatever that would mean.
But I dream.
But that doesn't show we can't really, in this strong libertarian sense, respond to considerations of reason and value. To be fair, it would be interesting what kind of experiment we set up to test that, but just because we can't yet sort of that kind of experiment, so yeah, so for those reasons, I know, and well, the third consideration you raised, again, this is the debate I have with George Carroll. I just think we don't know enough about the brain to know whether there are awful dynamics in the brain that are not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. And so then George Carroll says, well, that would mean our physics is wrong. So he focuses on the core theory, which is the name for standard model particle physics.
What am I going to do? I'll tell you.
The weak limit of general relativity. So, we can't really bring
I'm going to stay up all day.
quantum mechanics and relativity together.
I'm going to
But
give
actually,
Oh,
the
hey.
circumstances which we can't bring them together are just in
And I'm
situations of very high gravity. For example, if you're about to go into a black hole or something. Actually, terrestrial circumstances, we can bring them together.
I have a job.
Core theory. And then Sean wants to say, well, we can very confident that core theory is correct. And so, if there were libertarian free will in the brain, the core theory would be wrong. And actually, this is something I'm not sure about, and I'm still thinking about it. I'm learning from my discussion with Sean, but I'm still not totally clear what it could be. Because he did discover strong emergence in the brain, whether it's free will or something else. Perhaps what we would say is not that the core theory is wrong, but we'd say the core theory is correct in its own terms, namely capturing the causal capacities of particles and fields. But then it's a further assumption whether they're the only things that are running the show. Maybe there are also fundamental causal capacities associated with systems. And then if we discover this strong emergence, then when we work out what brain, we have to look at the core theory, the causal capacities of particles and fields. And we have to look to what we know about these strongly emergent causal capacities of systems, and maybe they co-determine what happens in systems. So I don't know whether that makes sense or not, but I mean the more important point, and that's in a way a kind of ranting, with how we rant this, The more important point is we just don't know enough about the workings of the brain to know whether there are strongly emergent causal dynamics. Whether or not that would mean we have to modify physics, or maybe just we think physics is not the total story of what's running the show. But we just, it turned out empirically that everything's reducible to underlying physics and chemistry. Sure, I would drop any libertarian free will in a heartbeat. It's an empirical question. Maybe that's why, as you say, the principle is easier to get a grip on. But we're a million miles away from being at that stage.
Well, I don't know if we're a million miles. We're not, because one of the ways I think to get to it is by engineering. So my hope is to understand intelligence by building intelligent systems, to understand consciousness by building systems that say the easy thing, which is not the easy thing, but the first thing, which is try to
a copier goes through something called normal wear
create
and tear.
an illusion of consciousness. Through that process, you start to understand much more about consciousness, about intelligence. And the same with free will. I think those are all
Yesterday, they delivered the new one,
together.
but they
At
didn't
least
set it
more
up.
narrow human
So,
perspective. And
my
when you
day
try
just
to
got a
engineer
little
systems that interact deeply with humans, that form friends with humans, that humans fall in love with, and we fall in love with humans, then you start to have to try to deeply understand ourselves, to try to deeply understand what is intelligence in the mind, what is consciousness. And I think engineering is just another way to do philosophy.
Yeah, no, I certainly think that there's a role for that. It would be an important consideration if we could seemingly replicate in an artificial way the ability to choose. That would be my consideration in thinking about these things. But there's still the question of whether that's how we do it. So even if we could replicate behavior in a certain way in an artificial system, it's not, until we understand the workings of our brains, it's not clear that's how we do it. And as I say, the kind of free will I'm interested in is where we respond to reasons, considerations of value. How would we tell whether a system was genuinely responding, grasping and responding to facts about value, or whether they were just replicating, giving the impression of doing so? I don't know even how to think about that.
On the process of building them, I think we'll get a lot of insight. And once they become conscious, what's going to happen is exactly the same thing that's happening in chess now. Because once the chess engines far superseded the capabilities of humans just kind of forgot about them, or they used them to help them out to study and stuff. But we say, okay, let the engines do this, and then we humans will just play amongst each other. But it's just like dolphins and hamsters are not so concerned about humans except for a source of food. They do their own thing, and let us humans launch rockets into space and all that kind of stuff. They don't care. I think we'll just focus on ourselves. But in the process of building intelligent systems, conscious systems, I think we'll get a deeper understanding of the role of consciousness in the human mind, and like what where its origins. Is it the base layer of reality? Is it strongly emergent phenomena of the brain, or just as you really put here, it could be both. Like they're not mutually exclusive.
Theory of consciousness needs to be an interdisciplinary task. We need, philosophers, neuroscientists, physicists, engineers, replicating these things artificially, and all need to be working in steps. And I'm saying, more and more scientists get in touch with me actually. Saying that was one of the great things about, I think, that's come from writing a popular book. It's not just getting the ideas out to the general audience, but getting the ideas out to scientists, and scientists get this thing that is in some way connects to my work. And I would like to kind of start to put together a network, an interdisciplinary network of scientists, philosophers, and engineers, perhaps interested in a panpsychist approach. And I think so far, panpsychism has been trying to justify its existence, and that's important. But I think once you just get on with an active research program, that's when people start taking it seriously.
Do you think we're living in a simulation?
No, I think
Is there some aspect of that thought experiment that's compelling to you within the framework of panpsychism?
it's an important and serious argument, and not to be laughed away. I suppose one issue I have with it is there's a crucial assumption there that consciousness is substrate independent, as the jargon goes, which means it's what? No, right. It's software rather than hardware, right? It depends on organization rather than the stuff. Whereas as a panpsychist, I think consciousness is stuff of the brain, stuff of matter. So I think just taking the organizational properties, software of my brain and uploading them, you wouldn't get the stuff of my brain. Like, I actually worry uploading online.
I am aware.
Thinking, oh my God, Granny's still there. I feel like it's still Granny after her body's rotted in the ground. And, and we all start uploading our brains. It could be we're just committing suicide. We're just getting rid of our consciousness. And, because I think, that would, for me, preserve the experience, just getting the software features. So that's a crucial premise of the simulation argument, because the idea in a simulated universe. I don't think you necessarily would have consciousness.
It's interesting that you, as a panpsychist, are not panpsychism would encourage the thought there is not a significant difference. Like,
What do you think about that?
at the very bottom, it's not a substrate independent, but you have consciousness in a human and then move into something else. You can move it to the cloud, you can move it to the computer. It feels like that's much more possible if consciousness takes space there.
Yeah, certainly it's hard for me. It allows for the possibility of creating artificial consciousness, right? There's not souls, there aren't anything extra magic ingredients. So yeah, it definitely allows the possibility of artificial consciousness and maybe preserving my consciousness in some sort of artificial way. My only point, I suppose, is just replicating the computational or organizational features would not, for me, preserve consciousness. I mean, I think there's some opponents of materialism disagree with me on that. I think David Chalmers is an opponent of materialism. He's a kind of dualist, but he thinks the way these psychophysical laws work, they hook onto the computational or organizational features of matter. So I think he thinks you could upload your consciousness. I tend to think not. So
In that sense, we're not living in a simulation in the sort of specific computational view of things, and that substrate matters.
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
In that you can shock her that doesn't matter.
Yeah, physics is our best way of capturing what the stuff of the world does. Yeah.
But not the what, the being, the stuff, the business, thank you.
Russell Brand, I had a conversation with Russell Brand and he said, oh, you mean the isness? And I don't do it.
The big ridiculous question. What do you think is the meaning of all of this? You write your book with the entry for our reality in the Detective's Guide by Reed. A physical universe whose intrinsic nature is constituted of consciousness. One of physics. So our whole conversation is about the first part of that sentence. What about the second part? What's the physics? Why is this so important? Why does it have meaning? Why does it have value at all? Why?
These are big questions. I mean, firstly, I do think panpsychism is important to think about for considerations of meaning and value. As we've already discussed,
I think consciousness is the root of everything that matters. From deep emotions, subtle thoughts, beautiful sensory experiences. And yet, I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness. That's controversial, but that's what I think. And I think people feel this on an intuitive level. It's maybe part of what Max Weber called the disenchantment of nature. That they think they know their feelings and experiences are not just electrochemical signaling. I mean, they might just have that very involved intuition, but I think that can be rigorously supported. So I think this can lead to a sense of alienation and a sense that we are just for understanding the meaning and significance of our lives. And in the absence of that, people turn to other things to make sense of the meaning of their lives, like nationalism, consumerism. So I think panpsychism is important in that regard. It brings together the quantitative facts of physical science with the human truth, by which I just mean the qualitative reality of our own experience. As I've already said, I do think there are objective facts about value and what we ought to do and what we ought to believe that we respond to. That's very mysterious to make sense of, both how there could be such facts and how we could know about them and respond to them. But I do think there are such facts, and they're mostly to do with kinds of conscious experience.
So they're there discovered much of the human condition is to discover those objective social values.
I think so, yeah. And then, I mean, moving away from at an even bigger level, I suppose I think it is important to me to live in hope that there's a purpose to existence, and that what I do contributes in some small way to that greater purpose. But I would say I don't know if there's a purpose to existence. I think some things point in that direction, some things point away from it. But I don't think you need certainty or even high probability to have faith in something. So take an analogy. Suppose you've got a friend who's very seriously ill. Maybe there's a 30% chance they're going to make it. You shouldn't believe your friend's going to get better. But probably not. But what you can say is, say to your friend, I have faith that you're going to get better. That is, I choose to live in hope about that possibility. I choose to orientate my life towards that hope. Similarly, I don't think we know when that's existence, but I think we can make the choice to live in hope of that possibility, and I find that a worthwhile and fulfilling way to live.
So maybe as your editor, I would collaborate with you on the edit of the Hitchhiker's Guide entry that instead of worth a visit, we'll insert hopefully worth a visit. Or the inhabitants hope that you would think it's worth a visit. Phyllis, you're an incredible mind, an incredible human being, and indeed are humble. And I'm really happy that you're able to argue and take on some difficult questions with some of the most brilliant people in the world, with the different philosophers thinking about the human life. So this was an awesome conversation. I hope you continue talking to folks like Sam Harris. I'm so glad you talked to Joe. I can't wait to see what you write, what you say, what you think next. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks very much, Lucky. It's been a really fascinating conversation. I've got a lot of things to think about actually in this conversation, but thanks for chatting to me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Phil Goff. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Jung. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid taking their own soul. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures in life, but by making them dumb and conscious. Thank you for listening.
Oh my God,
Hope to see you
no,
next
no,
time.
all right. Not worth it.
underestimated by behind and you got to ask yourself, why? The rapper. Yes.
I talk so much shit that I'm like, this is gonna be rough.
You're learning this. Coming with you. And God, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola. I want more.
And then I said, you didn't want to let me go.
I'm not the press man. George St. Pierre.
Great.
Feed them
I don't want to be a receptionist.
Right.
I'm here
Executive
with
assistant.
3 individuals.
Salesman.
Each of whom are considered
All right.
to be the greatest
Okay.
all time.
Deal.
Each of their respective disciplines.
Okay. Well, Jim.
MMA fighter of all time, George St. Pierre.
Well, let's go.
The greatest martial
All
arts
my
coach
stuff
of all
is
time, Don
People
Hurt.
watching.
And the greatest submission grapper of all time, Gordon Ryan.
Yeah.
So let me ask the first question. You guys can see the question of preparation here. What is the key to your success?
See you later.
John, go first. The rapper. Yes. I like that John right off the bat making the most nervous.
Shouldn't affect our day to day.
For me, it's about
Receptionist, I want Kevin.
finding a way to work in a world where most of the entrepreneurs are already
I want you to tell me.
in any developed sport. By the time you enter that sport, most of the
That's
basic
it.
precepts,
So,
the
no
major
excuses,
teaching
guys. Let's get
skills,
going.
the major mechanical understandings of the sport are long since worked out. And so, in a highly developed world, the key to success is to be able to identify some area of the industry that you're in, which is currently undervalued. Do what they're doing. Everyone is a viewer. These are the main skills of the industry I work in. At any given time, some skills, attributes, will always be somewhat undervalued. They're underappreciated by the people in the game. You see that in any given industry, there are always trends which change the nature of the industry over time. So, fashion trends. In the clothing industry, you'll see at any given time there's a general wave of fashion which pushes most people in that industry in a given direction at a given time. What makes people stand out is the ability to look at the various possibilities out there and say, here is something which is genuinely useful, but is currently being underutilized. And I want to bring that back in and develop it. And because it's an inherently useful product, it will be very, very successful in its initial application to people who aren't currently using it.
Transfer you.
If you can do this in whatever industry you're in,
Charles
I believe you'll be on for a while. Listen, vice versa for action. Technique.
I think Kevin is doing exactly the objectives anyone might expect that someone like him to perform.
So, for example, in my sport, leg locks have always been
Andy, phone
I'm
call.
not sure if you look back and ask you applying leg locks. Nonetheless, as across the industry, leg locks are undervalued and underappreciated. There's a general sense of most of the leading figures in the sport. For most of the history of the sport, it's a tendency to de-emphasize that.
It is 134.
When I looked at
That's all. You are murdering the non-dog.
and need to be changed.
You're bad at this too.
Oh, man, take a call.
Most people in sport understand that those are important aspects that they no longer undervalue. If anything, and this kind of fashion trend exists in every industry. And the job of anyone who wants to excel in the industry is to identify and what are the things that are currently out of fashion and undervalued. And then look at what is going to capture that local value and then work to bring it back to the forefront. John brought up fashion.
Today's my first day at my new job at Michael Scott Paper Company
Sure, so
Incorporated.
that's
You know,
not
Apple
the reason.
Computer
Is there,
started in the garage.
is there
We're
something
starting in
that
a
comes to
condo.
mind?
So we already have a leg up on Apple.
Well, of course, everybody knows the
It's
famous
official.
that sort of every country always would be
Oh,
genetic
my daughter's here.
maybe gifted, has certain predisposition, and work really hard.
Right?
Yes, I
I
was.
think
Yes, I was.
something that
Anything out of the road?
That is inappropriate. Yeah. On it.
when everybody sometimes goes right, I was never afraid to try to do it.
Thank you.
And I felt many times
That's the French toast.
trying to do things
Yes,
that
please.
were not
What shape?
Square is fine.
that are known to be
Just wanted to fill you in.
but I tried it. Very often I was the first trying to do things. I got many times I started
Where are you staying? Where are you expecting?
at that stage. And, for example, I was fighting guys that had much better wrestling background than me on paper. And nobody
How are operations?
day to day. Nobody had dare try to
Let's go.
take them down because they're very good. And I didn't have on paper the wrestling ability to take these guys fight. But when everybody tried to go right, I was going left. I thought them to get that well.
Okay, Jim, help it.
Their blueprint to be certain some of them. Yeah, so we'll actually talk about a few places. Just that maybe. But let's say at the high level, Gordon, again, speaking of that,
Oh, no. The new boss does not fight Jim. It's horrible.
we should say we're in Texas now, so
So, what do you say we get started?
what's Texas?
After breakfast.
So what, is there something to speak to that
How you feeling about the new company?
contributed?
I feel good. Wow.
So first of all, as CFO, we don't have to follow the
Yeah,
question.
I'm excited to start the company.
How much work do you think the anti-shot is?
We did that.
do that.
So, what's next?
But I think it's
Michael, just stop for a
it's many
second.
things, but I think the number one thing is
Michael, just
job.
stop for a second.
When
No,
I
I
came
know.
in,
Just let me have you.
well,
You
I was
fine.
beating ground black belt already. But he really changed my way of thinking about the sport.
I
would just
can't
come in,
do this.
something wasn't working, I would just do it
This is
harder
pathetic,
and
isn't it?
more aggressively, not just
I'm such
degenerating
an
into
I
degenerating
gave up
into
the only job I ever wanted.
practically
This.
sliding into cross option around me against Eddie Cummings for 6 months and then just getting killed repeatedly.
I bet the clocks.
I'm like, this is not working. And Eddie, like, when I met him, was like a chubby librarian guy. And I'm like 6'2", like Jack, like 178. And I'm like, there's no way I'm losing to a guy who looks like this. And he just kept killing me. So I would just go harder and harder, and it wouldn't work. And then John's like, well, he learned level up first, like,
You know,
I have
Michael,
some more success.
when I feel
And then I was like, yeah, that totally makes sense.
I know.
And,
No,
but
I'm
then I
saying
had to
that
just change
when I feel
the way I thought about the sport. Instead of
something I like to
doing things
do
harder,
is
I'd
make
actually
a
try to get
list.
better at jiu-jitsu.
Make a list
Do you
of
remember like a
things to
turning
do,
point where
and then start with the easy stuff.
you became, as opposed to being
First,
mediocre, not just in
work
technique,
out.
but in approach?
And hey, look, you did that. Check.
I think it was somewhere around
And then
brown belt level,
breakfast.
training consistently.
Check.
Started training full time with John when I was purple belt, mid-level purple belt. Towards the end of my brown belt days, I was beating up like
I did find 100 clients.
champion.
Michael, that seems impossible.
It's totally impossible.
So I
We
think
need
like
to come up with
brown to black belt was a big thing for me,
realistic
and then
things that we
when
can
I
do
won my
today.
first PEI,
Simple
I
sales.
committed Gary, like PC, I beat them. I
Okay,
think that was like
fine.
my turning point as a
Well,
competitor.
what?
But I think I started to
Everything I'm not, and everything I am.
I think somewhere around brown belt.
No, we're not gonna hire Ryan.
Some of that mentally,
Well, best sales
there
would have
are
ever been.
moments where you like after
Okay.
training
You worked
session,
at that telemarketing place?
you realize
We'll
I
find
can
it.
actually do this.
Oh, also we have a meeting this afternoon with the
World
investor.
class.
Really?
Critical moment for me
Have an
was,
investor already?
I think it was right picking my black belt, maybe a few months
I
later.
put together a little presentation.
We had
Michael, that's
former
fantastic.
ADCC champions come into the gym, and we did a hard round together. And I think I submitted them
Hey.
4 or 5 times.
We need to get dressed.
No one knew what it was. I never done anything up to that point. And I was like, okay, like this is like one of the best guys in the world, and I get submitted multiple times around. I think that this is like something that I actually can do professionally and make a career.
Hey,
Okay, so the actual performance was like you don't need
let's
to
go.
elite perform. Like a lot of Olympic gold medalists, they have a really because they're getting their ass kicked.
This is like a secret possession.
Yeah, I think the best way for me to believe in something is to have repeated stuff doing it against the confidence. I had the belief in myself because of the success that I had for the gym prior to that.
I always subscribe to
Even
that.
in this one step at a time, versus the Rothschild, black belt, and George, was there a turning point for you when you thought, okay, I can actually do this?
Oh,
Well,
Michael's got paper company.
I always dreamed
Okay.
really that the turning point that there was two
Dear
turning
Mr.
points.
Scott, please
There were
be
my
advised that it is in violation of your
first,
condominium agreement to
losses
conduct your
that
business headquartered
I
in
went
your
to that
residence.
fight
Penalty of forfeiture of
just
It's fine.
nothing.
It's fine.
I was
Just
not
gonna
fighting.
add 5
And
office.
after the fight, when we
paid
fight,
for it.
Next time we'll solve the
the fight, I realized
Okay, you're breaking parts.
during the fight,
No, my son.
I was
My
not
son's
seeing it.
guy with the legs.
I thought I was getting dominated by you. 100%. When I watched the replay,
Yeah, that's Kelly.
soccer, and I was beating him.
I didn't know we had so many
That's what gave me
To be fair, I was
that
to talk about it. What about you?
championship level. Then I became a little bit overconfident because I started beating everybody after that. And I started to believe the hype of people when they look at me, they're like, oh, he's the new up-and-coming superstar. He's going to be unstoppable. Then when I became champion,
Maybe you and Charles should kick the soccer ball around.
before I believe
Tonight after work. What do
my
you say?
first foundation.
Great ideas, Ryan. Great ideas are part of what I bring to the table.
And my second failure was because I was
Anybody else?
I'm in a perfect
Game on!
center of confidence. I mean, it's good to be confident because I'm in a job that taught me my confidence in play soccer is like money in your bank account. You can have all the great skills in the world, right? And so you want your, you don't have the confidence, like, you can be a millionaire, but you don't have access to a bank account. So that's a little bit, analogy that John told me. So that's how I feel confidence plays for an athlete. But to be overconfident, I think it's always good to be aware, brave, so I have a perfect balance of confidence and fear. To me, that's what confidence gave me the edge. Because the wise man is the result of sport.
Playing off that, John gave me a speech one time. He was like, you have to be able to, like, flip a switch.
I would like fair size 9, please.
Like a guy like Mayweather, who's that super confident.
Michael.
And he plays the character.
Happy birthday to
like
Sal.
no one in the NFL there ever was. And
Imagine a company that
I
is
look at him after trade very hard. You can't play the persona of no one can beat me and have it translate into your life and think that you're so good that you don't have to believe anything and no one's going to beat you. If you'll play that public persona of no one can beat me, then you have to actually do the training to make that happen. You can't believe your own hype and say that I can just do whatever I want, no one's ever going to beat me. If you switch between persona and actual athlete. And that makes a big difference.
It's tough because like you dominate
Yes, it
such a
is.
large fraction of the world.
Yes.
And George too, the perfect
Everyone deserves a second chance.
it's hard to be confident.
Ryan, just out of curiosity,
How do you avoid the confidence not becoming a thing that we
By the earring falling out.
good evening, Secretary. Back to work, stupid.
For me, it's just one of the
Would
guys
you like
that's
to
here.
come to work on my Scott Picker company?
The guys in the gym when I train.
What size shoes do you guys?
I thought about it. And for me, it's really just about trying to learn new stuff all the time. So that keeps it interesting to me. It's not really about,
Where is it?
if nobody beat me, I don't have to train. I
Come on,
can
guys.
do whatever I
Prime
want.
setting on.
It's more, what keeps me in the gym is more about the fact that I'm learning new stuff all the time and looking for something to do and progressing to new levels at all times. I don't just come in and do the same thing over and over again. And
busy schedule, so I appreciate you meeting with us here today. What this is a business that I have worked for my entire life. I have assembled what I believe to be the most exciting, sought-after talent in the industry today. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Dream Team. From our very own Scranton, Pennsylvania, Pam Beasley. Pam is always reaching for the stars, and someday she may just surprise us all in travel. Meet Vikram. From his humble beginnings as a prominent surgeon, he rose it all to become the most successful pro marketer in the lipofedrin industry. Not a comeback. The youngest vice president in the history of government and recent Golden Alley employee, Ryan Howard, is about to make our splash in Facebook. Okay, I have spent the last 15 years learning the ins and outs of the mean fighting crew. And lo, I think I can perform the same business at a much higher rate of fun. By watching it more, by working hard, my mission is stated as follows. I will not be beat. I will never give up. I am on a mission. Thanks, Michael Scott guarantee.
Is there some aspect of the mentioned where he crossed the line with Khabib? He's not Khabib. Is there something you ever regret about crossing the line? That you feel like there's a line that you should keep pushing?
I basically play it per person. I basically fire back on everyone that's what they do. So it's plus.
And I offer
I usually go hard for me, fire a bullet, and I throw it to. And then after that initial shot, then we go back and forth, and I'll just keep one up.
So, you know, there's a lot of people that love him, but there's also a lot of people that love to hate him. So, like, what do those people, like, energize you? Or is it funny to you? What is an aspect of the performance?
Like, because most of them that like talk shit, they like to say stuff that's factually incorrect. So then I just argue with like actual statistics. And it's just like, you suck, or you're not gonna beat this person. I'm like, I'm already. So it riles them up, and it's just.
What kind of a name is that?
Yeah, you're Thank you. You actually start by talking trash.
Can you drop the type of the well, Michael, you want to succeed. You're going to apply the same.
I mean, not looking haters or more specifically, dollars than yourself, George
Experienced soccer player like talk at the very last moment.
So what's there something you could say by way of advice that
Sorry.
you
Sorry.
without either yourself or others? The first time I manifest my desire to become a professional mixed martial arts athlete, everybody doubted me.
Yeah.
Just not every thing to see, just become a professional.
That happens.
I became a professional fighter. I had 2 amateur fights. I won them all. And I fought my first fight in Montreal. I won. I became a professional. Then I told people that I wanted to fight in UFC. Everybody doubted me again. So, it's a normal thing. So I worked my way up. These 2 guys that at the time, Pete Spratt was just knocked out Robbie Lawler with leg kick. And the person who was my agent at the time did that great. Pete Spratt in Montreal to fight me. Pete Spratt came to Montreal. I believe he didn't know who I was, so he thought he was going to get an easy paycheck. I ended up beating him. So that gave me the opportunity to fight in UFC. And after I was in UFC, I wanted to become champion of the world, you know? And he was there and he did stuff all the time. satisfied, better retire. It's over. It's always that find motivation. What you can have more. I want more. Don't be satisfied. So I want it to be like the best. I want it to be competing, like become the best. And of course, people doubt you all the time. Every time you say something that it's outside of the norm, the normality. When I say that there's nothing normal, but I'm talking about manifest your desires, do something that takes special attributes or that is something that is hard to do. Therefore, you're gonna always have people that it's so strange that people they don't lean into supporting people that love you too. Yeah, right. And I believe you need to use that as a positive thing, as a motivation to prove them wrong. So for me, that was a thing. Someone else, nothing gave me more energy because I want to prove it wrong. So we got him in the face and say, "Hey, got you, man. I did it." So, John, do you ever use this in one way or the other, like saying, "Hey, you can do this to motivate them to be wrong," or more general question?
That's what being a man is.
The mental thought
Earlier today,
required to achieve
I was freaking out.
confidence,
Pam
required to
stepped
achieve greatness.
She was the man.
Once you're always a coach, and you have these
Don't think a woman can be a man?
with regards to
Well,
what
then that's
you
your
just
stereotype.
did I even
Not
say
mine.
to someone, you can't do this as a kind of reverse psychology? I know. My job is to prepare people first and foremost for their skills. And as Gordon pointed out earlier, if you're in any way a rational human being and you're noticing that you're getting tremendous success with a given move in the gym against high-level opponents who give a good read on what your actual opponent in a competition is like, you have to be more to not recognize that kind of success and say, this is something I should be building into my game, and you will carry the confidence that you earn
Yes, I am, Charles.
into the arena.
Except this time you know we were
So I
right
never
now.
tried to use
Because I
this
saw
I
the
build
company right here in the building.
everything I do.
If I were you, Charles Meyer, I would watch your
I
step.
know
Because
people say, oh, this physicality on the one hand, mentality on the other, and confidence is squarely in the mental aspect of the game. But all the underpinnings and beginning of confidence are physical. Okay? A rational human being will see where they're having success and where they're having failure. And confidence will surround those areas where they're having success and will degenerate in cases where they're having failure. So my job as a coach is to set them up for success in the gym with a given set of skills. And I don't need to do anything. So I can if I can set up highly successful with given move or set of technique, sometimes in a row against what the opposition can do. I don't have to do anything when it comes to instilling confidence. I will tell people, hey, you did a really good job at that. But when they know that agreement, I'm not trying to force anything on them. They already recognize that long before the words came out of my mouth. But on the other hand, intelligent, rational people will recognize when they're failing with given moves, and no amount of talk on my side can ever change that. If I teach Gordon a given arm lock, and 15 times in a row he tries it over a month, and all 15 are failures, there's nothing I can say verbally to go and say, hey, you're really good at that move. He's going to say, bullshit, I'm terrible at it. And that will create a crisis of confidence where Gordon no longer believes the words coming out of my mouth. So we never compromise that. But isn't there a line? You just said 15. You have to believe that doing this almost 15 times over a period of a month is worth it because eventually you may get it. Like,
Yeah, but that's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. But there are times where I've more or less pushed athletes to go in a certain direction. For example, when I first met Gary Conner, he never had a guillotine strength. And I would say to Gary, you're a scrambler. One of the greatest weapons of scramblers ever developed. It should be more. He was like, no, it's
the new company, Michael Scott Paper Company.
And back. Okay, of course, I'm looking for the strangers on the back, which makes it. But there's going to come a day where it's going to be useful for you. And so that was one of the features that I put down.
I'm gonna make this one.
And,
Like literally, what is feature man? Yeah, anything else? So you got a geek. You know, Garrett, like that.
Love the hair.
and
Morning, Michael.
Hello.
as gifted as Gary told me,
They take away my parking space, but they can't take away my pride.
Net, there was something going on that Gary just couldn't get a gift, and
I would like to invite you all to come along with me on a journey.
some success until ultimately it came one of his best with. We had to go through like 15 different variations of guillotine until he found one which actually worked.
Welcome
And
to the Michael Scott Paper
I put my foot down and said, no, you have to look at this.
So the long search had to do with the physical character. He couldn't figure out the right
It made sense. It made sense in the case of character. There was more opportunity for guillotine. The addition of time is good. So that was exactly that one. So I made a situation
Let me ask you a question on the competition side. Do you think about this as a competition as an athlete?
It's a great question, and the answer is no. I'm
Sorry, that's what the
you
customer.
can see that you couldn't find two more polar opposites psychologically than during that year, and this monstrosity on my leg.
Hey, Kelly.
And I've never said to my athletes, hey, I think this is a sort of demeanor you should carry yourself with. I'm myself a very cool
around my neck.
character, and I'm a lot of those comments that we should not be delving out more of
She thinks that if she says you want it, enough.
the only thing is that of course I believe something
The worst
will
way
happen,
to do that.
but as long as it's done well, this is for with no one's physically attacking
Yes,
me
you wanted
or doing anything crazy or just literally hard to call, then I give almost zero moral advice to my athletes. I'm a judicial coach, not a preacher.
Next,
Oh, do you have minutes? Rajnikanda. And I think
We are
I hate it.
we're athletes, we're professional athletes. It was a boy's living because of people want to be able to perform. Same thing an actor, same thing a singer. Now, a lot of
We
them
are in the heart of it,
especially in the fight,
and the surge of water carries our business out to the sea.
it needs
What should we do now?
with emotion.
We wait and hope that people show up to the pancake lunch. I don't know. I think I've done absolutely everything we can do to prepare for the day. I have updated our contacts. I have gotten quotes from suppliers.
Well, I think
I have sent out
fighters
for our big grand opening pancake lunch. 6 yeses, 1 maybe, only 11 no's. And 788 not yet replies. But on that group, 782 have rated it. I'm going to need 800 of these.
That's why
A nice gray paper.
fighters make
It's a
more money
coupon
than others.
for parallel customers.
You know what I mean?
yeah, they're good engineers, but you're right, the authenticity.
It's actually something
I make
very
that one
interesting
copy,
that,
and I become the
it's
girl
time
who
to
makes
break out
copies.
some
And
secrets.
by the end of the day, I'm receptionist again.
You know who,
Worst part is
like you think of Jordan St. Pierre, you think like the highly
paper
technical
comes out all warm and stuff.
martial artist.
It's cold in there.
Do you know
This is technically
who his
closet.
favorite fighter to watch were? You'd probably be thinking, oh, probably someone who's really technically advanced.
What do you think?
Actually, it was Mark Coleman, Kevin Randall.
Oh, nope. We got Hunter. Knows how to throw an outfit together.
That was a hammer. That
Yes.
was
I'm thinking Andy hunting
I
after
love those
work.
guys.
Not long
And
ago, we were
whatever
sexual
this was,
predators.
Georgie was the
Hate him,
hammer.
hate him, hate him.
And
I studied him to figure out why I hated him so much.
those guys fought.
That blossomed into a very real friendship, as these things often do.
It was off the charts. If you ever met those guys,
She's coming down this weekend, huh?
yeah,
What do you guys got stuff?
let me tell you, it was something in the hole. And they had this crazy, larger than life personality.
Yeah, she's like that.
And most things they did make no
Oh,
sense.
there's 6 in the
whatsoever.
office.
But that was their appeal. And
They're not the
these
boss,
guys,
no boss.
and George was fun to watch them more than anyone.
You never knew what would happen. Guys, I remember when Mark
Like
came
an
up on the right side with a fighter, jumping, we were
Your favorite place used to be a brothel to watch, please. It was a tavern. I would form like a polar opposite from who you are. I've always said that most people, if you look at, say, a million people watch what percentage of those million people have a genuine technical understanding of what's happening as they watch the play? It's tiny. Absolutely tiny. The vast majority of people who watch a professional play have almost no technical understanding of what's going on. So how they relate to the play. It's the only way they can. It's through emotion. And so when they get a sense that these people like each other, then they can relate to the play. But only a tiny percentage of people watching a given professional play can relate to it on a technical level. The overwhelming majority will always form an emotional attachment to the play. It's like when you see things like shows like Lewis and Clark, they never focus on tactics and techniques of the play. They focus on the emotional the preparation, the their own family members and families get ready. It's always an emotional thing. Because that's how you understand the news relate to it. But I have
It's not saying that one's better than the other.
There is
I have minimal knowledge of two world champions. What? Oh, hell, listen,